Chapter 14:15. Rumbling noises could be heard from all directions of the hall. Cracks could be seen as streaks of energy flames climbed up to the outside of the hall, which was already in a state of disintegration. Fragments were constantly falling from the main body of the hall. On one side of the hall, there was a height that was closer to the void. The falling fragments were floating in the air and did not fall, forming a spectacular cluster of fragments. Even though they were hanging there, they were still bursting with energy flames, as if some of their energy had not been exhausted. It doesn't matter if it's a hall or not. If the upper hall is destroyed, just rebuild it. Remove all energy from the upper hall. Now, immediately, use all the energy to maintain the seals on the lower, 7th, 8th, and 9th floors. As a violent wave of energy swept across, Yin Nuashing could clearly feel that the weak energy reaction from the upper hall had risen to a very high level in an instant. Then, it disappeared completely in an instant. After a long while, a huge energy reaction of the same level was felt from a short distance below. The energy transfer seemed to have ended. At the same time, the shaking and collapse of the lower hall had lessened a lot. At first, it was shaking like an earthquake. Now, there was only a slight tremor. It was probably some sort of defensive measure that had taken effect. When the situation calmed down a little, the sturdy young man in front of him slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did Qingyu speak. "Old thief, how's the situation?" He had long known that someone was coming behind him. He thought that it was backup and did not have time to arrange for it. When he heard Qingyu's voice, he quickly turned around and stared at Qingyu with wide eyes. "Sissy, why are you here? As you can see, the situation is not good." "Ah, what a headache. I'm afraid that not only will the upper hall be abandoned, but the lower hall will also be lost. Now, we can only save as much as we can. There's a lot of important information in the hall." These are your friends? They're the ones I told you about last time." Qingyu spread his hands and looked further ahead. The battle here was very tense. Many of the failed projects and dangerous lives imprisoned in the lower level were constantly surging up and attacking the defensive line set up by the old thief. Following the principle of saving as much as they could and destroying as much as they could, they did not use their full strength in the battle. More or less, they saved some of them. Of course, Yin Nuashing's opinion was that they did not dare to use their full strength because they were afraid of tearing down the hall and burying them alive with the failed projects. What the hell is going on? The prison hall's defense level should be higher than your imperial palaces. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any power in this area that can break through that layer of defense. Qingyu asked in a low voice as she looked in confusion at the intense battle in front of her. She looked at the people who were retreating to help the injured. "What a coincidence, I thought so too." Old Thief frowned and scratched his head with all his might. When he realized that a few strands of hair had fallen to the ground, he let out a long sigh. "Ah, my hair." He was so worried that he was about to go bald. The core that he had assumed to be eternally cold had suddenly erupted with a powerful energy blast. That level of energy blast should have been insignificant, and there was no need for much vigilance or adjustment. However, the energy blast that should have been charging in all directions suddenly charged towards him as if they had grown eyes, and most of them had landed on the prison hall. With a wave of his hand, he used energy to construct the prison hall's current form. It was broken and split into over 20 parts, and he pointed at several large cracks. It was fortunate that the core was not destroyed all at once when the initial attack landed on these parts. It was also fortunate that the core of this space was not destroyed, or all of us would have to circle around the void. Everything we lost would be lost, and nothing would be recovered. "What do you mean by all of them were charging toward him?" Qingyu was a little taken aback. 90% of the energy blast from the core had landed on the prison hall. Old Thief repeated, his bitter smile even more pronounced. He did not know what had happened from start to finish, and only knew one fact. His building had been torn down. Why would the core suddenly erupt? Wasn't there nothing all this time? Millions of years ago, it was said to be frozen. Ah, uncomfortable. Ah, headache. Yin Nuashing could not help rolling her eyes at Old Thief's nagging. There was a powerful energy seal over the surface of the cold seabed, and there were people monitoring it at all times. If the seal was damaged, they would appear at once to repair it. They definitely would not have discovered the real situation, and with such a thick seal, even Old Thief would need physical contact to probe the situation inside. Whatever the case may be, that is what happened. Let's not talk about the core for now. What should we do now? There are many dangerous creations in the prison hall, and there are many materials left from the research of those creations. Should we save those things? Qin Yu said, waving her hand to interrupt Old Thief's nagging. Most of them can't be saved in... Old Thief looked at the place where the battle was taking place and could not help but frown. And a considerable number of creations can't survive. He paused for a moment and then stared at the model of the prison hall that he had condensed with energy and gritted his teeth. We want to go to the lower levels, but it is too dangerous, and there's a lot of leaked energy that is not easy to deal with. I don't know why they are so slow. The energy from the upper levels has already been transferred to the lower levels, and it would be enough to seal 7 to 9 more levels. Why are they still? My lord, the core of the prison hall is damaged. We can't activate the seals on the lower 3 levels. The sudden voice caused Old Thief's resolute face to darken. His back was bleak and lonely, and a thick sense of tragedy shrouded him. It cannot be dispelled, cut, and sorted out. Yin Nuoxing and the others could not help but want to laugh. Save it. Quickly save it. If the core collapses... My lord, there's no way to save it. There are 6 wounds on the core from direct attacks. Most of its functions have stopped. It will collapse in 2 hours, and the prison hall can't be held. The voice on the other side was also very anxious, and it seemed that the situation was also very urgent. Old Thief's face turned pale. Go to hell, cough cough, things have already come to this, damn it. Then we can only give up, but before we give up, right? How was the suppression array at the bottom level? My lord, the suppression array has also lost its effect. We have lost the last means to suppress the lower 3 levels, and I'm afraid their seals can't be maintained anymore. What a sin. Heavens. Old Thief patted the wall beside him with a face full of bitterness and hatred, causing the prison hall to tremble again. After a while, it returned to normal. It seems that we still have to make a trip down there. The seals on the lower 3 levels can't be reactivated, and with the current defensive power, it will be broken in less than half an hour. At that time, if the truly dangerous life forms imprison their rush out, I'm afraid that even if we banish the prison hall into the void now, it won't solve the problem. If we don't reactivate the suppression array at the bottom level, they can still survive in the void, and they won't be able to last until they are dissolved by the void. Let me interrupt. Why don't you directly get rid of those dangerous creations and instead keep them? Yin Nuoxing finally remembered to interrupt at this moment and hurriedly asked. Old Thief tilted his head and glanced at Qin Yu. Seeing that he nodded, he then said in a low voice, First of all, it's for research. In this line of work, all creations created by our own hands, regardless of whether they are failed creations or defective creations, need to be carefully studied to gather more information. The other reason, he laughed bitterly. Well, we can't get rid of those things either. Yin Nuoxing and the others. The main reason is that we didn't expect the creations to be so powerful. They went berserk directly after emerging from their mother's womb, and they're even more powerful than me. If it weren't for the fact that they were just born, it wouldn't have been easy for us to suppress them. We could only take advantage of the fact that they couldn't move for a long time and fight them until they were tired, and then press them there to keep them in a weak state. After that, we'll find a way to kill them in the future. As Old Thief spoke, a pale shadow appeared on his face again, and he began to mutter in a low voice, F***CK, the heavens. F***CK, my luck. I've been unlucky all my life. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched violently, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. All right, it wasn't that he couldn't understand the situation. If the heavenly origin god used his own origin and several types of energy to create a life form, There was indeed a probability that it could create a life form more powerful than himself due to the abnormalities between the energies. However, there was also a limit to this. After all, there were rules and restrictions. For example, at his level, he definitely couldn't create a life form that was in the Yuansha realm from the mother's womb. So he could only think that this guy at the fourth sky of origin was really too unlucky. There's still a lot of important information in the lower 3 levels. Now's not the time to think about information. The seal might break in 5 minutes. With their strength, they'll be able to break the seal into particles in less than half an hour after they recover. How unlucky. Heavens. How do I activate that formation? Seeing that the sad guy was still beating his chest and stamping his feet, Yin Nuashing and the others didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They couldn't help but shake their heads, and he took a step forward and said, "Then, if you still have something you want from that place, and if you still have something you want from this moment, how about we make a deal?" Song. What did you say? Old Thief was stunned when he heard this. He turned his head and saw Yin Nuashing looking at him with a very serious expression. He couldn't help but scratch the hair in front of his forehead again. What deal? Your information? The information about those creations. I only want the basic information, such as energy circulation, the most basic habits, and so on. They have their unique characteristics compared to normal life forms. I don't want that kind of information about a single individual. Also, I need a quota for the soul ascension ceremony. Yin Nuashing finished in one breath. Old Thief was slightly stunned, and his eyes flickered. Agree to it. That's it. Use my quota. Before Old Thief could speak, Qing Yu spoke first, and the former was slightly stunned. He thought for a moment, waited in his heart, and nodded. This is not a problem. Then, can you solve the problem in front of us? Yes. Yin Nuashing nodded. Do you want to dismantle the entire hall, or save a part of it? Is there anything you want to preserve? Is there any special life form that you can't kill? Is there anything you can't fight? Is there anything you can't be scared of? Or, headache. Stop. Don't say any more. I'll go with you. We'll talk after we see it. Old Thief hurriedly waved his hand. He felt a headache coming on when he heard him smash down a series of things. Yin Nuashing thought for a moment and nodded. That's fine. Old Thief heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He waved his hand and shouted, "Everyone, retreat to the first line of defense. Act according to the deployment, just now. Team 6, quickly come back and assist in the defense. You don't have much time left. Don't do anything else before we come back. After 2 hours, retreat without any orders and give up on the prison hall. The core of the 3rd floor has been destroyed, and the prison hall is basically unusable. We have an hour, and after an hour, if we can't succeed, we'll have to retreat. Before that, the prison hall must be banished into the void, or it will affect this space. In the end, whether or not we can activate the suppression formation or save anything, we'll have to retreat. I'll try to reverse the flow of energy from the core and detonate the prison hall when it enters the void, destroying all those things. 2 hours is plenty of time. It's not a problem." Yin Nuashing shrugged, indicating that there was no pressure at all. "Don't worry. Although we came from a low-level area, we are much more powerful than you think." After that, Old Thief handed over the armor and robes again. Yin Nuashing waved his hand and said, "We don't need these. We can handle it ourselves. You just have to pay attention to your own safety." Old Thief had nothing else to say. He nodded and began to prepare. "I will use the remaining energy of the prison hall to teleport us directly to the 5th floor. We may be attacked as soon as we come out. Be prepared." While he was preparing, the people guarding the front line were also following orders and retreating bit by bit. Some of them were dragging the unconscious creations, and some were retreating with injuries. When they were retreating, they did not forget to take care of the people around them who were also covering for them. They were moving toward the entrance of the 2nd floor where they were. Footsteps were also heard on the 1st floor. A batch of reinforcements had arrived. Among them were those who were dressed like assassins. There were also some who wore a swordsman hat and carried a lot of weapons that did not seem to be useful. There were quite a lot of them. The tragic atmosphere with sorrowful faces made it seem like they were ready to die on the battlefield. The clothes of your family's combatants are still so unique. Qingyu could not help but say when she saw hundreds of people rushing over. Old Thief laughed dryly and focused on preparing for the teleportation. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and extended his hand to see you and Feng Qingwang. The road ahead will be a little messy. You two should hide first. The weakest life forms they would encounter below were probably early heavenly gods. The strongest life forms were a group of uncontrollable life forms around the 4th or 5th heavenly layer of Origin Realm. He did not dare to let Ziyu and Feng Qingwang follow him carelessly. It would be troublesome if something happened. Hide. Where should we hide? The two girls looked at his outstretched hand and subconsciously held it with both hands. Then they were stunned. Where should we hide? Yin Nuoxing squeezed their soft hands and extended his soul force. He guided them. Relax your soul force. Come, take a breath and slowly exhale. Come in. A transparent light flashed across Ziyu and Feng Qinghuang's body. The two girls rushed into his forehead with their soul force. When they came back to their senses, they saw themselves slowly falling from the sky and landing in a courtyard. They could not help but look at each other. Snore. He also heard a soft snoring sound. Turning his gaze, he saw an extremely dreamy and extravagant bed woven from countless flowers and vines in the courtyard. A young girl with a pair of wings on her back was curled up on the bed of flowers. She was hugging a purple ball that flickered with the light of a nebula. She was sleeping peacefully, and her 3-meter-wide wings covered Tao Heaven's face. The little girl looked as if she was about to be suffocated by the wings, and her body twisted and turned restlessly. Yin Nuoxing and the two girls cough. This is my spiritual world. You two can walk around freely. Yin Nuoxing said. After thinking for a while, he said, this place can build a house. If you want cough, do whatever you want. Heavens, what did he just say? Now that he said that, wouldn't he see a strange cave or mansion the next time he entered the spiritual world? Don't touch the mountains and rivers in the distance. Don't touch them. Don't touch them. He warned. Those were the origin energies. Heavens, he did not even say anything. He was done for. He was already used to the group of girls causing trouble in his spiritual world. Looking at the two girls whose eyes suddenly became sharp, he guessed that they did not have any good intentions. Let's go. Old Thief shouted. The teleportation circle flashed fiercely and disappeared with Qing Yu and Yin Nuoxing. The sudden change of vision made Yin Nuoxing, who had turned into a sad person, return to her serious state. A thick layer of energy light appeared in front of them and dissipated little by little, revealing the scene behind. They appeared in midair. It was a huge hall with walls on all sides like the second floor. One of the walls even had an exaggeratedly huge hole. However, there was still a magic circle that barely maintained its integrity. Those creatures with poor brains did not seem to have thought of leaving from there. Below them, they could see many magic circles and domains built by the magic circles. There were also many strange, small buildings, but they were all broken. Other than that, there were hundreds of creatures below, all of whom looked particularly ferocious and twisted. Bang! Yin Nuoxing waved her hand casually, and a group of cannon fodder flew out with a force. There was an empty space for them to land. The 5 of them landed uniformly and began to rub their hands together as they looked at the dangerous creatures that were constantly approaching them. Are there any taboos? Are there any that you can't bear to kill? Are there any special models? If not, I'm going to start fighting. Hui used his elbow to poke Old Thief and opened his mouth to slap Old Thief's face. Old Thief smiled bitterly and quickly looked at the hall on the 5th floor. He shook his head before those strange creatures were about to go berserk. If possible, keep the place. There's nothing else. Okay, Hui responded. His figure turned into a golden light and shot out in an instant. He rushed into the middle of a group of crazy creatures and smashed those strange-looking creatures into pieces. The ground was full of broken limbs. Yin Nuoxing grabbed a creature that looked like a combination of a big turtle and a big octopus that was charging at her face. With a straight punch, She caved in its face and shattered its turtle shell. After confirming that it had fainted, she threw it behind her and clapped her hands before continuing to walk forward. Jing Yuanji waved her hand. The space solidified and smashed down, smashing a large group of creatures into confusion. She waved her other hand again and threw the fainted creatures to the place where Yun Nuoxing had thrown them. Then, she followed the ladder and continued to walk forward. Old Thief was stunned at this moment. Qing Yu still had a smile on her face. Seeing the former in a daze, she patted his shoulder. "What are you staring at? If there's anything you want to recycle, go quickly." Oh, recycle. That's right, recycle." Old Thief's body quivered. He hurriedly rushed to those almost dimmed formations and took out a 2-inch-tall, triangular black crystal from the core of those formations. Following the appearance of these crystals, those formations that had persisted bitterly until now also quietly disappeared. Yin Nuoxing watched this scene with the back of her head, showing an interested look. The black crystal was the core of the array, recording the information of the array and the information collected during the operation of the array. Although it was not like him, who could get the array to directly feed back the information to him, the advantage was that he could leave a record for others to see. In case the person who set up the array died, compared with the previous world, the environment here is really kind. Jing Yuanji clapped her hands and said casually, "Finally, there's no more. Such an exaggerated number." She made a huge, exaggerated gesture with both hands. She still remembered that after the battle in the spirit-gathering continent, Qing Jun had madly muttered in her ear, "Can't kill them all. Can't kill them all." Thinking about this situation, she felt a headache. Finally, there were not so many things for them to kill here. It would only take a few minutes to clean it up. Yin Nuoxing glanced at her and suddenly pretended to smile profoundly. "Little girl, you're too young. Think about the 2 worlds we've encountered before. Do you think the situation in this world will be easier? No. This is just a remote place, a corner where birds don't lay eggs, and it's just a small hall. Don't forget that we were dealing with the power of the entire world before. This time if..." Hee. After hearing this, Jing Yuanji's legs began to soften. She stared at Lord Feng with tears in her eyes. She instantly felt that she was about to become a tragic figure. If this world also had that kind of power, there would probably be more Origin Realm enemies joining this time. Thinking of that situation, she wanted to faint. Chapter 14:16. The hall was filled with distorted energy that did not dissipate. It seemed to be released by those unstable life forms. Compared to the perfectly integrated, distorted energy on Qing Yu and the others, the energy that permeated here was more destructive, just like the situation in the spirit-gathering continent. The destructive, distorted energy distorted the solid structure of the hall, the corridor, and the walls into a strange painting. Those life forms that were blinded by the distorted energy charged at Yin Nuoxing and the others 12 times without any regard for their lives. Then they were all thrown behind and piled up into a 100-meter-high mountain. They were all unconscious, and only a few dozen of them could not withstand the beating. Only some fragments were casually piled at the bottom of the mountain. Old Crook energetically dealt with the remaining magic circles in the hall that had not been destroyed. He took away all the information that could be picked up and also some of the limbs of some strange life forms on the mountain. Meanwhile, Qing Yu was inspecting the space to see if there was any place that had been missed. However, this destruction is truly thorough. Yin Nuoxing looked around. The distorted energy lingered in the hall. He was too lazy to deal with it. He only opened a barrier to isolate the energy that could only make him feel a little uncomfortable. Seeing Jing Yuanji come over, he opened the barrier a little wider. They also walked around the hall, observing the hall, and at the same time, bypassing the places where there were traces of cracks and destruction of the rules that were entangled by the distorted energy. This kind of energy was extremely destructive. Just by accumulating this kind of energy, the structure of the hall had already become much weaker. The result of that kind of destruction would only appear after being washed away by time for countless years. "Lord Feng, look here." Jing Yuanji suddenly noticed something. She quickly reached out and grabbed Yin Nuoxing's arm. Yin Nuoxing turned his head and saw a sunken hole where Jing Yuanji's finger was pointing. 1/3 of the energy in the hall was gathering there, condensing into a dense mass of distorted energy. At first, the mass of energy should still be on the ground. Now it had sunk into the ground, breaking a big hole in the floor of the hall. The big hole was not connected to the lower floor, but to the void. There was a high concentration of distorted energy below the hole. Once someone fell in, they would first be washed by the distorted energy. Then, like a typhoon, they would be thrown into the void and thrown to an inexplicable place. Tilting his head to look at Old Thief and Qingyu, who were busy with their work, Yin Nuoxing turned back and waved his hand to erase the distorted area. He casually shook his hand. They were not afraid, but if these two fellows fell down, they might not be able to come up. Casually erasing the danger in the hall on this floor seemed superfluous, but it would make it more convenient for Qingyu and Old Thief to do their work. Anyway, that level of trouble could be easily dealt with. They were still suppressing their own energy. If they did not suppress it, they would be able to push back the collapsed hall. It's done. It's fine here. My painstaking efforts. The results of these hundreds of thousands of years. Let's go to the next floor. Old Thief waved his hand to indicate that they could go to the next floor. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and looked at the pile of creatures that he had created with his own hands. A sense of sadness arose spontaneously, and he could not help but sigh. His face was full of sorrow. Seeing this, Yin Nuoxing and the others wished that they could use a mass of energy to shut this guy's mouth. After skimming through this place, surrounded by distorted energy, the passage to the next floor was slightly safer. There was not too much energy surrounding it. Qingyu and Old Thief checked their equipment and replenished their energy. After confirming that there was no problem, they continued to follow Yin Nuoxing and the others. After walking down for a few minutes, they suddenly saw something on the ground. Old Thief jumped over and picked it up. His eyes narrowed slightly. This is the 6th floor? Hey, why are there people inside? Didn't you withdraw your men? As soon as Yin Nuoxing and the others walked into the hall of the 6th floor, what rushed into their eyes was the intense, burning, distorted energy. The energy concentration was frighteningly high, and its form changed uncontrollably under such circumstances. Usually, without any guidance, these energies would turn into a sea of fire. It seemed to be burning, but it would not release heat or burn. It would only melt the objects attached to it bit by bit with a high concentration of energy. The situation in the hall of the 6th floor was even more dangerous. Furthermore, there was a light green energy barrier in the hall that was surrounded by dozens of creatures. Inside the barrier were 5 people who were struggling to move forward with difficulty. Their attire was similar to the people that they had seen before they came down. Group 6. Didn't I tell you to retreat? Why did you come to the 6th floor? Everyone immediately rushed into the hall. When Old Thief saw that it was the members of Group 6 who had just sneaked into the 3rd floor to close the core, he could not help but widen his eyes. Out of concern, he was about to take a step forward when Yin Nuoxing suddenly grabbed his arm and pulled it back. A raging, uncontrollable energy suddenly surged in front of him and pierced through the wall at the other end of the hall. Old Thief was so scared that his face was covered in cold sweat. My lord! The members of Group 6 who were surrounded also saw the people rushing in from the entrance. Their faces turned pale as they quickly shouted, My lord, retreat quickly. These beasts are crazy. Ugh. Before they could finish their words, the crazy creatures that surrounded them were slapped by Yin Nuoxing and the others to the wall at the front of the hall. They were squeezed into skewers, then fell to the ground together and fainted. The members of Group 6 were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Their faces were blank. However, they could still see that the crisis was over. They immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Old Thief quickly walking over, the person who was probably the leader saluted and said respectfully, My lord, the path from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor is completely blocked. We can't delay them until they show a gap, so we can only go down and hope that we can open the suppression circle at the bottom floor. Please punish us for acting without permission. All right, I'll punish you with a hammer. Old Thief waved his hand, and the hall of the sixth floor immediately quieted down. Most of the distorted energy calmed down. He was also surprised. He looked at Yin Nuoxing, only to see him smile and wave his hand. He suddenly understood. Time is of the essence. Hurry up and pack up everything left on this floor. Since you're here, come with us. The leader nodded heavily. As he packed up the runic stones glowing with blue light under his feet, he reported the barrier stone still has 70% energy left. It's enough to block a 4th layer origin source attack for 5 minutes, or a 5th layer origin source attack for 1 minute. It should come in handy. Yin Nuoxing saw him crouch down to pack up, and only then did he notice that there were a dozen palm-sized stones floating a foot off the ground. Those stones were arranged in a special formation around them, forming a tough energy barrier. It was probably this barrier that allowed Group 6 to last until they arrived. My lord, the sealed door has been attacked again. A member of Group 6 said in a deep voice, since we arrived, the door has already been attacked 13 times. Each attack is stronger than the last. I'm afraid it won't be able to last much longer. Hearing the other party's words, Yin Nuoxing turned his gaze to the front of the hall of the 6th floor. There was a door there, and there was a large amount of spatial energy flowing around the door. The space behind the door was probably no longer a situation of descending stairs. Putting that aside, there was already so much distorted energy inside that he could pinch his nose through the door. The members of Group 6 surrounded the door, but they did not dare to come within 100 meters of it. There was a huge pressure preventing them from advancing. If the energy hidden behind the door suddenly erupted, let alone the 3rd floor or the 6th floor, the energy would probably reach the upper floors of the prison and turn everything into ashes. No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like it can last for more than 2 hours. Yin Nuoxing quickly walked past the members of Group 6 and walked to the door under their fearful gazes. He took a deep breath and suddenly clenched his right hand into a fist. He slowly raised it and swung it out, as if he was practicing martial arts. He lightly punched the door. Although he said he punched the door, from Jing Yuanji's point of view, he only raised his fist and pressed it against the door. Then, the whole hall quieted down. There was no sound at all. There was no more violent energy at the door, and there was no more movement. It became dead silent all of a sudden. Even Jing Yuanji was stunned for a moment. She didn't feel anything just now, as if the matter was already over. This should be enough. Yin Nuoxing casually clapped his hands. The creatures on the 7th floor and the last 2 floors were completely out of control. These 3 floors were like the deepest part of hell, filled with completely out of control, distorted energy. The energy could not be channeled and could not be discharged into the void. It was recklessly tumbling and surging in a narrow space. Sooner or later, the entire fragile hall would be blown away. He heard that they could last for 2 hours, but he personally sensed that the energy riot on the lower 3 floors was probably 100 times more serious than what Old Thief had imagined. With that amount of energy turbulence, the prison hall would become a thing of the past in less than an hour. They would not be able to last until the people above retreated. In this situation, where there was an excessive amount of distorted energy, there was no way to contact the people guarding the hall. What are you all standing here for? Yin Nuoxing looked at the stunned members of Group 6 and waved his hand. Time is of the essence now. We have been forced to give up on many things. While we can still move, hurry up and say some things. What are you all standing there for? The leader of Group 6 shuddered and quickly nodded. He grabbed one member in each hand and hurried towards Old Thief to help clean up the broken core of the magic circle and the broken pieces of the creations on the ground. We will go in and take a look. You all can take your time behind. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand at Qing Yu and called Hui over. Then he slapped the door in front of him. The appearance of the 7th floor appeared in front of them in an instant. As he expected, there was not a staircase or half of a passage behind it. There was another space behind it, a space that was connected to the 6th floor. The connection between the 2 spaces was completely dependent on this portal that had spatial fluctuations. Yin Nuoxing's hands swiped across the door that was more than 10 meters wide to maintain the stability of the portal. Then, he stepped into the space of the 7th floor. with a surge of spatial energy that was not too strong. He could tell that he had walked into another space. He turned his head and saw a wall. The door on this side was still there, but there was an open door hanging on the door. It was as if there were two doors here. One was closed and one was open. He had to look at it from the side to notice that there were two doors. Then there was the front. Feng, look at these things. They have all turned into sculptures. Hui was jumping on a giant beast that was hundreds of feet tall, waving and shouting at them. Yin Nuoxing also noticed that the creatures on the 7th floor were very different from those they had seen before. They were all engraved with scarlet energy patterns. When he touched the patterns with his hand, he could feel a texture between cotton and sponge. It was also like blood vessels. They were not just engraved on the surface of the skin. These things really grew out of the body. The concentration of distorted energy in this hall was even higher. It was almost tangible, but all of them were frozen in the last scene of them churning, including the dozens of huge deep-sea monsters here. Jing Yuanji only just noticed the strangeness of this hall. All the energy had disappeared, and there was no energy reaction. Even though there were so many lifelike energies in front of her that could be seen with the naked eye, she could not feel any energy at all. She pinched the energy that had solidified into sculptures with her hand and broke off a piece of it. Lord Feng, these sculptures are... She looked at Lord Feng with some confusion. She remembered that he was the one who lightly punched the door, and the whole hall became like this. It's just frozen energy. It's nothing. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand and said casually. He looked up at the many huge sculptures that were close at hand and said, I found that after these creations went out of control, almost 90% of their body structure turned into energy, distorted energy. So, this is the best way to deal with them. Want to defrost? Jing Yuanji poked a huge sculpture next to her. Yin Nuoxing shook his head. It's completely frozen. Don't even think about moving for 2 days. Leaving the bodies here is purely for them. Yin Nuoxing did not find anything special after observing for a while. He tried to touch the magic circles that were left behind to see if he could touch the core, like Qing Yu and the others. The result was that he almost destroyed 2 of the magic circles. Helpless, he could only ignore it as it was not his field of expertise. After the 7th floor, the 8th floor did not have any passageways, stairs, or any other gaps. There was not even a portal, and it was directly connected. However, there were no oceanic behemoths on the 8th floor, only broken magic circles and cages. Those behemoths probably squeezed into the 7th floor. There were not many creatures on these 2 floors, but each one was more powerful than the other. Aside from the cages, there were also some unknown pieces of equipment. However, the damage on the 8th floor was more severe. Even though the energy was completely frozen, the space was still in a gloomy and distorted state. Thick smoke drifted, and the ground and walls were left with charred marks from a fire. As for the 9th floor, there was a large door between the 8th and 9th floor. The door was still preserved by a very powerful seal. It was quiet behind the door, but the movement of energy could be felt. The movement is really exaggerated. Hui stood in front of the door, looked up at the 100-meter-tall door, and then looked at the 10,000-meter-high ceiling. He could not help but smack his lips. It was quiet all around, but he said that the movement was very big. Yin Nuoxing did not find anything wrong with it, because the movement was indeed very big. The movement of energy behind the door was not ordinary. It was equivalent to a life form at the peak of the 5th firmament of origin, constantly releasing energy from behind, filling every corner of the 9th floor with energy. The space inside was probably stuffed into a huge body of energy, ready to explode at any time. However, there was no big movement on the surface. Everything was carried out in silence. Yin Nuoxing patted the door and frowned. If we open the door, it will probably explode. The violent energy concentration is very high. If we freeze it rashly, we won't be able to freeze the whole thing in an instant. It will also destroy the balance, and it will also explode. To do that, we need to use more energy. Don't worry. Hui nudged him with his elbow, grinned, and gave him a thumbs up. A real man should be able to open the door fearlessly in the face of the energy of an entire hall. Yin Nuoxing pulled Jing Yuanji back a step and raised his hand high. Please, start your performance. I'm afraid I'll fly out. Then what are you talking about? Yin Nuoxing rolled his eyes. The three of them were, of course, not afraid of the level of energy behind the door. Even if it was 10 million times stronger, they would not be afraid. Even if they exposed their chests and took a direct hit, they would be fine. At most, they would be a little embarrassed. The problem was that they did not want to be embarrassed for no reason. Feng Lingjun, wait for me. You're running too fast. Qin Yu's shout was accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Yin Nuoxing turned around and saw a sissy in a white robe running over the collapsing cracks like a girl. The sissy stopped beside him and said without panting, "How did you guys get in so quickly? That's the door to the 9th floor. I haven't been here for a long time. What's behind the door?" Yin Nuoxing pointed at the door with his thumb. It did not move, but was actually on the verge of collapse. The movement behind the door is really big. I think that old bastard would be killed if he went in. What did you guys do to create such a level of creation? The 9th floor. Qin Yu looked at the closed door quietly. He could also feel the violent and deadly energy behind the door. He could not help but let out a long breath and said with a nostalgic tone, "There's only one creation on the 9th floor. It's a very smart guy. If there's a problem with the prison hall, it's actually the first to break free. It's also the most dangerous guy in the entire hall." Yin Nuoxing saw that Qin Yu was reminiscing. He held back for a while and did not say anything. Then, Qin Yu said, "Actually, the guy inside has something to do with me." Yin Nuoxing glanced at him and gestured with his chin for him to continue. Qin Yu nodded and looked at the door. "This is a pure failure. It's the first creation of Huoda and his brothers after I took over the responsibility." Huh? Yin Nuoxing and the other two were stunned. The answer was a little beyond their imagination. Huoda, Huoxiaohua, and the others also have a self-cycle. When they grow to a certain point, they will leave a seed that contains all of them. Their original body will turn into a huge amount of energy and life force and dissipate into the ocean, waiting for the moment of rebirth. The new next generation will carry everything of the previous generation, except for the memories. So, every cycle is actually a new life. But in the past, before I took over the responsibility, there was no such cycle. The previous king, my father, they needed to create the light in the sea according to an accurate schedule. Huoda and the others' efficiency of converting light and heat was very low. It often took more than 30 cycles to maintain the heat of this world. Creations that cannot be cycled are actually failed creations in this world. They do not have a self-cycle and cannot enter the cycle of the environment. Such creations are not recognized. So, when I was chased back and took over the responsibility, I tried to change it. My father and the others had already explored it to a certain extent. I just needed to find a breakthrough. Qin Yu crossed his hands and wrapped his long white robe. He pursed his lips for a long time. Changing them from physical life forms to energy life forms was actually a breakthrough. It was my idea, but because we had never seen any energy life forms, there were many things that we could not understand clearly. Even if we used all our power to deduce, it was difficult to deduce a result out of thin air. But I still did it. The result of my impatience is, as you can see, he waved his hand and pointed ahead. The creature that kept emitting violent and distorted energy on the 9th floor was the product of his first mistake. I'm probably lucky. Qin Yu laughed dryly. After the first failure, it took 20 years of dedicated research to create the current big flame, medium flame, and small flame. They have also self-cycled twice and have remained stable. But the first failure is still a result that cannot be erased. Creating life forms that had never been seen before out of thin air was a feat that even Yin Nuoxing could not help but applaud. Energy life forms were no secret to people like them who had seen many things, but Qin Yu and the others had never seen them before. They probably only had vague memories of the names of such life forms. At most, they might know what kind of existence they were, but he had no way of knowing more about the laws and concepts. Under such circumstances, it only took 20 years to change a life form from a physical form to an energy form. Even if those in the divine realm knew about the laws and concepts, they would still have to pay a great price to change it. The difficulty was no less than the destructive calamity of entering the realm of reincarnation, let alone Qing Yu and the others. To be honest, it could be considered a miracle to have achieved results after only one failure. And then, Yun Nuoxing waved his hand in front of Hao Run to snap him back to reality. What happened after the boss of the Tri-Flame clan came out? When Blackfire came out, it was in a completely berserk state. Unstable energy had taken over its body. It was a disaster. Back then, it took the combined forces of the Northern and Southern Empires, as well as 80% of the Eastern Domain's forces to suppress it. The Western Empire did their best to keep this world from being destroyed. In short, it took a lot of effort to imprison Blackfire in the Great Hall of Detention. Qing Yu sighed faintly, his completely calm face looking a little strained. "Oh, sorry for interrupting your memories." Yin Oshing suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm. "Your Blackfire seems to have a problem with your arrival." Qing Yu tilted his head and was stunned. In just a short while, Yin Nuoxing had pulled him and Jing Yuanji away like a flash of light. Hui also suddenly had goosebumps all over his body as he sensed something. With a loud cry, he followed them out of the 8th floor. Boom! The door that separated the 8th and 9th floors was suddenly blasted into powder by a burst of energy after they rushed out. Monstrous black flames accompanied by scarlet, distorted energy flooded the 8th floor like a sea of fire. Hui, who was one step slower but had just left the 8th floor and hid behind Yin Oxing's energy barrier, looked at the black flames sweeping over behind him and could not help but wipe his sweat. He looked at Qing Yu in a daze. "This resentment is not ordinary. Why don't you go up and say something? Maybe it wants to catch up with you." Ow! Yin Nuoxing smashed a fist on the head of the indecent guardian. Looking at the waves of flames and distorted energy that were getting more and more violent, she could not help but shake her head. Looking at the situation, Blackfire did not seem like it wanted to catch up with the past. Maybe it wanted to swallow Qing Yu whole. Chapter 14:17. The monstrous sea of black flames completely occupied the space behind the energy barrier. Within the tumbling flames, there was another type of energy that was even more violent and dangerous. It had turned into an accelerant, causing the flames to burn even more thoroughly. That energy was mixed with several emotions, and they were all emotions that Yin Nuoxing was most familiar with: violence, hatred, and mania. Compared to this kind of crazy energy, the giant beasts on the 7th and 8th floors were simply little lambs. Even Yin Nuoxing could not help but be moved. The feeling of wanting to let his flames burn the entire world simply made him see another version of himself. Bang! A huge energy shock wave erupted from the sea of flames and collided with the energy barrier, causing it to tremble. The energy that exploded turned into black flames that scattered throughout the entire space. Following that, several violent energy shock waves attacked, but they were all blocked by the energy barrier. However, the shock waves produced when the two sides collided caused the walls of the hall to collapse even more severely. Cracks spread to the corners of the walls, and it was likely that this space would not be able to withstand more than a few attacks from the black flames. A sharp and angry roar came from the sea of flames. It was unknown whether it was because they were not in the sea or because the leader of the Three Hua clan was particularly different, but even that voice sounded particularly ear-piercing. The sound waves seemed to contain a powerful shock wave. Hearing this roar, Qing Yu suddenly pressed his ears and squatted down with a pale face. A shock wave in the form of sound. Yin Nuoxing squeaked to Hui. He nodded in understanding and raised his hand to wave it in front of his eyes. The energy barrier flickered because of this. The sound that surged in was still there, but it was not as ear-piercing as before. Yin Nuoxing squatted down and looked at Qing Yu. That ear-piercing impact of the laws had been blocked outside, and he had also caught his breath. Oh, if it wasn't for his face being too pale, Yin Nuoxing wouldn't have been able to determine whether he was fine or not. Damn it, he was just paralyzed on one side. Couldn't he at least show some fear or discomfort at this moment? What was with that incomparably calm expression as if he was about to sacrifice his life in the next second. Are you all right? Qingyu tilted her head to look at him and nodded lightly. I'm all right. Qingyu stood up with Yin Nuoxing's help. He looked at the sea of fire that was constantly attacking the barrier and couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't see the situation inside, but he could feel a gaze filled with violence and resentment. It had been locked onto him ever since the door to the 9th floor collapsed along with the wall. Its target was him, although I don't know what you're thinking of. Yin Nuoxing saw a lot of meanings in his eyes. After a while, she turned her head to look at the sea of fire. Don't be silly, lest you add to the trouble. Black fire may be very powerful to you, and it may be a name full of trauma and sadness. But, to put it bluntly, it is not an existence that cannot be destroyed. For us, it won't take much effort to kill it. Mainly you. Me? Qingyu raised his head to look at the side of her face, and his expression changed slightly. That's right, it's mainly him. It's a failure, but it's also your family's child. For now, there are 4 of us here. Well, at most, we can count those who are running over from behind. The biggest decision is yours, Yin Nuoxing said softly. What do you plan to do? Don't say I don't know at this time. This hall looks like it can't hold on any longer. If you hesitate now, something bad will really happen. Yin Nuoxing saw the confusion in his eyes and hurriedly smacked him on the head. If you're a man, then be ruthless. You can either seal it or kill it. Be ruthless? Qingyu's cheeks trembled slightly, and he smiled bitterly. He looked at the sea of fire that was already unable to restrain its anger, and his brows furrowed slightly. His calm expression finally broke, and he gritted his teeth. Can you subdue it first? Yin Nuoxing saw that he finally showed a different expression and couldn't help but laugh. Well, I'll leave the rest to you, right? I know. Hui, it's time to work. Oh. Hui laughed and nodded. They were suppressing their strength, but it was about the same level as black fire. This scene was just like the scene in SUA that day. When they were facing the Supreme, they couldn't use their full strength. UNG, you don't have to go in. Help to stabilize the space of the hall. Don't let black fire not burn the hall down, but collapse it because of us. Yin Nuoxing patted Jing Yuanji's back, and then rushed into the barrier with Hui in a flash. Jing Yuanji heard the order and subconsciously used her strength to stabilize the space. After a moment, she heard the name clearly, and her expression was a little unnatural, and her pretty face was slightly red. Mei Mao stared at the sea of fire and couldn't help but mutter, Lord Feng is getting closer and closer. Stepping lightly on a rolling black fire wave, the flames suddenly broke away from the control of the sea of fire and rushed forward with Yin Nuoxing's footsteps. Hui was 2 meters away from him, floating in the air. The 2 of them stared straight ahead. There was no need to be vigilant of other places. There was no need to look at other places. The guy did not intend to hide his figure, and they did not intend to do so either. The sea of fire in front of them was suddenly pierced by a powerful force, and 2 huge flame pillars came from the front. They hit the space 10 feet in front of Yin Nuoxing and Hui and exploded into flames. They circled around the 2 of them a few times and then slowly fell into the sea of fire below. Buzz, the owner of this flame territory, let out an angry roar. This time, it sounded a little similar to the sound of the 3 fires, but it had a completely different flavor. In the space hundreds of feet around Yin Nuoxing and Hui, dozens of black fire tornadoes filled with scarlet energy suddenly appeared. The crazy, tearing force, accompanied by the energy that was enough to annihilate the rules, crashed towards them from all directions. Yin Nuoxing stretched out his hand and pressed on his long hair and robe that were messed up by the strong wind. He opened his mouth and blew lightly. Before those fire tornadoes could come within 10 feet of him, they once again shattered into sparks that filled the sky. He raised his left hand and lightly snapped his fingers. There was a sudden burst of energy deep in the sea of fire. The monstrous energy was absorbed by the exploding energy ball and turned into a continuous energy shock wave that spread out in all directions, causing the sea of fire to become turbulent. Don't you plan to show yourself? Yin Nuoxing looked at the burst of dazzling energy and showed a strange smile. Energy life forms are extremely rare to you, and there are only 3, 4 of you in this world. But to us, energy life forms are as common as cabbages. Do you really think you can deal with us by hiding and locking onto us with your aura? Or do you think this will be safe? There was no movement deep in the sea of fire. Only the energy ball kept releasing violent energy. Yin Nuoxing grinned. Hui, break its territory. What? Hui was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. You have better control of energy than me. Why me? I'm afraid I'll kill it. Hui blinked. After a moment, he thought of something and said, Oh, that's true. You don't know how to control your strength. After all, now, seeing that Yin Nuoxing glanced at him with evil intentions, Hui shivered and quickly shut up. Before he was thrown into the sea of fire, he quickly took out the guardian's sword from his chest. The sacred energy turned into a hurricane and swept out. The sea of fire where he stood was pressed down by dozens of feet. The hurricane circled for a while and suddenly turned into circles of tangible energy that swept out in all directions like slow shock waves. Sacred shock. It was not fun to be stared at by a crazy creature that had suppressed its power and his partner. Hui put on an extremely serious expression. The energy was completely condensed in a few breaths. He held the big sword that had become a carrier of sacred energy with both hands. With a light shout, he swung the sword and smashed the space in front of him. The space was like a mirror, and with a soft sound, a large number of cracks appeared. The divine energy rushed into the cracks and the surrounding space at an even faster speed. The cracks were filled with the golden light of divine energy, and they expanded at an astonishing speed. The sea of fire below was condensed into a huge whirlpool by the surging divine energy. When the cracks pierced into the sea of fire, the whirlpool lost its order and was disrupted. A moment later, an earth-shattering sound resounded throughout the prison hall. The space seemed to have turned into a mirror in an instant. At that moment, it was freed from the shackles of the mirror. The sea of fire in the sky retreated toward the space of the 9th floor, as if it was frightened. Yin Nuoxing's motionless figure suddenly turned into a black shadow and swept out. The sea of fire that had spread to every corner of the space of the 2 floors suddenly shrank toward the 9th floor in a dispirited state. It gathered together in the depths of the space and quickly condensed into a huge body. Its complete body had appeared, but it was still relatively dim and transparent, like a shadow and a soul, as if it did not have a physical body. Yin Nuoxing had seen the appearance of that body before. It was exactly the same as Big Fire, except that the color of Black Fire was different. Its entire body was black and scarlet, and its black scales were engraved with scarlet patterns. The lamp hanging on its head also emitted a black and cold light. Yin Nuoxing's figure was like a ghost mixed in with the black flames that were constantly retreating into Black Fire's body. The dark red energy in his hand quickly condensed into a ball. A moment later, the ball began to collapse and continuously gathered toward the inside. Gradually, it condensed into a dark red energy crystal. When it rushed along the sea current to more than 100 meters in front of the huge body, he shouted and threw the energy crystal in his hand. Watching it rush into Black Fire's illusory body along with the flames, he stopped where he was and then turned around and walked outside step by step. Buzz! Everything happened in a short while. From the time when Yin Nuoxing destroyed Black Fire's domain to the time when it condensed its body again, Yin Nuoxing had already walked out for a while. When Black Fire condensed its body again, its pair of eyes that were blurred by distorted energy locked onto Yin Nuoxing, who was casually strolling out below. A hint of brutality suddenly surged in its eyes. Without using any energy to attack, it fell from above like a meteorite. It only remembered to use its black flames while falling. The cold black flames condensed into a densely packed energy spear that pounced toward Yin Nuoxing like raindrops. Just as it was about to attack, Black Fire suddenly heard a faintly discernible voice. Should it be medium rare or medium rare? Qing Yu will probably have to deal with it herself. However, the difference between a 5th heaven and a 2nd heaven is too big. Medium rare doesn't seem to be much of a guarantee. How about 90%? Blackfire's irritable gaze suddenly froze. It looked at the tiny human that was already very close to it. It watched as he ignored all of its attacks. The energy spear rain covered all of his escape routes. The violent energy attacks landed on his body, but he didn't dodge or defend himself. It was as if he already knew that the energy attacks wouldn't affect him. Hui. Oh, you said medium rare, right? Then let's make it medium rare. The pleasant conversation with a faint smile made Blackfire extremely angry. Just as it was about to turn into a meteorite and fall down, a dark red light suddenly flickered in its body. An indescribable destructive energy emerged from its body, and then it suddenly bloomed. The rich destructive energy swept the distorted energy and Blackfire's energy into the core vortex, igniting every bit of energy and causing a violent chain of energy explosions in its body. The extremely violent, destructive energy occupied every inch of its body in an instant. Blackfire's huge body was like a sieve as violent energy attacks erupted from every inch of its body. The excess energy turned into a shock wave and spread out, giving the shattered and almost scarred walls a final blow. The 8th and 9th floors completely collapsed. If it weren't for Jing Yuanji supporting them from the outside, the fragments of the walls would have all fallen down. Yin Nuoxing, Hui, and Blackfire might have been crushed under the rubble. The huge destructive energy from Blackfire's body completely crushed the power of the rules it controlled, as if it had swallowed a bomb. Even its own energy was completely ignited. Part of it was used to detonate the explosion, and the other part was thrown out of its body by the energy. Blackfire's huge, bruised body emitted a dark red energy light, like a falling spaceship drawing a diagonal line in the air as it fell toward the 7th floor. As it fell, it kept dropping debris. Those scales and black fur balls fell down like the parts of a collapsing spaceship. Yun Nuoxing's energy transformed into an umbrella, blocking the scales and the huge dark ball of light that were about to smash down on his head. The surrounding space trembled as the huge object streaked across the space above his head. He couldn't help but raise his head. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a black shadow from the corner of his eye. He was stunned for a moment. He only had time to see the back half of Blackfire's dark body. A piece of its tail that looked like a ray fell and hit his face, making him feel depressed. Yin Nuoxing took off the huge piece of tissue that was stuck on his face. He sniffled and was stunned. That's not right. Why is it 90% done? We helped him carry the piece of tissue forward. When he heard what we said, he couldn't help but say, I told you that you don't know how to control your strength. That's why I let you roast at 70%. Isn't it 90% done? If I let you roast at 90% at the beginning, Blackfire wouldn't even have a breath left. Yin Nuoxing's eyes drifted. I understand. Well, I can't calculate it so accurately when I'm suppressing the energy. I try my best. Hey, anyway, you don't know how to control your strength. Hey, stop. I'm wrong. Don't hit me. Do you want to know the real reason? Yin Nuoxing raised his hand and was about to beat him up. He was slightly stunned when he heard Huey's words. He looked at Hui, who was holding his head with one hand and holding the skate-like thing with the other. He frowned. What's the real reason? You don't know how to control your strength. Okay, I'll say it for the last time. Put down that stick. Hui pointed at him and trembled as he stepped back. Yin Nuoxing waved the stick in his hand. He curled his lips and put it away. Ahem. Hui coughed softly and looked at him seriously. He said, since you controlled the origin energy, I've noticed that your control over your own energy is getting worse and worse. Yin Nuoxing frowned. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. He squeezed them hard, allowing some energy to circulate in his body. A moment later, he shook his head. I don't feel that way. I feel that everything is fine. Well, it's the origin energy after all. It's normal that you can't feel it clearly, but I can see it very clearly. Hui shrugged. But I can't help you too much. I don't know much about the problem of the origin energy. You can only solve this by yourself. Take the origin energy and your own energy apart and see. I can only give you some hints that you can think of. Hui took 2 or 3 steps away and looked at Yun Nuoxing, who was deep in thought. He could not help but say, "Otherwise, you can't explain the situation where your strength is getting worse and worse. It's true. You just didn't notice it. Recently, there hasn't been any battle that's worth you using your full strength. Plus, I've been fusing with you to make up for this small flaw. So we didn't notice it. Well, I just noticed it. If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have noticed it." Without waiting for Yun Nuoxing to come back to his senses, the little angel whispered in his soul again. He looked at the mountains, lakes, and rivers in the distance of the spiritual world and could not help but shake his head. Although the origin energy was a good thing, the most frightening thing was that it could not withstand it. And according to the current situation, perhaps a little bit of drawback had already emerged. Since both people had said so, it seemed that it was not wrong. Moreover, one of them was sleeping in his soul. He could not help but let out a long sigh. When the black fire in front of him hit the energy barrier and ended with a violent roar, he looked up and clenched his hands hard. His arms were cracking all over. After that, he walked forward as if nothing had happened. "Forget it. We'll talk about it when the time comes." Hui heard the indifferent and fearless voice behind him. He could not help but turn around. He saw someone walking with his head half raised and looking at the world with disdain. Hui was stunned for a moment. Forget it. You mean? Anyway, I'm not the one who's going to die. What does it have to do with me?" Yun Nuoxing spread his hands with a look of disdain. "First, it won't affect me from casting the magic circle. Second, it won't affect me from beating people up. It's just a matter of whether I'm serious or not. It won't affect my energy circulation, right? Why do you care so much? We'll talk about it when we have time. It won't affect me if it doesn't affect me from beating people up." Huey's face twitched violently. This guy had chosen the option of not being a human again. After all, they were going to die. Wait, that's not right. Anyway, those things that he had to deal with now did not need to be treated as humans. So what if they died? But why did it sound a little awkward? The energy barrier had been lifted. Qing Yu trotted in front of the black fire when it fell. When she saw that it was on the verge of death, her hand trembled slightly. Yun Nuoxing looked at the master and pet. He could not help but sigh softly. He looked at Jing Yuanji and nodded. Jing Yuanji knew what that look meant without any instructions. She nodded gently and took 2 steps forward to guard the place in case there were any accidents. Yun Nuoxing glanced at Qing Yu, who didn't know what expression she should show. In short, that extremely calm expression finally collapsed. Looking at her somewhat delicate and pitiful appearance, he sighed and pulled Hui towards the 9th level. He didn't really want to see that scene. Chapter 14:18. The 9th floor of the prison hall was so clean that there was no debris. Standing at the door, one could see the damaged walls of the hall, the shattered floor, the debris, and the things that existed on the 9th floor had disappeared along with the black sea of fire. It was clear at a glance that it was a mess, and there was nothing left. It's so clean. That fire burned everything away. Hui walked beside Yun Nuoxing on the collapsed floor of the hall. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot from time to time, and all the dangerous cracks on the ground disappeared. As for the wall, there was no need to repair it. After a while, when Jing Yuanji opened up the frozen space, this place would collapse like a skyscraper that had lost its skeleton. Then it would probably float in the void. Probably a part of it was actually me who got rid of it. Yun Nuoxing thought for a while and laughed self-deprecatingly. Then she shook her head. But it's really too clean. But it's not like there's nothing left. Look, isn't there something left? Yun Nuoxing raised her hand and pointed to the depths of the hall on the 9th floor. We looked inside and couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Wow, that thing. What is that thing? In the hall on the 9th floor, there was a crystal pagoda hanging from the ceiling. It looked very magnificent and towering, but it was hanging upside down from the ceiling. The huge base of the pagoda was separated orderly on the ceiling, forming a circle about 1,000 meters wide. It fell in circles, spanning a height of almost 10,000 meters and landing about 10 meters off the ground. It looked a little like a very sharp and thin stalactite. The crystal pagoda was emitting a crystal clear blue light, and there was a light film like an energy barrier covering its surface. As time passed, it flashed brightly and dimly as if it was breathing. The crystal pagoda was illuminated by the bright and dark light until it revealed its transparent body. At the base of the ceiling, there were circles of blue light spreading out in an orderly manner, sweeping across the entire hall of the ninth floor. It looked very beautiful. It's a carrier similar to our energy pagoda. Based on the information at hand, its body is probably made using the magic circle and runic stone of this world. It's a completely non-physical thing. But I can't see any traces of magic circle or runic stone. It's a little strange. Could it only exist in the core? Yin Nuoxing looked at the beautiful crystal pagoda and didn't analyze it deeply, lest she saw other people's secrets. Suddenly, she thought of something, blinked, and took a few steps back. As she took a few steps back, she said, "I didn't see this thing just now. How could I not see such a magnificent thing? Ah, I can't see it now. Hui, try taking a few steps back." Hui heard her and took a few steps back. When he retreated to Yin Nuoxing's side, he was surprised to find that the beautiful crystal pagoda had disappeared from his sight, as if he had never seen it before. What's the reason? Hui scratched his head in puzzlement. He basically couldn't solve this kind of problem. After all, his brain wasn't as good as Feng's. There could be many kinds of situations, but I don't know what kind of situation this crystal pagoda is in. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and didn't say anything about the crystal pagoda. She took a step forward and saw that the crystal pagoda was indeed there, safe and sound. She turned around and was about to go back and call Qingyu, or Old Thief, over when she suddenly stopped. She couldn't help but lower her head and sigh. We saw her strange action and also turned around. His eyes saw that there was a large amount of energy light disappearing from the 8th floor. Countless energy particles rose from the sea of light and flew into the air. After releasing energy and life force, they dissipated in this space. More and more particles flew up. It was as if an ocean of light had risen from the ground. There were energy halos being released continuously. It was a beautiful sight. So beautiful. We couldn't help but sigh softly. Unlike the funeral of a god, this was the scene of the eldest of the Three Flames clans passing away. Although the dazzling energy phenomenon wasn't as grand and magnificent as the former, it was also the first time they had seen a funeral that could be considered beautiful. The other funerals were mostly grand and filled with endless sorrow. Perhaps there were also many obsessions. Even with the distortion energy turning it into a strange appearance, this rain of light is still so pure. Yin Nuoxing heard and nodded. When the energy life disappeared and returned to the void, it was at its purest. Jing Yuanji stood in the sea of light and looked at the light particles drifting to every corner. When she saw them dissipating into the void, she also lowered her head slightly. Qingyu squatted at the side and didn't say a word. A large amount of energy particles leaked out from between her fingers. That action looked like she was praying, but she wasn't sure if this world had such a praying posture. Old Thief and the members of Group 6 who rushed over from behind also saw the dazzling energy rain of light. They all let out a long sigh of relief and lowered their heads. They clenched their fists and patted their chests. They murmured, "Buddy, have a safe journey. Thank you for everything you have done for this world." There was an aura of life disappearing in the rain of light. It wasn't a cycle of life, and there was no rebirth. In the rain of light, where black flame disappeared, there wasn't an aura of life cycle. It was a complete death and self-disintegration. Yin Nuoxing also didn't know what Qingyu said or did to black flame at the last moment. He only knew that this was the result. A few minutes later, when the rain of light completely disappeared, Old Thief slowly walked forward. He looked at Qingyu, who was still squatting there with her hands clasped together, and didn't say a word. He couldn't help but sigh. He also squatted down and pressed on her shoulder. "Cheer up, there's still time." Yin Nuoxing and Hui slowly walked closer. Their eyes caught a glimpse of a dim light in Qingyu's clasped hands. They couldn't help but be stunned. The light was very dim. It was impossible to see it with normal eyes. It was a very weak light of energy that could dissipate at any time. There was no aura of life. Of course, it was probably a light left behind by Black Flame. He couldn't say comforting words for a long time. He could only say directly, "We found a strange crystal pagoda on the 9th floor. Do you know what it is?" Crystal pagoda? Old Thief was slightly stunned. He looked at the members of Group 6 with puzzled eyes. They all shook their heads. "I've never heard of any crystal pagoda on the 9th floor. And we usually don't go to the 9th floor. That space hasn't been open for many years." "Oh." Yin Nuashing tilted her head and shrugged. "You'll know when you see it. I don't know what happened between you two. When you walk halfway to the 9th floor, you can see the crystal pagoda. Before that, you can't see it. You guys go and see it first." Old Thief nodded and waved his hand to let the members of Group 6 go first. He stood up and looked at Qing Yu, who still hadn't recovered. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. What was helpless was that he didn't know how to comfort people. Squeaking was already the best he could do. Yin Nuashing looked at Qing Yu and felt a sense of loss and sadness from him. He suddenly wanted to see what kind of expression he had at this moment. He had hurriedly caught a glimpse of his pitiful expression when he turned around. Now, he was suddenly very interested. He really wanted to see what kind of expression he had after breaking through the bottleneck. Thus, he let his curiosity push him and slowly squatted down to look at his face. Well, he was disappointed. He didn't see any other expression. Qing Yu's eyes were closed at this moment. His bangs hung down and covered some of his face. His face was still as calm as ever, but in that calmness, there was a hint of sadness and nostalgia. He completely didn't know how Qing Yu could make such a difficult expression, as expected of the 10,000-year facial paralysis. Speaking of which, it didn't look like facial paralysis at all. When Quarter Moon's mentality exploded in the middle of her life, she was a real facial paralysis. Her face was engraved with undispersible coldness and murderous intent. That was probably because Qing Yu was too calm at the bottom of his heart. That was why he could make such an expression. It was as if he wouldn't panic even if the void collapsed in front of him. Inexplicably, Yin Nuashing took a light breath. He reached out and patted Qing Yu's shoulder. He said softly, "Come back to your senses, Qing Yu. Right now, it's not the end yet. The main hall isn't safe." "You." Before he could finish speaking, Qing Yu slowly raised his head. As he expected, he revealed a face that was as calm as ever. He forced a smile and nodded. "Let's go to the 9th floor and take a look." The group quickly arrived at the 9th floor. The rumbling sounds of the main hall collapsing were endless. Apart from the repaired floor, the walls and ceiling had all collapsed to varying degrees. Layers of debris were piled up on the floor. The distorted energy outside the main hall was constantly trying to burrow into the hall through the holes in the walls. However, it was blocked by a transparent blue barrier. Even after several powerful attacks, it still couldn't make a single hole in the barrier. The speed of the main hall's collapse was a little beyond Old Thief and Qing Yu's imagination. They didn't waste any time talking and quickly arrived at where the members of Group 6 were standing. They raised their heads and saw the crystal pagoda. Yin Nuashing also looked at the crystal pagoda again. This time, he found that it was made up of countless pieces of energy plates of different lengths and widths. However, the thickness was exactly the same. Countless types of energy plates were piled up to form the crystal pagoda that was hanging upside down from the ceiling. The cracks on the ceiling wouldn't spread to the crystal pagoda for a while, but it wasn't too far away. "How is it? Have you figured out what it is?" Old Thief looked at the members of Group 6 and asked. The leader of Group 6 frowned and shook his head vigorously. "I don't know. I don't know at all. This crystal pagoda is also a kind of energy creation. However, its purity isn't something we can achieve. We don't even know what its function is." "When did such a thing appear on the 9th floor?" Old Thief frowned fiercely. He was completely sure that such a thing wasn't present when the main hall was first built. It wasn't present when it was first built. It doesn't exist in your memories either. No one would come here if there wasn't anything happening on the 9th floor. Yin Nuashing looked up for a while and suddenly said, "Could it be something made by Blackfire?" Although it wasn't a good time to mention this name, there wouldn't be any clues if he didn't mention it. He could only make such a guess. However, he quickly came up with a second guess. Or, it appeared here for some unknown reason after the core riot. If you're sure that it's not something you made, why don't you let us take a look? Old Thief tilted his head and glanced at Qingyu. The latter pondered for a moment and also tilted her head to look at him. She then nodded. If that's the case, then I'll leave it to you, Lord Fengling. Yin Nuoxing nodded and slowly floated up from the ground. Dark red energy formed a layer of energy barrier around him to prevent any accidents from happening. He quickly came to the top of the crystal pagoda and looked at the cylinder surrounded by 4 crystal plates at the top. After looking at it for a while, he reached out his hand and gently touched it. There was no reaction and no change. The crystal pagoda didn't seem to have any excessive reaction to his touch. Yin Nuoxing observed for a moment, then carefully used energy to wrap his soul power and poured it into the crystal pagoda. After a moment of contact, he received some information that was worth his attention. This was indeed an external object. Just as he guessed, after the core exploded, most of the energy turned and rushed into the prison hall. Putting aside the reason for the energy explosion, all of it rushed here purely because it was attracted by the energy of the black fire. That huge amount of distorted energy and the energy of the black fire that was exposed to the 9th floor had an inexplicable reaction. In the end, it formed this kind of energy crystal. He couldn't see the specific process of the formation of the energy crystal and couldn't analyze it. To be honest, he also felt that it was very strange. What kind of characteristics did the 1st generation distorted energy and the 3rd generation distorted energy have to cause such a strange change? If not, then the 1st generation distorted energy and the creation of the black fire. What kind of inexplicable connection did they have? In the end, he couldn't figure out the relationship between these kinds of energy. The only thing he knew was that it was an energy crystal formed by energy. Nearby, there was nothing else. Also, the energy concentration of this thing was very high. This was nonsense. How could the concentration of energy be low if it could condense into an energy crystal? Really, other than these, he couldn't summarize anything else. After a moment, Yin Nuoxing landed on the ground. Hui, Qingyu, and the others hurriedly came over. How is it? What's the situation? Yin Nuoxing shook his head. I'm not sure. That thing is an energy crystal formed by the combination of 2 kinds of energy. One kind of energy is the energy of the black fire, and the other is the energy released by the core explosion. Everyone was slightly stunned. How did these 2 things, which sounded very different, come together? The energy of the core explosion was attracted by the energy of the black fire. Yin Nuoxing continued. This is not an accident or a coincidence. It's an inevitable event. It's just that we don't know the situation. We don't know how these 2 kinds of energy are related, so we can only call it a coincidence. Boom! The remaining violent and distorted energy in the prison hall, or the fighting on the 1st and 2nd floors, awakened everyone from their contemplation. Everyone looked at each other. Qingyu looked at Yin Nuoxing. Feng Lingjun, is there a way to dismantle this crystal tower? Dismantle? The corner of Yin Nuoxing's eyes twitched. He looked up at the crystal tower in front of him and frowned. Some silver-white light surged in his eyes. He stared at the crystal tower for a moment and understood more. This thing would maintain a regular integrity. Even if it was dismantled into thousands of pieces, as long as its regularity was not broken, it would be complete. This thing looks like it's fixed here. How do we move it back? Tear down the ceiling? He scratched his head. He also felt a headache looking at this indomitable crystal tower, although he could also see that the crystal tower had a self-preserving characteristic. Break it, move it out, and put it back together. You're dismantling it into thousands of pieces. Even if you can put it back together, I won't do it with you. Yin Nuoxing's face darkened. How long would it take to put it back together if it was dismantled into thousands of pieces? Those parts almost all look the same. Then how do we do it? Hui floated around the crystal tower and poked it with his finger from time to time. Old Thief and Qingyu were scared out of their wits. They were afraid that he would poke the crystal tower in the next second. Then such a huge tower would turn into a sky full of crystal fragments and fall down. It would probably bury them all alive. Yin Nuoxing swayed in place for a while. She subconsciously twirled her hair with her fingers. There were rays of light in her eyes. She was probably thinking of a solution in her memory. Hui, come down. I've thought of a solution. Yin Nuoxing's eyes turned silver. Her footsteps stopped at this moment. Then she raised her head and shouted at the guy who was flying around the crystal tower like a fly. Yin Nuoxing, who took a few steps forward and was about to do something, suddenly thought of something. Her expression became a little strange. Then she tilted her body and waved at everyone. Go, turn around. Don't look. What? What's so fun about it? Why don't you let me look? Hui went up with the word, asking for a beating on his head. He circled Yin Nuoxing twice with a mischievous smile and poked her back with his elbow. Hurry up, don't be shy. Wah. Yin Nuoxing kicked Hui 10 meters away. Her face was slightly red. She pointed at those confused guys. Hurry up. Turn around. Don't look. Old thief, Qing Yu, and the others trembled and quickly turned around. Old thief also pressed the head of a certain guy from Group 6 who was not afraid of death. Yin Nuoxing saw that Jing Yuanji also obediently turned around. After confirming that Hui did not intend to get up for a while, she walked forward with relief. Her figure floated to the top of the crystal tower. This thing is too big. He looked at this huge crystal tower and couldn't help but blush. Even if he really had a way to preserve this thing, its size was too big. He couldn't help but lower his head and measure his body with his gaze, especially his height. He hesitated for a while. The sound of the hall collapsing made him come back to his senses. The hesitation on his face faded away. He took a deep breath and paused for a moment. Then he suddenly turned around to look at everyone. After confirming that no one was looking back, he heaved a sigh of relief. His figure slowly turned silver white. In the energy form, he completely released his soul and spirit. These two types of powers suddenly lost their restraints and spread out. They stuck to the crystal tower and enveloped the entire crystal tower in a few seconds. Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and reached out to touch the small cylinder at the top of the crystal tower. Then, she slowly opened her mouth a little. The crystal tower that was enveloped by soul and spirit suddenly trembled. The top began to turn into a gray stream of air. The main body was separated and contained in the gray stream of air. Following the guidance, it flowed into her mouth. She didn't actually eat it into her body, she just stored it in her energy form. This was a special ability of energy life forms, but it wasn't used often, who liked to put things into their body for no reason. It looked weird. However, this thing couldn't be stored in the soul world or spirit world, so she could only bring it into her body. Moreover, not just any energy life form could do this kind of thing. If one didn't have good enough control over their own body and their own laws weren't strong enough, it was easy for them to break down the things that they ate or not be able to break them down and end up in their stomachs. Jing Yuanji felt a strange energy movement behind her. Just as she was about to turn her head, she suddenly remembered Lord Feng's words. She forced herself to hold it back. Her jade-like fingers touched each other and kept twisting. The curiosity and worry in her heart continued to grow, making the turning of her head more and more obvious. After struggling for about a minute, she finally couldn't help but turn her head. Then she saw the strange scene. At that time, only 1/3 of the crystal tower was left. The speed at which the crystal tower turned in a gray stream of air was getting faster and faster, and it quickly flowed into Lord Feng's mouth. This glance satisfied her curiosity, but she couldn't help but keep staring. It wasn't until she saw that the tower was about to completely disappear that she suddenly snapped back to reality. She quickly turned her head and took a deep breath. She calmed herself down. Her heart didn't beat wildly, and she didn't pant. She pretended that she didn't see anything. After swallowing the entire crystal tower into her body, Yin Nuoxing wiped the corner of her mouth and let out a long breath. The silvery white color on her body gradually faded. Then, she touched her body with a strange expression. I keep feeling a little weird somewhere. That thing's existence capacity is much larger than I thought. I feel like my stomach is a little bloated. It won't hurt your stomach, right? Oh, that's not right. According to the structure of energy life forms. Well, My brain is a little bloated. It won't hurt my brain, right? Chapter 14:19. Yinuashing and the others were running back from the Great Hall of Detention. As they passed through the first and second floors, they finished the battle that had yet to end before rushing out of the Great Hall of Detention. Like birds and beasts, they flew out of the Great Hall of Detention. Only a few of them were still running along the long bridge, only stopping when they reached a safe place and turned to look at the Great Hall of Detention, which was emitting dull energy blasts as if someone was having stomachache. Bang! The long bridge that connected the Great Hall of Detention was blown apart. Old Thief waved his hand and cut off the connection between the Great Hall of Detention and this dimension, eliminating the ticking time bomb and banishing it into the void. The frozen creations inside had no chance of escaping. Even if they did escape, they would be trapped by the Great Hall of Detention and finally disposed of by the void. However, Old Thief would not feel at ease if he did not personally see them being buried in the void along with the Great Hall of Detention. Sigh. If I had known this would happen, why would I have created them all those years ago? Old Thief watched as the Great Hall of Detention slowly sank into the void fissure and could not help but sigh with his hands clasped behind his back. That feeling of sadness once again welled up in his heart. Ah, those are children. They were born here following our orders. They had no choice whether it was good or bad. Qing Yu's hands were still clasped together, the dim light still existing between her palms. They sacrificed themselves to maintain this world. Without them, we wouldn't have been able to reach where we are today. At this final juncture, let's send them off. And to send Black Flame off. Perhaps that was not what they wanted, and none of them wanted to see it. Everyone had imagined that they could do the best the first time, but the result was that the dark Great Hall of Detention sealed the truth of their countless failures. The results of deformities, distortions, and failures were facts that could not be concealed. They were mistakes that they had created, mistakes that could not be remedied or corrected. In the end, they still had to bury them with a single oblivion. Old Thief let out a long sigh and reached out to pat Qing Yu on the shoulder. Forget it. Let's not think about that. Let's send the children off. We have more important things to do. It's almost time. Qing Yu let out a long sigh as well and paused when she heard that. Almost time? Hasn't it just been a while? There's a change of plans. Old Thief's expression changed and became extremely solemn. The person we sent out last time has mysteriously disappeared. Before he disappeared, he kept a set of coordinates through his soul. It's the coordinates of a place that no one has been to before. His soul stone has already shattered. I'm afraid. Qing Yu's face was still calm. She frowned without any change in expression. Assassinated. We can't rule out the possibility of an accident. We can't be sure without more information. Anyway, that's the only clue we have this time. We're trapped in the dry well, looking at the sky from the bottom of the well. We can't fully understand what's going on outside. Old Thief let out a deep sigh. He had just buried the great prison hall, and now he was talking about this. It was inevitable that he would be in a bad mood. I've been thinking about it. 5 days at the latest, or maybe tomorrow at the earliest, we'll have to send another person out. The Corps' rebellion, and the anomaly that happened a while ago. With all these signs, we might not have much time left in the land of exile. Qing Yu nodded. I know. That's why I'm going out again. You're going again? Haven't you always? Old Thief was stunned. He felt a little surprised and shook his head. No, it's too dangerous. You've already been chased back here by that guy, with 3 words. You won't be branded as a sinner if you use the Spirit Ascension ritual, but there's already a record of you. It won't take them much effort to find you. Qing Yu chuckled. It's fine. This time, Lord Fengling and the others will take me out with them. Although I'm not sure how strong they are, at least I see some hope. Go out together? The Spirit Ascension ritual can only send one person out, and it'll take at least 2 or 3 days for them to recover. The 4 of us have been out for almost 10 days, and it's not easy to get out. Old Thief scratched his head hard, pulling out another bunch of hair. He spoke while looking for a loophole to exploit. But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of anything. In his memory, there was no example of a Spirit Ascension ritual sending multiple people out at once. I think there should be a way. They have a way. Qingyu thought about the scene where Yin Nuoxing turned the two little girls into nothingness. He nodded. There shouldn't be a problem. All right. After scratching his forehead until it was bald again, Old Thief sighed heavily and nodded. If you go, the other two old fellows won't have any objections. After all, you've already gone out once. This time, the three great empires will do their best to help you. You guys, I'll leave this matter to you. Also, without waiting for Qingyu to respond, Old Thief suddenly said in a deep voice and patted him on the shoulder. Be careful. I know. Qingyu nodded. The void crack had already closed, and the prison hall had sunk into the depths of the void. There, the laws of the void would devour all defenseless fellows. That prison hall and the creations inside would all be annihilated. Yin Nuoxing's aura left behind in the prison hall observed that the void energy had mixed with the remaining distorted energy, causing an energy explosion. A part of the void was reduced to a land of nothingness. The energy shock waves spread out for a limited distance in the void before gradually being annihilated. The entire process lasted less than 10 minutes. After coming out of the prison hall, Yin Nuoxing borrowed a place from the Old Thief and spat out the crystal pagoda. Moreover, this time, it was placed face up on the ground. The magnificent crystal pagoda almost reached the ceiling of this space. Oh, it looks even more majestic from the front. Old Thief looked up at the huge crystal tower and couldn't help but exclaim. And I finally don't have to twist my neck to see a stiff pillow. Yin Nuoxing and the others. Yin Nuoxing coughed softly and rubbed her stomach. After regaining her senses, she scratched her head. Although she had spat out everything, she still felt that something was wrong with her body. It might be a psychological effect. I've left some energy imprints in this crystal pagoda for observation purposes. You can also use the energy imprints to study the crystal pagoda. You can also use it to communicate with me. If anything happens, remember to inform me immediately. Yin Nuoxing pointed at a few places on the crystal tower. The places she pointed at would emit a light of energy, indicating that there was an energy imprint there. My intuition tells me that this thing might reveal something important, but it will take a long time to analyze it. I don't have that much time now, so I can only leave it to you. Something important? Old Thief met her gaze and looked at the crystal tower in confusion. He was still confused when he looked at this thing. He didn't know where to start studying it. Intuition. My intuition is very accurate. This might reveal a secret about the land of exile. If possible, you should stop what you are doing and let everyone help with this thing. Yin Nuoxing raised his head. He still held back a little. That secret might be related to the land of exile, but his subjective consciousness was that this could reveal some connections between the distorted races and these second and third generation creations. Some connections that stood on the rules or concepts. If they used it well, they might be able to obtain an effective way to deal with the distorted races. Seeing that he looked serious and didn't seem to be lying, Old Thief muttered to himself for a moment and couldn't help but look at Qingyu. Seeing him nod solemnly, he was a little confused. Why did this sissy trust these people from the lower regions so much? All right, they were strong enough. That was enough. Okay, we'll listen to you. We'll leave some people to maintain daily affairs. The rest of us will do our best to deal with this crystal tower. If anything happens, we'll tell you. Old Thief nodded and revealed a bright smile. By the way, there's something else that Qingyu wants me to tell you. Old Thief suddenly put on a serious and solemn expression. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. The next moment, he heard Old Thief talking about leaving the land of exile. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After taking a big detour, they could finally get out. Moreover, he caught some hints of anxiety and nervousness in Old Thief's words. He thought about it and felt that they might also know that the land of exile couldn't hold on for much longer. After handing over a lot of things and receiving a lot of information, Yin Nuoxing and the others left the independent space under the sea and followed Qingyu back to his palace. They rested and strolled around the palace. Qingyu didn't rest when he came back. Instead, he ran to the place where he kept some records. He was probably preparing to go to the outside world again tomorrow. It felt like he was cramming before an examination. It wasn't that he couldn't understand. This wasn't something a mere test could compare to. If someone else knew that they would be thrown into a dangerous place filled with countless traps, no matter how strong they were, there would still be life forms stronger than them. Furthermore, there were more than 100 or 200 life forms of this level in a place where they could provoke them at any time. No matter how prepared they would still be a little nervous. Anyway, Yin Nuoxing thought that this guy was just a little nervous. Jing Yuanji left the palace with Si Yu and Feng Qing Wang to play in the city. Hui wandered around the ocean planet alone. He didn't want to go anywhere, so he stayed and read the records with Qing Yu. It was all precious information that the people who left the land of exile had painstakingly sent back. However, as Old Thief said, these pieces of information were just pieces of a puzzle. It was difficult to piece them together. No matter how much they speculated, they were just frogs in a well. Only the information that Qing Yu brought back last time was more reliable. Even so, he didn't dare to say that he fully understood the world on the other side. Look at this scene. Yin Nuoxing was a little absent-minded. He raised his head and looked out of the window. There was a pile of bookcases beside him. He was reading and studying this world here. It was just like him in this life when he was Yin Nuoxing. He wondered what Little Moon and Xian were doing over there. The shower of stars was probably not over yet. He wondered if the demon world would come out to stir up trouble. Demon world, ancient imperial world. He murmured these two names in his heart. At least the ancient imperial world in the Dark Age was still the ancient imperial world. He just didn't know what happened later that made it become the demon world. The demon world was already notorious in the primordial age. It could only be that something happened in the Dark Age that caused that place to become so fierce. Sigh, what's wrong? Qing Yu heard his sigh and asked. Yin Nuoxing tilted his head and saw that he was still flipping through the book with his head down. He was looking at him from the corner of his eye. The red glow of the setting sun shone on his face, making it seem a little rosy. Yin Nuoxing was stunned. This sissy was really... He didn't seem to have the right to criticize others. Are you tired of reading? Qing Yu raised his head and asked when he didn't answer. Yin Nuoxing shook his head and put the book in his hand aside, casually. He looked out of the window and looked at the sky that looked like a sunset without the sun. He squinted his eyes and said, "No, I'm not tired of reading. It's just that I'm thinking about some things. The more I think about them, the more I can't continue reading." You miss your family? Qing Yu smiled understandingly. That's how it is for those who come from the lower realms. I'm more or less the same. It's just that the situation is reversed. Father and the others came here first, while I came here 10,000 years later. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. Family. I don't know if they count as family, but I guess they do. Where are they? After I took over my duties, I went to other worlds to play and see what's going on in other worlds. I don't know where they are now. Qing Yu shook his head helplessly. However, no matter how hard I run, I probably won't be able to leave this place of exile. My father and the others want to escape this prison the most. When I went out and was chased back here, I was even scolded badly. So, you want to solve the problem of the place of exile as soon as possible. After all, your family could be buried with this space at any time. Yes, so I have to find a way to solve this problem. Qing Yu closed the book and nodded. There's not much time left. This time it's going to be very dangerous. Last time, I was thrown back here because I ran into some taboo. If I fail this time, I probably won't be able to come back. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head to look at him. After a moment, she picked up the book that had just been placed on the table and casually flipped through it. She seemed to say casually, "Qing Yu, have you thought about some more complicated things?" Qing Yu was stunned. What things? For example, this world, the existence of the place of exile, and the enforcers. Qing Yu pursed his lips. He had indeed thought about this problem. However, this problem was basically shelved and could not be easily touched upon. Even if he could, no one would come out to answer this question. This was the taboo of taboo. He suddenly paused and raised his hand to carve something on the window. There's no need for that. A faint voice stopped him. Qing Yu turned his head and saw him leaning against the table with his back to him. He was casually flipping through the book in his hand. The orange-red sunlight set off his beautiful face, making him look like a dream. His fluorescent eyes always contained a hint of laziness, as if he did not care about anything. However, there was also a deep and indelible obsession in them, a pair of eyes that no one could see through. Noticing his long stare, Yun Nuoxing turned his head. His hair fell diagonally with his movement. He looked at Qingyu and laughed. Don't worry about me. I'm much stronger than you think. It's just a mere artificial suppression of the great Tao. The moment it locks onto me, it will shrink back, unless it doesn't want to continue existing and wants to be replaced. Confidence. It was absolute confidence. However, it was more like he did not care at all. His words contained an indelible belief that originated from his own belief. It was as if what he said was the truth, and the great Tao had to submit to him. Omnipotence. This was a feeling that had suddenly appeared in his heart. It was similar to intuition, and it caused the wisp of hope in his heart to suddenly soar. Qingyu was slightly stunned when he noticed this feeling, and then he shook his head in a slightly self-mocking manner. It had already come to this, yet he was still delusional enough to think of relying on others. If he wanted to rely on others for everything, then he would have to take action himself. Qingyu. Yun Nuoxing gently closed the book in his hand. He turned around and looked at him with his fluorescent eyes. If, in the end, there's no way to reach the end that you're looking for, pray to me. No, tell me. Perhaps there will be unexpected results. He seemed to have said similar words many times. The more he said, the more he got used to it. Qingyu looked at him seriously. There was a long silence. The two of them did not speak. They just looked at each other until the illusory sunlight disappeared little by little. Night gradually enveloped the planet. The night passed quickly. It was peaceful. Nothing special happened within a radius of 600,000 light years. Yun Nuoxing and the others were already waiting on a wide platform in the palace. Their mental state was normal. However, Siyu and Feng Qingwang were yawning all over the sky. Yun Nuoxing was busy supporting one of them. The two girls suddenly pestered him last night to see the moon. They said that they wanted to see what the moon looked like in Otherworlds. However, this planet had no sun nor satellites. There were only distant spots of starlight. He had no choice but to bring the two girls to a planet a few thousand light years away to see the moon. Although the golden moon was so close that it almost pressed down on their faces, the two girls were still very excited. After sneaking out to see the scenery for an entire night, the two girls were almost exhausted this morning. Yawn. I don't feel this sleepy even if I don't sleep or cultivate for a night in the celestial realm. Siyu kept covering her mouth with her hand. She could not stop yawning. The energy in the celestial realm is a few thousand times denser than this planet. First, you're not acclimatized to this place. Second, you don't have a usual energy. Naturally, you will feel something you don't normally feel. Yun Nuoxing was holding the two girls in each hand. His face was covered in sweat. The two girls were swaying around like drunkards. He was afraid that they would fall if he did not support them. But if he supported them, Huey's eyes were glowing with green light. At this moment, any thought in his mind would cause him a physical attack. There was no way to cure it. You two should go back to sleep. Yun Nuoxing sighed helplessly. You will have to go into my spiritual world when you go out of this world. Siyu yawned. She closed her eyes and nodded to the air beside her. Okay, good night. Feng Qingwang was more direct. Her hand moved up and down Yun Nuoxing's body until it touched his forehead. Then, she turned into a soul energy and went into his spiritual world. Yun Nuoxing quickly stuffed Siyu into his spiritual world and asked his little angel to take care of her. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Speaking of little angel, Yun Nuoxing felt a little strange. Why didn't you come out after we arrived at the void? The little angel helped Siyu and Feng Qingwang settle down. She shrugged and said, I don't think it's fun. The air outside is terrible. The air in the entire void is terrible. Only you two can stand it. My body is very sensitive. It's more comfortable here. Well, his spiritual world had changed from a hotel to a high-level shelter. Do I have to go in too? Jing Yuanji looked at Siyu and Feng Qingwang going into Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world. She looked at him thoughtfully and asked with a little anticipation. Yes, only one person can pass the spirit ascension ritual. So we have to hide them in our souls and bring them over. Yin Nuoxing saw that there was something wrong with Jing Yuanji's eyes. He thought she would find it boring. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. My spiritual world has been decorated by a hymn by them. It won't be boring. You can also use my perspective to see the situation outside. Just bear with it for a while. I don't think it will take too long." Jing Yuanji smiled and whispered in a voice that only she could hear, "I'm not worried that it will be boring. Well, it will be great if it can last a little longer. No, nothing." Yin Nuoxing glanced at Jing Yuanji's slightly rosy face. Jing Yuanji quickly turned around and walked to the side. She also felt a little strange. We saw the whole thing from the side. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. He walked up to Yin Nuoxing and patted him on the shoulder. He said earnestly, "You are a sinful man." Yin Nuoxing. That's why I said, that girl is just an exception. Hui ignored his confusion and continued to shake his head and sigh. "You will always meet someone who suits your taste and type. That girl likes more masculine men, but other girls may not be the same, right?" Yin Nuoxing had a strange look on his face. "Why are you bringing this up now?" "Nothing. I just couldn't help but want to say it." Hui shook his head and sighed. He walked towards the edge of the platform. "Crazy," Yin Nuoxing muttered. He was about to walk to the edge of the platform when he heard crisp footsteps behind him. He couldn't help but stop and look behind him. He saw a beautiful woman in a white dress walking out of the corridor. There was a quiet smile on her beautiful face facing the sun. Her ink-black hair was tied up in a small tuft on her head. The rest of her hair was casually scattered behind her, reaching her thighs. When she saw Yin Nuoxing, she raised her right hand and shook it gently. The two bracelets hanging on her wrist swayed gently and made a crisp sound. "I'm a little late. I'm still not used to the sudden recovery." The woman stood in front of Yin Nuoxing and raised her head slightly to look at him. Her eyes contained a calmness that was not afraid, even if the galaxy collapsed in front of her. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" Yin Nuoxing was stunned. "Who are you? Someone sent by Qingyu?" Hui and Jing Yuanji, who heard the movement here, also turned around and walked over. When they saw such a beautiful woman appear, they also looked at each other in confusion. When the woman heard this, she couldn't help but stretch out her jade hand and wave it gently. She looked at her white jade-like arm and suddenly smiled. "Feng Lingjun, I can't recognize you." When the three people who were stunned heard this address, their eyes widened in shock. In an instant, they turned into statues that had been weathered for thousands of years. Their faces were full of horror. "I didn't expect this to surprise you too. This woman..." Qingyu covered her mouth and chuckled. When she saw his comical expression of horror, she couldn't help but say, "Actually, at first, I also thought that Feng Lingjun was the same as me. But after interacting with you for a while, I found that it didn't seem to be the case." Yin Nuoxing came back to his senses. His face twitched crazily, and rows of black lines gradually drooped down from his forehead. No. Is she really a cross-dressing big shot? He didn't recognize her at all. There were no characteristics at all. This change was too thorough, wasn't it? Not only him, Hui and Jing Yuanji also didn't recognize her. It was normal for the two masters not to recognize her, but Jing Yuanji also didn't recognize her, which could only prove that her disguise was too good. Speaking of which, it seemed that it wasn't just the three of them. Even Old Thief said that she was a sissy. Didn't this mean that even he didn't know? This, after a moment of shock, Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but lower his head. When he saw the front armor that was obviously a little heavy, his face twitched a few times. It was a steel plate yesterday. Chapter 14:20. At the center of the island, surrounded by rubble, Old Thief, an old man with white hair and a middle-aged man in a black robe, stood at the beginning of the long corridor. There were only 10 people standing on the rubble around them. It did not seem as grand as the last time, and the news of the Spirit Ascension ceremony this time had not spread. There was not a single person watching from 1,000 miles away. It had been less than half a month since the last Spirit Ascension ceremony, so no one knew that it would be held again. Old Thief looked at the sky for a moment and suddenly frowned. He turned around and walked to the place where the spirit ascension ceremony was held. He walked around the 3 short pillars a few times, crouched down, and touched them lightly. However, he did not touch the bead at the top. After checking all 3 pillars, he returned to where he was. Seeing him return, the old man casually asked, "How is the situation with the spirit ascension pillars?" "Oh," Old Thief muttered to himself for a while before nodding his head. "There's no problem. Although the interval is too short, the accumulated energy is just enough to maintain this spirit ascension ceremony. However, after this ceremony, we might not be able to perform the ceremony for a long time. In other words, this is the last chance." The old man nodded and stared blankly at the sky. However, he did not know where he was looking. Perhaps he was looking at the sky that they were protecting, or perhaps he was looking at the stars of the star field. "I'm afraid this is the last chance for this prison. How is the situation over there?" There is no response. However, it should not be too much of an effect. The passage is open. The situation on the other planets is similar to ours. The middle-aged man held 2 black beads in his hand. "We are not the only ones who can sense the end of this space. They also have their own methods of resistance. I heard that a group of people who are a little too strong have appeared in many worlds." He's a little too strong. To what extent is he too strong? The old man cast his gaze over, and his voice carried some interest. "Yes, let me calculate." The middle-aged man closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. The 2 black beads in his hand emitted a faint light. The light inside the beads illuminated a brilliant starry sky. However, it only lit up for a moment before dissipating. He slowly opened his eyes and shook his head in confusion. "I can't calculate it." "Oh." The old man was also surprised. "This is a little interesting. Many things are fated. Could it be that this time, old Abacus, you wait a bit and calculate for that fellow?" Old Thief suddenly said. "That guy? You mean the group that Qingyu brought with her?" The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. "That's not a problem, but why? You won't suddenly ask me to calculate some meaningless things." "Of course not. Just treat it as me worrying for nothing and worrying about the final result of this trip. Although we won't be able to choose anyone we can use in a short period of time, but, cough cough, to be honest, I'm also worried about Qingyu." Old Thief scratched the bald patch of hair on his head. "Ever since Sissy was chased back here 1,000 years ago, he told me that if there were no accidents, he wouldn't go out again. This time, he suddenly mentioned that he wanted to use his quota and go out again personally. I don't believe that there weren't any factors that caused him to change his mind. However, I haven't seen anything that could cause him to change his mind all these years. If there were any, it would be those few fellows that I've never seen before." Old Thief shook his head and said. The middle-aged man and the old man looked at each other. What Old Thief said made sense. The former thought about it and nodded. "It's not a big deal anyway. Let's just forget about it. It's almost time. They're here." Old Thief nodded and felt a wave of energy coming from the horizon. As soon as they looked up, a 2-meter-tall spatial gap opened in the space beside them. Then, 4 figures fell from it and stood on the stone platform. "You're here. We're ready here. The Spirit Ascension ceremony is actually using a fixed-point teleportation formation to send people out. You don't have to worry about the spatial coordinates. There's enough energy. You just have to go up and wait at the center of the formation. As for the destination, we don't know much about it. What about you and Qingyu?" Old Thief pointed at the corridor and spoke for a long time. When he turned around, he was stunned. There were 4 people in front of him, 2 men and 2 women. Where did Sissy go? Didn't he say that he would go out personally? Did he change his mind at the last minute? When Yin Nuashing and the other 2 heard this, they all looked at Qingyu, who was standing in front of them. They pointed at her in unison. "There, she's the one." Old Thief looked at the beautiful girl in white in front of him and was stunned for a while. Just when Yin Nuashing thought that he couldn't take it anymore, he suddenly let out a sigh of relief. "Phew, I knew it. This is normal. I've never seen a man who looks like that. Even his movements are cough cough. Anyway, I don't know much about what's going to happen later." He was very rational and ignored this question. Old Thief glanced at Qingyu's face. Seeing that calm expression that never changed, He finally confirmed that his old friend of many years was a cross-dresser. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then, he said seriously, "Then, the situation here is ready. The spirit ascension ceremony can only send one person out at a time. How do you plan to bring them out together?" "That's easy to say." Yin Nuashing waved his hand and nodded at the three of them. "Come on, I've already told you the method. The journey will only take a short while. I'll find a good place to let you out after I get there." Yin Nuashing, Jing Yuanji, and the others nodded. They were already familiar with their own bodies. They casually changed their life forms and turned themselves into balls of flashing energy. With a whoosh, they drilled into Yin Nuashing's soul. As for Qingyu, she didn't know how to change so complicated. She still needed Yin Nuashing to guide her. She waited for the two of them to enter first before she reached out her slender finger and tapped Yin Nuashing's forehead. Then, her body swayed and drilled into his soul. Yin Nuashing closed his eyes and sensed in his soul for a while. After confirming that the three of them had settled down with the three girls inside, Yin Nuashing nodded. Then, he turned his gaze. "Damn, what did you guys do in my soul world?" There were green mountains and clear waters, and the sky was filled with multicolored light. The thick ground was covered with overlapping mountain ranges. The river was like a blue dragon winding around the green mountains. Finally, it surrounded a blue ocean. There were colorful auroras that traversed the entire sky like ribbons. This colorful scene was reflected on the surface of the sea. It was magnificent. Upon a closer look, there was a small sun in the colorful sky. On the other side of the sun, there was a moon and more than 20 stars. Moreover, those stars and moons appeared very clearly in the sky during the day. He didn't dare to imagine what had happened in his soul world in just one day. These mountains, rivers, lakes, and rivers. This world, how many lives would be created in the next second? "Ah, we've been discovered." See, you held a ball of green energy in her hand. Her jade fingers sketched in it for a while. Then, she threw it out forcefully. The ball of light exploded in the air and turned into light spots that fell on a bare mountain range. Immediately, the mountain range was filled with countless trees and plants. The green color covered the entire mountain range at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Hee, it's nothing. I'll recover soon if I stay here. Later, I won't be able to get out. Little star, you said that I can play as much as I want in here. Then, I will play as much as I want." Sia replied with a smile. She lowered her head and continued to hold a ball of green energy. "It's nothing. I just need to dress up a little. It looks much better than before, right?" Feng Qing Wang was sitting beside the little angel. The pink ball of light was just formed in her hand. Before she could decide where to throw it, the little angel helped her and threw it to a high mountain in the bare mountain range. The mountain was smashed down by a few hundred meters. The top of the mountain became a ring-shaped lava lake. Seeing this, Sia didn't want to make more trees. Instead, she changed the lava lake. Yin Nuashing was stunned. Looking at her soul world that had become strange, she felt that her head was swelling. It was very easy for them to create this world with their own power and the little bit of power they borrowed from his soul. For him, creating a world was nothing more than moving his hands and spreading a drop of energy with essence. Even creating a small world required him to be a little more serious. In short, with his energy, the two girls could do something that they couldn't do at their current level, creating a world. Although they were making mud now, they were having a good time and were having fun. Anyway, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. My soul world, my soul world. He felt that he was going to die in this life and in the future. The only fortunate thing was that Zai and Feng Qing Wang couldn't create such a colorful world because they didn't have the power to lend to him. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing Yin Nuashing suddenly become very haggard, as if she was suffering from heart failure, heart injury, soul injury, and liver injury, Old Crook was also confused. He didn't know what had happened in less than a minute to make her so haggard. I'm fine. Ahem, let's go." Yin Nuashing looked at him in despair and staggered forward. "Sister Jing, come and play. What do you think we're missing?" "Sister Qingyu, come and help us make a glacier. Don't worry. It's easy. I'll teach you soon." Yin Nuashing staggered and almost fell down from the long corridor. standing in the middle of the three pillars. Yin Nuoxing looked at a magic circle that slowly appeared on the ground under her feet. Old Crook and the others stood on the surrounding rubble and made the same pose, as if they were casting a magic circle. When the three pillars and the magic circle started to move, Yin Nuoxing suddenly felt that the surrounding space was only the circle under her feet. She could still see the outside space, but she needed to use the power of the rules to sense the existence of that space. She looked at the situation outside. There weren't many people. This small number of people was probably enough to make the three pillars and the magic circle work. She didn't see as many people as Hui said. Probably, other than being used to send people out, this ritual really does have some meaning of ritual in it. However, the situation is special now. It's been carried out twice, so there's no need to do anything more symbolic than practical, Hui said in her soul. Yin Nuoxing nodded and glanced at him. Then she slipped out as if she was escaping. Her face was full of sorrow and despair. Even Hui was infected by the group of girls and was making things there. He felt that his soul world might really be useless. No, he might be done for. The process of the magic circle wasn't very long. Yin Nuoxing stared at the three pillars that were constantly emitting a huge amount of energy and the power of space to divert her attention. When the pillars and the magic circle worked to a certain extent, the space rippled gently like water. At the same time, she felt that the space was spreading upward. Well, it was more like a door opened above, exposing a new space in front of her. The huge magic circle in the star field exploded. A brilliant golden light fell from the sky and landed in the space where she was standing. A new aura came from it. It was the aura of the energy outside, which was more than 10 times stronger than the aura in the land of exile. Lord Fengling, help me grab a strand of ritual energy. It can wash away the mark on my body. Qing Yu felt that the ritual had officially begun. She threw the light in her hand to see you, then took a few steps forward and raised her hand high. Oh, Yin Nuoxing responded. Her soul power spread out, and she sucked in a mouthful of energy. She threw it into the soul world and let it sprinkle on Qing Yu's body. A golden light flashed on her body, and there seemed to be the sound of some kind of shackles breaking. The energy fluctuated for a moment and then calmed down. Yin Nuoxing caught a strand of energy that she had never felt before and let it flow into her hand through her soul. She held it in her palm and looked at it for a moment. It's the real power of distortion. It's just a simple energy mark, but it contains a slightly stronger power of the rules. It was a very simple mark. For him, he could easily tear thousands of copies of it. However, the life in this area was a little weak in terms of rules. The people of the distorted race used this method to mark the exiled people. They were not worried that they could break the mark on their own, so there was no need to worry about whether someone would suddenly escape or something. There must be a life form of the distorted race outside. Definitely. It's just that I don't know what kind of composition and status the race guarding this world is. Jing Yuanji's eyelids drooped slightly. She held a light in her hand, but her mind was not here. It's fine if it's just a manager of some remote area. But looking at these void areas, it doesn't look like a remote area that only sent some dispensable people to guard it. To create such a complicated thing in this world, the Guardian might be quite strong. Before we figure this out, get the information of the next move, and seal this world, we should take it easy. We also said. Hearing that, Yin Nuoxing shook his head. No, even if we have reached this step, we can only take it easy. If the Guardian's power is really that strong, we just need to make a move on a slightly larger scale. If they can sense something, they will be able to send the news to the higher-ups. Even if that's not the case, the higher-ups will sooner or later notice that something is wrong with this world. If they want to do something, we have to be mentally prepared to fight to the death. If we can't contact the realm of the gods, we can only rely on this part of the power to fight. We muttered for a moment. It's a little difficult, but it's not too difficult. Anyway, you're here. As for us, we can just lie down in the spiritual temple. Even if there's a destructive attack on the order level, even if it can tear our souls into pieces, it's useless. As long as the rules of the realm of the gods don't disappear, the spiritual temple will continue to exist, and we will be able to live. Don't worry, it won't be a problem. Lie down for a while. Yin sighed softly upon hearing this. Optimism was indeed his greatest strength. Well, if he was optimistic, then so be it. Sometimes, there was no need to think about the worst of things. The golden light had reached a certain level, and Yin could no longer see the situation outside. He looked up at the light pillar and suddenly found that the golden light was surging into his body, trying to transform him into an energy life form. After thinking about it, he expelled the golden light. His body flashed gently like a lightning that was about to be annihilated, and then his body was wrapped in a layer of golden light. He quickly floated up and disappeared along with the golden light pillar. On the rocks around the central island, Old Thief and the others saw that the golden light had disappeared. They all breathed a sigh of relief, and the hand gestures that remained unchanged quietly dispersed. He looked at the sky in the distance. We still have to explain to a lot of people the second spirit ascension ritual in such a short period of time. Those who saw this scene today will probably be curious. Most of them won't care too much. After all, there have been such examples a long time ago. The middle-aged man shrugged and looked at Old Thief. By the way, I just calculated for that little brother. What's the situation? Old Thief was energized. The old man also walked over slowly, looking like he was all ears. He almost broke my divine calculation stone. What situation? What do you mean? The two of them were confused. In short, he is a dangerous person. A very, very, very dangerous person. Even the Great Path will be afraid of him. The middle-aged man used 3 very to describe him. Although Old Thief and the old man did not understand his strange words, they could hear that he was slightly frightened in his words. Their expressions were a little serious. If it's a blessing, this world will follow his wishes and let everything end. The strange thing is, if it's a calamity, there are no signs at all. I don't know if it means that everything will be destroyed. For example, even I am dead, so I can't even see a single thread. The middle-aged man shook his head. Let's not care about this. We have done what we can do. The rest can only be left to fate. This world will be ruined or reborn. If it's not destined, no one can do it. Looking at his back that was gradually getting farther and farther away, Old Thief and the old man looked at each other. They both shook their heads and shrugged their shoulders in confusion. This guy's words were really strange. Rays of brilliant golden light were like the light of countless stars in the starry sky being materialized. They intertwined into one piece in the space, like a brilliant sea of light, and smashed toward a huge array that suddenly appeared in the starry sky. The array in front of them had also appeared once above the spirit ascension ritual. Yin sensed a very strong power of space from it. In addition, although he could not see the situation outside, he could feel a huge life force falling together with him toward the only array in sight. He also felt a faint and familiar life force beside him. Perhaps I Ching and Qing Jun had also followed him. Buzz. After rushing into the array for the second space transmission, Yin first felt gravity emerging below him. He adjusted his posture unhurriedly. As soon as he was ready to land, a somewhat old and broken stone floor appeared below him. The golden beam of light guided him to land on the ground, and it slowly dimmed. A faint breeze blew from behind him. He took a light breath, but he didn't smell anything. After the golden beam of light disappeared, what appeared in Yin sight was a spacious square paved with gray bricks. In the sky, an array about 10 feet in size suddenly appeared. A golden beam of light fell to the ground from it. A second later, the golden beam of light dissipated, and a person appeared from it. The array also disappeared. The array appeared and disappeared. The array was still brightly colored. It looked like fireworks, opening and closing quite rhythmically. Lord Feng, Lord Hui. Dozens of voices shouted in unison in his soul. Yin turned, but he didn't know where to turn. After being stunned for a second, he casually turned in a direction and saw I Ching running over from the other side of the square. His face was full of joy. "She'll wait first. Don't gather. Disperse. Gather when I inform you later." Yin Nuoxing gave him a look and said in his soul. I Ching was stunned for a moment. Then, he continued to run forward happily, but he had deliberately changed his direction. He looked like a country bumpkin who had just entered the city and was running wildly in the endless square. After running for a while, he stopped unhurriedly. Qing Jun, who was watching from the side, tried his best to hold back his laughter, and his face turned red. He didn't know whether this square was thousands of meters long or tens of thousands of meters wide. The flickering of the array hadn't stopped since the beginning. He counted a little. There might already be 20 to 30,000 lives here. According to this scale, the final number should be 1 or 2 times more. And each life probably represented a life star. Some should come from the same place of exile as him, and some might come from other places of exile. What should we do now? Yin Nuoxing asked in a whisper in his soul. It's not over yet. When everyone is here this time, someone will come here. Qing Yu said unhurriedly, pinching an energy ball. Yin Nuoxing responded and looked around casually. Suddenly, he thought of a problem. I said it was a last-minute ceremony. I thought I would be the only one here, but why are there so many people? It was indeed an accident to suddenly hold another spirit ascension ceremony. But if there is no one here to receive you, the spirit ascension ceremony can't be successfully carried out. Sometimes, it will even be put on hold for a period of time. Yin Nuoxing suddenly understood. Although it was a last-minute ceremony, if they applied unilaterally, they still had to wait for the person monitoring here to approve it. And this person might have also applied for other life stars. Some of them might have been put on hold for a period of time, and some of them might have applied in the past 2 days. This was probably what he meant. It turned out that there were restrictions on entry and exit in this place. Chapter 14:21. In the vast and boundless square, dense pillars of light fell to the ground like rain. Many figures with different life auras walked out and looked around the square. Their eyes kept flashing. It was almost everyone's first time coming to this place. They were also curious about this territory that belonged to the outside world and could not help but take a few more glances. There were also people like I Ching who were running around. Although it looked a little strange, it was not completely incomprehensible. Silhouettes fell on the ground like rain. This scene lasted for more than 10 minutes before it stopped. Then, intermittently, several magic arrays opened up in the sky and dropped down a few people. After half an hour, it stopped completely. No more silhouettes appeared here. The lowest is the beginner level of the celestial realm, and the highest is the beginner level of the origin. Yin Nuoxing was also looking around. She was looking more at the people who appeared here. At the same time, she was calculating the overall strength of this void area. The people were all here. More than 100 people were scattered around the square. Some of them had even changed their clothes. Even if the people of the distorted race appeared here, they would not be able to discover the relationship between these people. Because of Qing Yu's reminder, Yin Nuoxing and the others stayed here and waited. They wanted to see the person who came to receive them. At the same time, they also wanted to see what the so-called management that was not really management was. The people who came here were also wandering around the square in confusion. Some of the people who stood farther away could not help but frown when they saw the wilderness outside the square. They did not know what to do at this moment. At the outermost circle of the square, there was a 100-meter-tall stone pillar engraved with some kind of scarlet runes at regular intervals. It seemed to have the power of space. After the last transmission ended, the scarlet runes on the stone pillar all dimmed, as if to tell them that their mission was completed. Then they could go their own ways. It's been half an hour. Why hasn't anyone come yet? After waiting for half an hour in a dilemma, Yin Nuoxing sighed a little helplessly. She looked around and looked farther away. She even sorted out some of the general appearance of this world. It was a planet full of vitality. It was several times larger than the planet where she came from. The composition of life was similar to that of an ordinary world. There were humans and strange humans. There were also many other races. There were mountains, rivers, and seas. The sky was normal. None of the sun, moon, or stars had fallen. Hearing that sigh, Qingyu was slightly stunned. She borrowed his line of sight to look at the space. Indeed, she did not see anyone coming to receive them. The people who came to this world for the first time were gathered here. They did not know what to do. Slightly impatient voices could be heard from the crowd. When I first came here, the person who received me was waiting directly at the square. Now, I don't know what's going on. They are very strict with the life from the land of exile. Logically speaking, they would not leave people alone after receiving them. Qingyu murmured in confusion. But there's an energy restriction at the edge of the square. There's no way out until the person who received me is here. Someone went out. Just now. Even now, someone is slowly walking out. Yin Nuoxing tilted her head so that she could see the edge of the square clearly. Qingyu was stunned. Before she could finish speaking, she saw a person walk out from the edge of the square with her own eyes. Moreover, that person was still half believing and half doubting, looking back at the huge square with every step he took. He was probably so confused in his heart that he didn't know what to do. However, after seeing that there was no reaction after walking for several hundred meters, he leaped up and disappeared from this area. He left. We watched the man leave and said, "This matter is a guide." You see, as the man disappeared smoothly into the horizon, many people who saw or noticed him are ready to make a move. Before Yin Nuoxing and the others had time to notice, another person disappeared into the horizon with a swoosh. This scene that appeared one after another made the hidden thoughts in many people's hearts active. In the end, it caused a chain reaction. A group of people walked towards the edge of the square and then disappeared in all directions. No one here knew about the so-called person who received them. They had stopped here for half an hour purely because they had just arrived and did not know what to do. After the shock passed, of course, they quickly left this place. It was not surprising. The weakest of these people was a beginner divine god. They would not be unable to survive just because they suddenly came to an unfamiliar world. Lord Feng, shall we leave together? I Ching stood far away. He glanced at Yin Nuoxing and asked. Yin Nuoxing's spiritual strength had been integrated into the void and swept back and forth many times. He did not find any kind of gaze falling on this square. After thinking for a moment, he nodded gently. Seeing this, I Ching and Qing Jun said something to the arranged people. Everyone threw a respectful look at Yin Nuoxing. Then, they turned into rays of light and rushed in all directions, disappearing into the horizon in an instant. Yin Nuoxing watched them disappear. At this time, the people around him had almost all left. Only less than 1,000 people were still watching. He raised his head and looked at the sky. A formation flashed in the void and sent him out of the square. When the remaining 1,000 people saw that the space around them had become empty, they did not hesitate much and left at once. The whole square was suddenly empty. In a narrow alley in a city on this unknown planet, Yin Nuoxing suddenly appeared here. Before he could stand still, his spiritual strength quickly integrated into the void. He swept back and forth in the void countless times. Once again, he confirmed that no one was paying attention to this place. Only then did he begin to reach out from his spiritual world. When he pulled Jing Yuanji out, the girl gave him a meaningful look. Her look gave him goosebumps. He felt that either there was something wrong with the look in her eyes, or there was something wrong with his spiritual world. Just as he was about to pull Yu and Feng Qingwang out, Yu said with a smile, "Little star, we won't go out. We won't disturb you. Besides, we can see the situation outside from here." Feng Qingwang drank a cup of tea and nodded. Okay. Yin Nuoxing immediately swallowed his saliva. He thought that it was not that the two girls didn't want to disturb them, but it was because they were so comfortable in the void that they didn't want to leave. When they had nothing to do, they would just sit there and drink tea and watch the outside world as a show. When they had nothing to do, they would chat with the little angel and dig out his dark history. When the three of them were in the mood, they would build a house together. How comfortable it was. It's okay. Lord Feng, don't worry. Jing Yuanji smiled sweetly. She pulled his shoulder and turned him around. Then, she pushed him out. As they walked, she changed the topic. Qingyu, you know this place better than us. Does this happen often? Qingyu followed him and walked forward. She glanced at the grayish-white Yin Nuo planet and thought for a while. She decided not to poke at his sore spot and cooperatively change the topic. I'm not sure either, but when I came here last time, I heard some things. Fetching people from the land of exile is like the soul-raising ceremony in our world. It's a more formal event. It will also cause quite a commotion in this world. Everyone will pay attention to it. There will even be enforcers watching the scene to prevent any accidents. Hui said, so this time, no one is watching or watching. Is it a catastrophic event? It's not that serious. Well, it's not that bad. Qingyu shrugged cutely. As they spoke, they walked out of the alley. The four of them suddenly rushed out of a narrow alley. They attracted a little attention, but it did not last long. She looked around at the buildings in the city and suddenly said, but it's useless for us to guess. This is one of the more prosperous cities in the spiritual pivot continent. I've been here a few times. It's prosperous because it's close to the warp zone. If there's information about this kind of thing, this would probably be the first place to know. Got it. We're just going to get some information. That's easy. Hui patted Yin Nuoxing, who was still being pushed away by Jing Yuanji like a walking corpse, and said, then I'll be back soon. Buddy, take the two little girls and find a place to sit. 15 degrees to the north, 379 miles away, there's a place where living beings gather. There are many powerful auras there. We should be able to get some information there. Once they got down to business, Yin Nuoxing's strange expression disappeared in an instant. He nodded and said, there's a good place to rest in the center of the city. Let's go there and have a look. The few of them nodded and were about to split up. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind them. They could also sense some voices coming from above. They turned around and saw a group of figures wearing scarlet armor and riding some kind of ferocious, strange beast appear in the sky. A powerful aura descended from the sky. At the same time, it attracted the attention of the people in the city, and, at the same time, it caused a wave of panic. It's an enforcer squad, but it's a side branch enforcer squad. Qingyu explained before Yin Nuoxing and the others could say anything as she watched the group streaking across the sky and heading out of the city. Side branch. There's a distinction between inside and outside. Yin Nuoxing replied with an "oh," and watched the group of people with powerful auras leave on their strange beasts. To be honest, he didn't feel anything special about them at all. Well, other than the scarlet armor they were wearing. The enforcers are the power of the enforcers. The law enforcers are the hidden power of this world. They are everywhere and seem to dominate everything. Sometimes, they don't care about anything and secretly guide the direction of the world's evolution. I mentioned a little to you before. The law enforcers also recruit people from the outside. The number is not many, less than 100 people a year. However, there are countless people who want to become law enforcers. It is a kind of honor and also a symbol of power. These people are the external branch, and the internal branch, a position reserved for our own people. Yin Nuoxing continued her words. Qingyu nodded. Her gaze followed the group of enforcers from the side branch and looked in the direction they were heading. She said calmly, they're going to the teleportation area. The size is not enough for a squad. It seems like they were recruited in a hurry. Are the people guarding the teleportation area from the side branch or from the side branch of the enforcers? Naturally, the side branch is personally responsible for such a big matter. Yin Nuoxing pondered for a moment. In that case, according to this information, the side branch of the enforcers, that is, their superiors, might have something to do. To put it bluntly, the distorted races might have something that required manpower and transferred some people back. Furthermore, it probably wasn't something that happened in this world. Even if something happened in the void, it shouldn't alarm them. The remaining possibility was outside. Well, I can't figure it out even if I blindly think about it. I'd better go over there and take a look first. Hui waved his hand and squeaked at Yin Nuoxing. His figure instantly disappeared from where he was, and there was not even a trace of movement. Yin Nuoxing sighed softly. It was indeed useless to blindly think about it. They couldn't possibly know what was happening outside. Moreover, it was still uncertain whether this was the case or not. In a restaurant in the center of the city, the second, third, and fourth floors of the restaurant were empty. Yin Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji could feel a hint of the realm of the gods. Other than the decoration and style of this restaurant, the layout of this restaurant was no different from those common restaurants in the realm of the gods. This was already the third time that Yin Nuoxing saw a place that had something to do with the realm of the gods. They seemed to be deliberately imitating the appearance of the realm of the gods, but it wasn't purely copying. They had modified it before moving it out. Only the two of them, who were natives of the realm of the gods, could recognize it at a glance. The living beings in this void region wouldn't feel anything unusual. Yin Nuoxing and the others sat here for about half an hour and drank tea for half an hour. They thought that they would hear some news about the teleportation formation, but after half an hour, not a single one of the 120 or 30 people in this restaurant spoke about the teleportation formation. Yin Nuoxing wanted to lead the conversation in the void several times, but she felt that the atmosphere wasn't right and didn't say anything. After another 10 minutes, we also received news from Broken Halberd sinks into sand. No matter what method he used to inquire, no one was willing to talk about the teleportation formation. This is strange. Why are these people so tight-lipped? This situation doesn't seem right. There's a historical site right next to them, so why aren't they passing on any information at all? It seems like they don't dare to say or pass on any information. Phone, I can't handle this matter, Hui sighed and muttered. Yin Nuoxing couldn't help but frown. Subconsciously, she thought of something more serious, such as banning information or something like that. After a few minutes, Hui came to the restaurant. Just as he drank a cup of tea and was about to pour out his grievances, a series of exclamations came from outside. The four of them all looked out the window. The group of enforcers from the outer family had returned. They circled above the city for a while and gathered together to talk about something. The aura they released became stronger and stronger, as if they were purposely releasing an indiscriminate pressure to the entire city. They really are domineering. Yin Nuoxing looked at the people below who were affected by the Origin Realm's pressure. Seeing that they were trembling and almost kneeling on the ground, she couldn't help but frown. The leader of the group was riding a strange beast that looked like a horse. He suddenly took 2 steps forward and raised a scarlet scepter high in his hand. All the enforcers' aura suddenly withdrew, and the scarlet scepter exploded with a burst of energy that spread throughout the entire city in an instant. Yin Nuoxing thought that the people who were suppressed would directly kneel down, but to her surprise, they suddenly stood up straight without being affected by the pressure. They seemed to be more confused than anyone else. Just as Yin Nuoxing felt that something was wrong, Qing Yu's expression suddenly changed. The energy in her body was about to burst out uncontrollably. Shook, quiet. Yin Nuoxing put her hand on Qing Yu's hand and squeezed it hard. The sudden riot in Qing Yu's body was suppressed. She hurriedly let out a sigh of relief and returned to normal. The others' attention was mostly focused on the outside, so no one noticed her abnormality at that moment. Bang! A violent collision of energy rang out from outside. A reciprocity life form in the city suddenly shot into the sky, shooting out of the city. Before he could get very far, he was caught by the law enforcers. They sealed him up and locked him up behind the group. Afterwards, a few more figures were brought up. Yin Nuoxing could barely make out 2 of their faces. They were all people who had emerged from the teleportation zone. The scarlet energy wave lasted for about 10 minutes. The leader of the enforcers slowly put down the scepter in his hand and coldly looked at the people behind him. Suddenly, he waved his hand and shouted to the entire city. As the inner captain of the enforcers, I hereby announce to the entire city that a group of heinous criminals have broken into the spiritual pivot continent without permission an hour ago. Anyone who catches the intruders or can provide accurate information is allowed to contact the enforcers. Anyone who conceals the information will be punished by the enforcers. Those who do not do anything will be interrogated by the enforcers at any time. I hope all of you take care of yourselves. After the leader on the golden beast said that, he waved his hand and led the enforcers away. The pressure and words he left behind caused the expressions of countless people to drastically change. He's forcing everyone to find the intruders. He calmly sipped his tea. He did not feel anything inside at all. He even wanted to laugh out loud. A cold laugh? I don't know about other things, but he's trying to intimidate us as soon as he gets here. How impressive. Looks like there really is something going on internally. Yin Nuoxing's finger constantly drew circles on the table. The teleportation zone would not be opened without the permission of the person who received them. They were allowed to enter, but now they were treated as intruders. It would be strange if there was nothing going on internally. That tone, that order, what do you think? We suddenly asked. The roar of an arrogant slave master to a bunch of slightly respectable slaves. If you want me to put it in a worse way, it's like talking to livestock. Yin Nuoxing yawned. They had already expected this situation. The three of them were communicating in their souls, so Qingyu did not hear them. I'm very curious about what's wrong with them internally. But what I want to say more is, F***CK, I've had enough of coming here and being accused of trespassing. Looks like this trip will be extremely dangerous. As soon as they finished communicating mentally, Yin Nuoxing looked at Qingyu and threw a sentence in her mind. Have you encountered it before? Qingyu shook her head. After leaving for 1,000 years, she felt that a lot of things had changed. She had never seen the enforcers act so unscrupulously. Could it be related to that thing that old thief mentioned? Yin Nuoxing took a sip of tea. Before they left, old thief had mentioned something to them. It was a set of coordinates, but the location was not on this planet. It was said that there was something there, but they did not know what it was. Qingyu pondered for a moment, but still shook her head. I don't know either. Yin Nuoxing said, Anyway, we can't do this openly. Are you okay? The energy fluctuation just now almost exposed you. Fortunately, it's not possible. That's the energy fluctuation unique to the enforcers. Those who enter the spiritual pivot continent in a short period of time, those who escape from the land of exile without permission, and those who are marked as targets will be affected by the energy fluctuation. The others will only feel a wave of energy quietly flowing past, but will not be affected. Qingyu looked a little worried. She looked at Yin Nuoxing and the others who were not affected by the energy fluctuation and clenched her fists slightly. I'm afraid I'll be a burden to you. It's okay. Come in and rest. Yin Nuoxing waved her hand and pointed between her eyebrows. We won't be found out. We can even stay inside and watch the show peacefully. Qingyu smiled bitterly. That's the only way. Chapter 1422. Half a month ago, the spiritual pivot continent had already listed the teleportation circle as a taboo. There were different reasons for that. There was no consensus, and everyone was just making wild guesses. The enforcers had unilaterally blocked all information about the teleportation circle, and no one knew the specifics. That was also why Yin Nuoxing and the others could not get any information about the teleportation circle, even after trying for a long time. The enforcers had just slipped away, and the city near the teleportation circle was relatively safe. No one would come here for at least 8 to 10 days. However, Yin Nuoxing and the others were not worried about that. Qingyu had obediently entered his spiritual realm to rest, and the three of them could wander around freely. They could not find the information they wanted in the city, so they could only go outside. As for where to go, what to look for, and how to look for it, they had no idea. What should they do when they suddenly came to a new world? Well, they could do anything, right? But what should they do? What should they do to achieve their goals? They could not possibly contact the enforcers and join the collateral sect, right? That would be a waste of time. In short, we don't have a goal for now, and this situation might last for 1 or 2 days. During this time, we can only wander around and see what we can find, see what we can see, and join the fun. Since there are internal enforcers in this world, there might be some wandering members who have slipped out as well. We should find a chance to catch 1 or 2 and greet them. Yin Nuoxing said casually with a shrug. When he said that, they were already floating above a lake in a mountain. They came here to join in the fun, and when they passed by thousands of miles away, they sensed the presence of a large number of life forms and came to take a look out of curiosity. Since they had nothing to do anyway, they naturally wandered around and went wherever they could find fun. Then they saw the lake that was strangely crowded with people and several huge ships that appeared to be doing something unknown. Looking at those ships, Yin Nuoxing suddenly compared them to the fleets of the path of the heavens that Dao Heaven controlled. He suddenly felt that the former ships that floated on the water looked very cheap. They could carry people, but they could not fight or fly. If it wasn't for the fact that Dao Tian was still unconscious, he would have asked her to lend him a boat. However, if a boat of that scale was placed in the lake would probably overflow and flood the area 300 meters around the shore. Yin Nuoxing and Jing Yuanji each leaned against the side of the boat, lazily looking at the big boats in the center of the lake. There were many small boats nearby, and some people would suddenly come down from the big boats and walk into the small boats. Then the people in the small boats would follow those people and walk into the big boats. At first glance, it was probably, God knows what was going on inside. A group of peak heavenly gods and low-level life forms were gathered together, and there was an energy barrier protecting the boat. He was peeping and eavesdropping, but there was nothing noteworthy happening inside. After squatting here for half an hour, he gradually felt a little bored. Voila! A ball of water suddenly surged up from the surface of the water, startling Jing Yuanji. Without thinking, Yin Nuoxing punched down with her fist, and the ball of water was so scared that it quickly dodged to the side. The punch that missed its target created a huge and wide crack on the surface of the water, and many people were stunned. Are you trying to kill me? Hui swam back from the other side in a sorry state and smiled bitterly as he leaned against the side of the boat. At most, I'll smash you to the bottom of the lake and dance with the mud. Yin Nuoxing yawned. Who asked you to scare people? Do you think I can scare you? Hui lowered his voice and muttered. Seeing Yin Nuoxing's half-smile, he quickly put on a serious expression. Cough, cough, there's nothing at the bottom of the lake. Is it an illusion? It's unlikely, but who knows? Hui shrugged. When they came here and just sat down on the clear, light blue lake, he felt that something moved at the bottom of the lake. Yin Nuoxing didn't investigate the words here. After all, this guy's senses and thoughts were somewhat strange. If she probed too deeply, she would be lost. In short, she heard that Hui felt something at the bottom of the lake, but after going down for half an hour, she didn't see anything. Maybe it's even deeper down. Hui tilted his head and looked at the surface of the lake. His gaze penetrated the clear lake and watched the color of the lake change from dark blue to black. He shook his head, but there's a restriction below. It's a very powerful restriction that has existed for a long time. The only way to confirm that it's not that restriction's movement is down there. But if it's broken, there will be a lot of movement. Because I'm not sure what's down there, and there are so many people on the lake, I slipped back first. It's just a restriction. Yin Nuoxing yawned and suddenly leaned out. She stretched out her hand and pushed Hui to the side. Then, she put her palm into the lake. A dark red light flickered on the tip of her index finger and disappeared in an instant. Don't you? Who is it? We wanted to tell him not to blow up the lake, but just as he said that, he felt an energy aura quietly approaching from the side. He turned around and saw a woman in a green robe holding an oil paper umbrella walking towards them from the lake. Yin Nuoxing also retracted his hand and looked up at the woman. His eyelids were slightly drooping, and he seemed a little indifferent, but there was a trace of indifference in him. She stood at a suitable distance and stopped to salute. Her indifferent voice sounded, "The three of you, my young master invites you to have a chat." Your young master? Yin Nuoxing was a little surprised. She didn't expect to be noticed by others when they were floating so far away. Who is your young master? Why are you looking for us? The woman's beautiful face showed a moment of astonishment. She looked at the three people in front of her with a scrutinizing gaze, trying to find a trace of joke or ridicule from Yin Nuoxing's face. However, the three of them just looked at her indifferently, a little puzzled and bored. It seemed that they weren't interested in this matter and didn't care who her young master was. For a moment, she was puzzled. Those who came to the Moon Lake at this moment were all here for her young master's invitation. Could it be that the three people in front of her were not among them? She wanted to turn around directly, but she remembered that her young master had asked her to invite the three of them over. So, he probably knew about her young master. Thinking so, she was about to speak. She saw that the three of them were still staring at her, without saying a word or blinking their eyes. She panicked and finally couldn't help but say, "Young master said that his surname is Shun. As for his name, I don't know. It seems that no one else knows. Many people just call him young master Shun." So, Why is young Master Shen looking for us? Yin Nuashing sat down against the side of the boat and yawned in boredom. The woman gently shook her head. Just as she was about to open her mouth to speak, she suddenly stiffly stopped her actions and closed her mouth. Yin Nuashing's gaze suddenly turned towards one of the large ships in the center of the lake. In one of the windows of the ship's cabin, there was a young man dressed in blue sitting quietly by the window, looking at him. The two pairs of eyes made contact with each other calmly. There was no movement in the plain eyes. He thought that the visitor was not friendly. From this angle, he could only see 1/3 of young Master Shen's appearance. He could see that young Master Shen nodded with a smile, waved his hand to invite Yin Nuashing, and opened his mouth to say something in lip reading. Yin Nuashing's expression changed slightly, but it returned to normal in an instant. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he wanted to see the person in front of him clearly. Then let's go. After a moment, Yin Nuashing let out a light breath and nodded to Hui and Jing Yuanji. The three of them suddenly disappeared from the boat, which made the woman stunned. No hurry. You come back first. Young Master Shen's voice sounded in her ears, which made the woman breathe a sigh of relief. She nodded and floated towards the big boat. In the cabin, young Master Shen waved his hand to let the 3 chairs back. As soon as the chairs stopped, Yin Nuashing and the other 2 figures appeared on the chairs. There was no sound at all, as if they had been sitting here from the beginning. Yin Nuashing rested her chin on her hand and looked out of the window with a bored look. Young Master Shen, that's me. Young Master Shen cupped his hands and smiled. Glancing at his handsome face with slightly high cheekbones, Yin Nuashing looked away and said casually, "You said that you know our purpose. What do you mean?" Jing Yuanji and Hui both trembled slightly in their hearts, but after thinking about it for a while, they felt that it was unlikely that their identities had been seen through. If so, dozens of law enforcers in armor should have appeared now. If it was more serious, dozens of high-level origins would have suddenly rushed out. In this case, young Master Shen had probably mistaken their purpose and thought that they were swinging around in the lake for other purposes. Of course, Yin Nuashing also knew, but she had just seen the scene of law enforcers arresting people, so it was inevitable that she would think wrongly. After realizing it, she was very interested in the purpose that young Master Shen thought he knew. Anyway, she had nothing to do. Young Master Shen lifted the lid of the teapot and peeked inside. After waiting for another 10 seconds, he slowly took out a few cups and poured a few cups of tea into the teapot himself. He pushed the teapot in front of Yin Nuashing and the other 2. He also picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Yin Nuashing lowered her head and glanced at the black tea with green steam rising. The tea fragrance lingered around the tip of her nose for a few laps. It was very fragrant, but with such a color scheme, any normal person would probably throw it away after seeing it. Coincidentally, she was not a normal person, so there was nothing to worry about. First, she sat up straight, then took the cup of tea, put it under her nose, and sniffed it. Then, she raised her head and drank it. Suddenly, her movements froze. Feng Hui, who was just about to drink tea, saw the trembling in his heart and suddenly became alert. "It's okay." Yin Nuashing shook her head and put down the teacup gently. She raised her head and looked at young Master Shen, who was smiling at her with pursed lips. She could not help but say, "This tea is a bit interesting. This tea is called reincarnation. It can't be better if you like it." Young Master Shen smiled, took another sip, and let out a long breath. Reincarnation. Yin Nuashing shook her head when she heard that. "I'm afraid the name is a bit exaggerated. In my opinion, although this tea is a bit famous, it doesn't deserve the name. Of course. After all, the reincarnation in my hand is only 1/3 of the tea. The real tea has disappeared long ago, and only this one remains to this day." Young Master Shen nodded. 1/3. The past life, this life, the next life. So this tea is the next life? Yin Nuashing looked down at the cup of tea, and her expression was a bit strange. "This I can't say. The only thing I know is that it doesn't represent this life." "Ha, that's nonsense. Anyone who has drunk it knows that it can make people recall some fragments of the previous life in an instant. The memory fragments that flashed into mind can easily be determined that they are not from this life, but it's not known whether they belong to the next life or the previous life. Young Master Shin sighed and shook his head. Hui and Jing Yuanji also took a sip of tea, and their expressions changed. Yin Nuoxing lowered her eyelids slightly, took a sip, and then raised her head to drink. She sighed faintly. He could roughly judge that this might be part of the previous life, but there were no images or fragments flashing in her mind. She just felt a trace of the breath of reincarnation, and then her whole sight was only purple and black fog rolling over and over. If this could be counted as a recalled image and memory fragment, it was definitely not from the next life, but from the previous life. And the question was, what was Feng Ling's previous life? Skipping this question, he didn't want to think about these complicated questions now. Whether it was this life or the next life, he was always thinking, who am I? Where did I come from? What am I going to do? This kind of question would drive him crazy. Besides, he was a strange reincarnator, and he didn't know how far he had reincarnated and where the end of his previous life was. Yin Nuoxing quickly shook his head. He just said that he didn't want to think. Young Master Shun. Yin Nuoxing sat up straight. Now that they had drunk the tea and met the people, it was almost time to get down to business. So, she said very seriously, so, what do you want to do by calling us here? Just like what I said when I called you here. I know why you are here. Young Master Shin smiled. He waved his hand gently, and the space suddenly became quiet, and their voices couldn't be heard. The origin and history of the Moon Lake. I think you have heard these too many times, so I won't say more. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. Damn, I really haven't heard of it, okay? However, after thinking about it, it seemed that the origin and history weren't that important. So, she ignored them and nodded calmly. He could guess what young Master Shun wanted to say, for example, about the restriction at the bottom of the lake. Young Master Shun looked at the calm surface of the lake and said slowly, back then, many people would come to the Moon Boundary Lake every year at this time to try to find the so-called divine treasure. Countless years had passed, but no one had found anything. Instead, the lake became famous. I think you're here for this? Young Master Shin looked at the calm surface of the lake and said slowly, no one has found anything. Yin Nuoxing thought of the restriction at the bottom of the lake. He didn't know if it was because no one had found a restriction or because no one could break it. The thing at the bottom of the Moon Lake was worth paying attention to. Many Origin Realm beings would come here. He thought it was the latter reason. However, the restriction didn't seem that strong. A mid-level Origin Realm being should be able to break it. Young Master Shin's expression suddenly became serious. I think you can also sense the restriction at the bottom of the lake. The restriction isn't actually that scary. The scary thing is the thing behind the restriction, or rather, that place is very scary. I'd like to hear more about it. Yin Nuoxing nodded. He thought to himself, I knew someone would know about the restriction. As for what's behind it, it's none of my business. Young Master Shun shook his head. There might be people in this world who know what's behind the restriction, but I'm not one of them. I only know that the thing doesn't belong to this world. Ahem, to be more precise, it doesn't belong to the spiritual pivot continent. According to the records, the restriction has been broken 3 times. Each time, countless lives will die. Even high-level heavenly gods will disappear because of it. The danger is self-evident. Each time it causes a disaster, some peerless masters will seal it again after paying a terrible price. The restriction now is no longer the same as it was at the beginning. Yin Nuoxing paused for a moment. That's interesting. He didn't expect that the thing hidden behind the seal would be so serious, and this made him hesitate. He had already placed a strand of energy on the seal, and the seal's main body was a high-level divine rune with sealing power. It was about the 8th layer, and he could break it with a paw. He was worried that if he broke it, it would cause too much of a commotion and attract a large group of high-level existences from the warped races. If that happened, he would easily be exposed. After all, he wasn't a local, and there weren't any life forms that didn't have warped energy in this area. No matter how he thought about it, it wasn't worth it to expose himself here. Yin Nuoxing habitually picked up the teacup. Suddenly, he felt that there was no tea left in it. He said directly, "Young Master Shun, you didn't ask me to come here just to talk about this, right?" Young Master Shun waved his hand and took the teacup from his hand. He slowly poured a thin stream of water from the teapot. After a while, he spoke softly. Even though there was a barrier blocking the sound here, he still spoke very softly. "The restriction will collapse late tonight. This is a friend of mine." "Oh, Elder." "Oh, forget it. It's someone I know who told me the news. But it's not convenient for him to show up, so he can only tell me. As for what to do after he tells me..." Young Master Shin smiled. "Oh, it's all up to you." Yin Nuoxing understood, but it was not difficult to understand. He was just a little curious. "Why did you ask us? Didn't you summon a group of people here?" Young Master Shin smiled and shrugged. "I didn't meet the right people. With my influence, I could only contact these people. There are also some strong people from other places. Although they didn't come and gave me a reply, I thought that they were not strong enough to deal with this. Under such circumstances, I suddenly found you guys. Although you deliberately don't look obvious, you make yourself stand out more. Ahem, that's what I mean. What do you think?" Young Master Shin smiled. Yin Nuoxing raised his head and drank the tea in one gulp. He sighed and stared at young Master Shun. "You said it yourself. Even the high-level life forms under the restriction will suffer. We are only mid-level life forms. Young Master Shun, do you think you can deal with it?" "Yes." Young Master Shin smiled and nodded. "Then, do you think the three of us can deal with it?" Yin Nuoxing said with a faint smile. "Your words are a little superfluous." Young Master Shin laughed. "Your appearance here is the answer. Although I don't know where you get your confidence from." Yin Nuoxing shrugged and reached out his hand. "So, happy working with you?" Young Master Shin reached out his hand and shook the overly pale hand. "Nice working with you. We will come in the middle of the night. Before that, wait a moment." Young Master Shin looked at the empty cabin and lowered his head to look at the teacups on their seats. He was about to get up and clean up when the door behind him was pushed open. The woman in a turquoise robe pushed the door open and walked in. She put the tea set aside and suddenly said softly, "Young Master, I don't understand. With your strength, you can definitely attract stronger people." "Why? Yeah, why?" Young Master Shun held his chin and looked at the clear lake. The polite smile he had been maintaining suddenly collapsed. "How would I know? Uncle Yi has never been wrong. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to live until today. So, although I don't understand, I can only believe it." The woman couldn't help but smile bitterly. "But three mid-level life forms. Young Master, you know how dangerous the graveyard of gods and demons is." "Yeah, the graveyard of gods and demons." Young Master Shin rubbed his cheeks with a headache. "Uncle Yi said that this is the most powerful outbreak in history, and it will attract a lot of people. Even those people will probably send people here. After all, this world was exiled because of this. I also. After that, it has already passed. 2 eras, 2 years, 776,903,303 years." The woman sighed. "It's been a long time, young master." "Yeah, it's been a long time. I've been exiled for so many years without realizing it. My hometown is probably still the same, but it won't be the same as the one I knew. The decision back then..." "Huh." Young Master Shin nodded and muttered to himself in a heavy voice for a moment. Suddenly, his tone changed. He looked at the woman and joked, "Another 20 million years will be the time I knew you." The woman nodded. "It's been a long time." Chapter 1423. Hundreds of feet below the bottom of the lake, Yin Nuoxing and the other two quietly glided through the water. The water in front of them seemed to have a mind of its own and didn't obstruct them. It was pitch black all around. At this depth, there was no sunlight. It was as dark as one's body. Ordinary vision couldn't see anything. There seemed to be an irresistible magic at the bottom of the lake, attracting people to keep falling until they reached the end of the abyss. This depth was a little exaggerated for a lake. Yin Nuoxing threw the energy down, but she didn't investigate how deep the lake was. Now that she was personally diving, she suddenly felt as if she was continuously falling into a well. With the size of the Moon World Lake and this depth, it really was like a well. There was a powerful restriction at the bottom of the well, which made people think of a devil's well that sealed some dangerous life. "We've reached the bottom of the lake." Although it was completely dark, Yin Nuoxing and the others could clearly see the situation around them. In front of them was the bottom of the lake, which was filled with sand and mud. There were some plants stubbornly growing in these places. As for fish, there wasn't a single fish in the entire lake. There wasn't even much life, aura. It was like a dead land. From his point of view, it was in line with the identity of a deep well. The soles of her feet landed lightly on the soft, sandy ground. There wasn't even a piece of gravel larger than a fist here. Yin Nuoxing scanned the surroundings. She waved her hand and swam to the side, intending to circle around the bottom of the lake. The water at the bottom of the lake has traces of sealing power. The sealing power of that divine pattern is still very strong. Yin Nuoxing looked at the sandy ground in front of her. Her palms were facing the ground as if she was pulling something to both ends. Bang! A muffled sound came from the bottom of the lake. The sand in front of them suddenly split open from the middle and slowly pushed towards both ends. When the sand retreated like a wave, waves of dust also slowly rolled up, blocking their line of sight. Jing Yuanji waved her hand and swept the sand and dust to one side. That action formed a whirlpool about 10 feet above the ground, constantly sweeping the sand and water away and throwing them dozens of meters away. A clear scene appeared below. A part of a huge divine rune appeared in front of them. Yin Nuoxing waved his hand, and the space in front of him suddenly became bright. A ball of dark, red energy floated up from the bottom of the separated sand. It was the ball of energy that he had just thrown into the water. At this moment, it was emitting a bright light, illuminating the surroundings. At the same time, it also illuminated the sand and the part of the divine patterns below. The separated ground was more than 30 meters high, and when one was deep in it, they would feel as if they were standing in a wide rift valley. The seal of the divine glyph contains a powerful distortion energy. We can confirm that there are indeed members of the distortion clan in this world, and their cultivation level is similar to ours, Jing Yuanji said to Yin Nuoxing as she looked at the exposed divine glyph. Well, as expected, Yin Nuoxing nodded, lifted his foot, and jumped into the crack. Jing Yuanji saw this and quickly followed. A corner of the huge divine glyph flickered with scarlet and golden light, but only a small part of the golden light shrunk in the corner, as if it would be completely devoured at any time. Although it was still a divine glyph, the dominant power was no longer the power of order, and it did not have the sacred feeling. The power it released only carried a dangerous aura. His palm reached out to the divine glyph. A wave of resistance and a weak energy impact came from the divine glyph, but did not move the hand at all. Yin Nuoxing continued to reach out until his palm was completely attached to the divine glyph. The violent resistance disappeared at once. The power of the divine glyph has dissipated a little and is no longer complete. No wonder a part of the sealing power leaked out. Jing Yuanji looked at the scene of Yin Nuoxing's palm, causing a riot, and could not help but say, the remaining power could be easily broken by the mid-level origin. Indeed, Yin Nuoxing nodded, and a touch of doubt suddenly appeared on his face. But, as far as I am concerned, this magic circle can still be maintained for many years. If there is no one who has nothing better to do to break the seal, it will never collapse in advance. But that young Master Shun said that his friend said that it will collapse late tonight. Jing Yuanji guessed, could that friend be in existence similar to the seer? Maybe he saw something that will destroy this seal in the middle of the night. That makes sense, but he looked at the divine glyph in front of him and tilted his head. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Lord Foam, can you see the place under the seal? Jing Yuanji looked behind the divine glyph. It was dark and nothing could be seen. It was possible that there was only darkness behind, but it was more likely that the divine glyph blocked their vision. Let me try. Yin Nuoxing closed his eyes, and several kinds of energy ran quickly in his body, gathered in the palm of his hand, and then put it on the divine glyph and tried to go deep behind it while restraining the destructive power. However, every time he let the energy go to the back of the divine glyph, the light of the whole divine glyph would slowly brighten, as if it was mobilizing the energy to block his movement. After a while, he even used the power of divine right and divinity, and the biggest use almost made the entire divine glyph go wild. No, seeing the divine glyph so resistant, Yun Nuashing shook his head helplessly and withdrew his hand. The seal is very comprehensive. With our current level of self-suppression, there is no way to look behind the seal. Jing Yuanji also felt regretful when she heard that. Under Yin Nuashing's instructions, she also tried once, but the situation was similar, and she was still blocked. How is it? How is it? Did you find anything here? Hui Ren's voice came before he arrived. Yin Nuashing and Jing Yuanji shook their heads and sighed. No, why don't you try to see the situation behind the divine glyph seal? Huey's figure appeared beside them with a swoosh. He looked around and couldn't help but be stunned. Wow, you guys have split the bottom of the lake open. After he finished talking, he bent down and put his hand on the divine glyph to sense it for a moment, then shook his head. If we can release the power, there's a way, but I am afraid of being discovered. Yin Nuashing and Jing Yuanji both sighed. They had expected the same answer. After struggling at the bottom of the lake for 10 minutes, Yin Nuashing confirmed that there was no way to know what was going on inside in advance, so she chose to give up. She left a ball of dark red energy here to monitor the situation, and after closing the crack, she left the bottom of the lake with Hui and Jing Yuanji. If trickery doesn't work, then let's wait until nightfall. Teleported to the shore, Yin Nuashing stared at the clear lake and helplessly spread her hands. I want to see how the divine glyph seal will collapse. Judging from the residual energy of the divine glyph, it won't collapse in 100 or 80 years. It can only be man-made. But, speaking of this lake, Qing Yu, do you know anything? Yin Nuashing squeaked in her soul. What young Master Shun said made her feel embarrassed to ask. Qing Yu, who was rebuilding the soul world with Yu and the others, showed a thoughtful expression when she heard this. She looked down at the ball of energy in her hand and said while pinching it, Moon Lake is said to be a very terrible sealed place. A special thing with great power is sealed inside. It is like hell, like the end of reincarnation, and all the darkness in the world is hidden inside. Yin Nuashing suddenly felt a chill on his skin, and his hair stood on end. Damn it, why did the darkness in the world sound like a description of the sins of the world? Well, he was just delusional. This thing would not appear unless it was attached to something. It would not be exposed in the real world. It was not an energy, nor was it a substance. It was just a conceptual existence. It would only appear when it was attached to something. In that case, it seemed that they could not rule out the possibility that there was a life with the sins of the world sealed under the Moon Lake. What if there was really such a life? Yin Nuashing shook his head and laughed self-deprecatingly. Why was he thinking about that unlucky thing now? He should think about something more serious. Is there a more specific explanation? Qing Yu stopped what she was doing and looked up at the sky full of lights and auroras. She searched her memory of 1,000 years ago. After a while, she said, there are many rumors about the Moon Lake, but since a certain period of time, not many people have come to explore this place. It was already like that before I left. If we go back... I remember something. The bottom of the Moon Lake is called the Graveyard of Deities and Demons. Graveyard of Deities and Demons? Yin Nuashing repeated to himself. There are gods and demons buried under it. The demons in this world were probably not from the demon race. He was referring to the demon race in the future of the celestial realm. It was probably due to the different customs and cultures of each world that led to the difference in the way they addressed the demon race. In this world, there was something that could be regarded as a demon, or perhaps this world had encountered such a thing before. Demon? What is a demon? Yin Nuashing asked. Qing Yu shook her head. I'm not sure either. By the time I learned about the Moon World Lake, it had already been sealed several times. Everyone's understanding of it is limited to the words graveyard of gods and demons. No one knows what the demons in the Moon World Lake represent, nor do they know if the gods in the Moon World Lake represent life forms like us. Yin Nuashing told Jing Yuanji and Hui what she said. The latter could not help but laugh. Could it be that this damned place is suppressing some kind of worldly demon or void demon? Don't jinx it. Don't pull something out of it. Yin Nuashing hit Huey's head with her blade and rolled her eyes. She also mentioned this matter to I Ching and the others. Demon. Lord Feng, could it be a void sky beast? I Ching subconsciously thought of that thing. It was some kind of primordial life form in the void. It was a void-level demon beast that was very powerful. In other worlds, it would also be called a demon god. However, in the realm of the gods, the unified name was Void Sky Beast. This was caused by differences in customs and culture. It's not impossible, but who knows? Yin Nuashing shrugged. In short, you guys try to collect as much information as possible. See if there is any place that mentions this moon lake and the graveyard of deities and demons. Understood. Lord Feng, are you going to provide support tonight? Qing Jun said with a grin. His voice sounded a little strange. It was a weak, trembling voice that sounded like he was trying to hold back his laughter. When Yin Nuashing heard that voice, she carefully judged. The opening of the graveyard of deities and demons would attract a lot of people. A lot of people would come to check it out. Even a high-level origin could fall, so there must be danger inside. Danger meant a fight. From this, it could be inferred that the guy who recklessly tore through the void had already recovered from the effects of the chaotic tide. Moreover, his hand itching now. If she was not reporting to him, he should be laughing wildly by now. 10 seconds later, Yin Nuashing calmly said, "There's no need. If there are too many people, it will be easy to be exposed. After all, we're the only people in this world who don't have distorted energy. You guys just have to pay attention to your own concealment." Oh, all right then. The voice on the other side instantly lost its strength like a frosted eggplant. Yin Nuashing and Hui did not know whether to laugh or cry. How hard could this guy hold back? Speaking of which, he seemed to have heard a series of regretful sighs. In short, after successfully suppressing a group of high-risk bombs, Yin Nuashing and the other two sat down by the lake and waited. However, Hui could not sit still after less than 10 minutes. He jumped up and wanted to run to other places to take a look. Yin Nuashing could not stop him and could only let him go. When he left, only he and Jing Yuanji were left on the shore. The two looked at each other, and then the two of them stared at the sky for a few hours and a days. Their necks were stiff. Time passed quickly without anyone noticing. Soon, the sky was filled with shadows. The dark sky covered the forest and the mountains with a layer of shadow. It was as if a giant beast was crawling on the ground. The boats on the Moonworld Lake were all lit up by candles. The warm light of the fire lit up the space within a few feet. However, it made the place further away seem even darker and more terrifying. It was as if the light only made its existence more obvious. The boats on the lake were much fewer than during the day. There was only one big boat left. It was young Master Shin's boat. At the moment, it was also close to the shore. The center of the lake and the opposite shore were dark. Nothing could be seen. It was so dark that one couldn't even see his own fingers if he stretched out his hand. Some people noticed that the atmosphere here was not right, but they did not think about the graveyard of gods and demons under the Moonworld Lake. That place had been forgotten by the world for too long. Even if they still knew, they would not think in that direction first. A little later, Hui came back with a package in his hand. The fragrance of the package floated to the lake. Yin Nuashing and Jing Yuanji both turned their heads and saw this guy sneaking back with his mouth full of oil. He chewed and said vaguely, "Eating fantasy? Please swallow it before you speak." Yin Nuashing was speechless. Hui finished the thing in his hand quickly and snapped his fingers. His body flashed, and the oil on his face and clothes disappeared. He carried the package and ran to Yin Nuashing with a satisfied face. "Do you want to eat? I found a very delicious snack bar over there and brought some back for you." "I don't feel like eating." Yin Nuashing yawned. "I don't have much energy. After thinking for the whole afternoon, I suddenly thought of something not good. That thing has been entrenched in my mind since it came out. I can't get rid of it, even if I shake it off. Right now, I don't want to do anything. What can be more important than eating? Come on, eat quickly." I kept it warm all the way. "It's still hot." Hui rolled his eyes at her and put the package down. He opened it as he spoke. There was a lot of food inside, and the amount was so much that it did not match the size of the package. He directly picked up a piece of meat that was roasted golden and dripping with oil and stuffed it into Yun Nuoxing's mouth. "Okay, eat quickly." I said I don't want to. Yun Nuoxing grumbled gloomily. She chewed a few times reluctantly, and her expression suddenly changed. "What is this? It tastes good." Half an hour later. "Burp. It smells good. Do you have more?" We looked as if he had expected this. He took out another package from the storage device at his waist. "I guess you like the taste, so I prepared more for you." Jing Yuanji was stunned by Feng Luo's happy expression. She had never seen him show such an expression before. She casually ate 2 mouthfuls and put down the food in her hands, planning to leave it all for him. We saw this, and suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. He moved closer to her and whispered, "Don't be fooled by Feng Luo's appearance. He's actually a foodie." Jing Yuanji looked at Huey's serious expression, then looked at Feng Luo, who rolled his eyes with every bite. His smile became especially beautiful, and his face was full of happiness and happiness. She nodded thoughtfully. After casually cleaning up, Yun Nuoxing let out a long sigh of relief. She lowered her head and sniffed her body. The smell of food floated all over her body. After a while, she suddenly came back to her senses. "Wait a minute, what was I thinking about just now?" "I don't know." Jing Yuanji shook her head. Huey's face revealed a mischievous smile. "Did you eat too much and throw away your brain?" "Burp." Yun Nuoxing unceremoniously burped on his face. It was almost time. She looked at the big ship on the shore and said, "There's still about an hour or so. Let's go to young Master Shin's place and have a look." The three of them were not polite at all and teleported to the cabin. An afternoon had passed, and there was still only young Master Shun and the woman in green. The two of them were startled by the sudden appearance of the 3 people in front of them. They were stunned for a while and did not react. "Oh, it's you. You scared me." Young Master Shun rubbed the back of his hands and waved his hand to move the 3 chairs away. He put on an impeccable smile. "Are the 3 of you ready?" "Not much. I went out for a walk and had a meal." Yun Nuoxing sat down casually, looking very indifferent. Suddenly, she felt that she missed something. "By the way, my surname is Yun. Well, you can call me whatever you want." "Brother Yun." Young Master Shin smiled and nodded. Hui, Jing Yuanji, and I Ching were chatting in their souls. How did Feng come up with this surname? The prohibition of the Moon World Lake will be broken in about an hour. We need to leave this place a little earlier to avoid being sucked in. The moment the seal is broken, the eruption of power will be enough to turn thousands of miles into a barren land. Young Master Shin looked outside and looked at the quiet lake. At this moment, there was no one else here except the 5 of them. The others had already left. The ships with burning candles were just ships. Young Master Shun, to tell you the truth, I just went down to see the prohibition. Yun Nuoxing suddenly said, staring at his expression. "You went down?" Young Master Shun was stunned. Yun Nuoxing waved her hand to calm him down. "The seal is broken, and the energy is leaking out. But it's definitely not a problem to hold on for 100 or 80 years. Well, although I don't know who your friend is, I'm just curious. How does the seal break?" "Well," young Master Shin muttered to himself for a moment, a contemplative look on his face. After a while, he shook his head and said, "Brother Yun, I don't know either. My friend is a little special. He can tell me some things in advance, but he doesn't know how those things will happen. There might even be a situation where he told me about it, but I accidentally broke the seal. Do you understand? Spying on that, right?" Yun Nuoxing asked tentatively. Young Master Shin nodded. "He has helped me many times. This time, there shouldn't be any accidents. I didn't want to get involved in this mess, but he said that something there is related to me. I had no choice but to come and take a look. Cough, cough, that's enough. There's no need to say any more. Let's just wait for the rest. If the seal will really be broken in the middle of the night, we'll know after a little while." Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and said. The rest of the time was to wait slowly. 1 or 2 hours passed quickly. The moon lake was completely quiet. It was dark and looked like a ghost was going to appear at any time. Yun Nuoxing and young Master Shun had evacuated thousands of miles away half an hour ago. They were watching from a mountain that was not very high, but the distance and height were just enough for them to see the lake. At the same time, they were counting the time silently in their hearts. The whole world seemed to be silent. This silence lasted for an hour, and it was already within the time limit. The energy that Yin Nuo planet left there to monitor had been circling around the bottom of the lake, but did not feel anything. Nothing happened. It was quiet all around. The power of the soul merged into the void and spread. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, it was so quiet that there was not even a trace of energy. There were no places where humans gathered in this area, and he could only hear 1 or 2 snoring sounds of magic beasts and wild beasts. It's very late. Yin Nuoxing could not help but murmur. The little girls in the soul world had gone to bed early, in case something big happened later. Young Master Shun tilted his head and smiled at her. His face was sweating at a speed visible to the naked eye. Well, actually, you don't have to smile. It's too stiff. Yin Nuoxing sighed. Young Master Shun's cheeks were dry. Do you want me to cry? Hui yawned loudly. He slowly closed his mouth until his jaw was almost dislocated. He rubbed his eyes. Yin Nuoxing saw him yawn and yawned as well. Then, Jing Yuanji could not help but cover her mouth and yawn. Young Master Shun and the woman in green could not help but open their mouths. Dong! There was a low, muffled sound. It seemed that some kind of huge creature was dragging its feet on the ground. The heavy sound disturbed the silence of the night sky. Yin Nuoxing and the others' expressions changed abruptly. They all looked in the direction of the Moon World Lake. What's the situation? Hui asked hurriedly. Under such circumstances, where else could there be a sudden movement? The bottom of the lake is shaking. The seal of the divine vein. The energy is rapidly disappearing. The vibration is coming from there. Yin Nuoxing's eyes surged with a faint dark red light. He looked at the bottom of the Moon World Lake. The land of sand was shaking with a rumble. The ground suddenly collapsed, forming hundreds of quicksand-like pits. The sand actually fell behind the divine vein through the gaps of the divine vein. The entire divine vein shone with a twisted scarlet light. The light suddenly flashed violently. A huge force made the entire bottom of the lake tremble. Yin Nuoxing could feel that the divine vein shook violently. Something behind the divine vein was attacking the seal. Bang! That sudden explosion was delayed for more than a minute. A scarlet shockwave visible to the naked eye exploded from the Moon World Lake. It rumbled and spread across the entire world. A huge pillar of energy erupted from the surface of the lake, shooting straight into the sky. It was black, pure black. It was a black that was even more chaotic and dark than the void. It swallowed all the light in the world. The shockwave spread to every corner of the spiritual pivot continent. At this moment, everyone was startled awake. Those who were dreaming were startled awake. Their hearts were filled with fear. It was as if a demon had wrapped itself around their throats, making it impossible for them to breathe. Their hearts were pounded by a huge hammer. The pain was unbearable. Many weak people suddenly spat out mouthfuls of black blood and fainted. The wild beasts and magical beasts in the forest directly died in their dreams. When a shockwave spread, it had already turned the entire forest into a wasteland. Countless amounts of energy disappeared. Dozens of huge cracks appeared on the ground as if there was an earthquake. The ground collapsed. Yin Nuoxing's expression changed slightly. He took a step back without anyone noticing. He pulled his right hand into his sleeve, while his left hand clenched his right arm tightly. His expression was a bit ugly. A golden red mark suddenly appeared on his arm. Boom! Along with the blast of energy that caused everything in the world to collapse and caused a myriad of stars to flow in reverse, that expanse of divine marking restrictions was finally exhausted, and it was completely broken through. Chapter 14:24. Boom! After the explosion of energy that shook the entire world ended, the entire Moon World Lake was filled with a huge amount of energy. Like a red light, it spread out from the bottom of the lake and dyed the night sky red. Waves of powerful energy waves swept out in all directions like a storm. The Moon World Lake had become the center of this storm that affected the entire spiritual pivot continent. When the first wave of energy hit, Hui and the others, who didn't pay attention to their defense, were all knocked over. The mountain under their feet had turned into stone dust and scattered in the wind. The green forest below them had turned into ashes, leaving only dead branches and weathered sand flying in the wind or falling into the cracks in the ground. Yin Nuashing waved her hand and opened up an energy barrier to block the powerful energy waves. When she saw young Master Shun flying out in front of her, she subconsciously reached out and grabbed him. Her sleeves fluttered, revealing the mark on her arm that was particularly bright in the night. After she grabbed young Master Shun, she quickly let go and put her hand back in her sleeve. Although she was quick, Hui and Jing Yuanji still saw it. Their expressions suddenly became strange. This level of energy. No wonder even a high-level origin would fall. Yin Nuashing raised her hand to block the wind that was blowing in front of her. The red light had already spread to the sky above them. The impact of the dark energy that was constantly exploding almost turned the entire spiritual pivot continent upside down. The desolation was constantly spreading into the distance, and the breath of life was quickly disappearing. This was like a domain of death. Any life that stepped into the domain of desolation would quickly lose their vitality. Even their divinity and divine power would quickly disappear. The wind howled between heaven and earth. There was a rain of blood energy falling from the sky. That was the water of the moon world lake that had been lifted into the sky. It was stained with the dark energy and fell between heaven and earth, causing the desolation to spread faster. The torrential rain of blood fell on the world. The scene was extremely horrifying. In the next second, the world was no longer what they knew. It was as if hell had suddenly opened up in front of them. It was also as if the void was sweeping with the aura of annihilation, wanting to wash away everything in this world. Black tornadoes fell from the sky, sweeping up the blood-red raindrops and spreading them to even further places. The place where the blood rain fell was filled with a fishy stench. When it fell on the ground, it spread desolation. When it fell on a person's body, it actually caused their vitality to rapidly fade away. Their bodies instantly melted into a pool of blood. Only now did the people in the distance realize that the sudden change in the world was not just one thing that had happened. This terrifying scene terrified even the Empyrean god of origin. Some of the higher-ups of the spiritual pivot continent rushed into the sky and saw the dark energy rolling toward them. The storm of destruction and death spread to every corner of the world, and the blood rain stealing of life's power. They were all horrified. The direction of the energy storm, it was the moon world lake, the graveyard of gods and demons. They had recognized the graveyard of the graveyard. Howl, howl. Shrill shrieks erupted from the center of the moon world lake, surging into the world along with the energy shockwaves. It was as if thousands of demon gods were roaring and roaring, struggling to break free from their cages. The sound of breathing was that shrill shriek, causing the vault of heaven to collapse. This earth-shattering phenomenon caught everyone by surprise, and even the heavenly gods could only barely protect themselves. Everything had happened too suddenly, and no one was prepared for it. As for fleeing, where could they run to? Where could they run to? Boom, boom. Space trembled violently, and a huge crack appeared in the void. The space around the moon world lake had been taken over by the void. Time and space there shook violently, and something was struggling violently. A terrifying sound that even the Empyrean god of origin was heard. The sealed great demon seemed to be crazily attacking the remaining power of the seal. It's so noisy. Yin Nuashing hurriedly covered his ears. The sharp sound made him feel annoyed. His eyes, looking at the center of the storm, could not help but tremble. The origin imprint on his body flashed crazily, as if it wanted him to go over, but also as if it was warning him that there was an extremely terrifying danger there. The imprint was emitting a blazing temperature, although it was still bearable. It felt uncomfortable all over. That thing can't come out. Young Master Shun, I've never experienced the seal breaking. I've only heard about it. Is no one going to deal with it? Yin Nuashing looked at young Master Shun, who looked as calm as a dog, but was sweating in panic. Well, although I've experienced it once, I've only seen it from afar. I don't know how it's dealt with every time. Plus, the explosion this time is even more exaggerated than the records. Young Master Shin's face was covered in sweat. In the past, the explosion of the Moon World Lake Seal would only affect an area of 1,000 miles. But this time, he couldn't help but look at the chaotic world behind him. His cheeks were twitching wildly. The entire spiritual pivot continent was in trouble, and there was no escape. Yin Nuashing was speechless. Looking at the crazily trembling space, she had 1,000 things to say, but for the sake of harmony, she didn't say anything. They couldn't be the vanguard, could they? To be honest, she wasn't worried about being the vanguard. The explosion of the secret artifact space in the Pantheon realm was 1,000,000 times more exaggerated than this. He could still suppress it, but that was in the Pantheon realm, their territory. Here was the enemy's territory. How could she do that? If she rushed to the vanguard, she would be chased by a group of little tails. It's just like that person said. They really did open it ahead of time. Hui pressed down on his fluttering robe and whispered into Yun Nuashing's ear. "What's up with your mark?" Yun Nuashing pursed her lips and hesitated for a moment. Then she whispered, "That energy is going after the energy I left there." Hui's expression changed. "The energy of origin?" "Yes." Yin Nuashing nodded. She looked at the Moon World Lake with a complicated expression. "I left that energy to monitor the movements of the Moon World Lake. I didn't expect it to attract the attention of the thing behind the seal." Hui pondered for a moment. Then he lowered his voice even more. "Is it the energy of annihilation?" Yin Nuashing shook her head. She opened her mouth, but hesitated for a moment. After a fierce struggle in her mind, she shook her head. "No, probably not. I'm not sure. If it was the energy of annihilation, you would have seen the scene when I was hung in the sky. At least the energy of origin would have gone berserk. I feel that the movement right now isn't too far off, but I still feel that it doesn't seem like it. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, someone is making a move over there." Jing Yuanji's voice rang in their ears, pulling their attention back. Yin Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the Moon World Lake. Another powerful energy suddenly came from the sky. It was a high-tier Empyrean god. The surging, distorted energy was resisting the energy impact that was about to hit every inch of the spiritual pivot continent. The collision of energy over there was too intense. The aftermath of the explosion tore the sky and the earth into rags. The void was full of scars. Yin Nuashing could not tell which high-tier Empyrean god of the distorted race had descended here. But Yin Nuashing narrowed her eyes. "Strange. His energy is showing signs of being suppressed. Logically speaking, this kind of innate suppression shouldn't happen anymore. But why?" Hui and Jing Yuanji also looked at the place where the energy was clashing. The dark energy that was like a black hole was just a powerful burst of energy from the graveyard of gods and demons. It had also crossed the remaining space of the seal and was weakened by a lot. However, when the high-tier Empyrean god of origin suppressed that energy, his own energy was suppressed. Occasionally, he would be affected by 1 or 2 waves of violent energy and had to deal with them in a panic. "Hey, why is he back? Didn't he leave?" Young Master Shun stared at the person who was entangled in the storm. His eyes flashed slightly. "You know him?" Young Master Shun shook his head. "I don't know him. I just know that he's a regional commander of the internal law enforcers. But 1 or 2 months ago, someone saw him leave in a hurry. There was no trace of him coming back. Maybe he came back quietly and no one knew." He stared at the moon lake with a strange expression. His face turned a little pale inadvertently. Yin Nuashing noticed his face. Even the woman next to him looked abnormal. She quickly pulled him back a little. "Hey, why did you suddenly become like this?" Young Master Shun did not realize what Yin Nuashing was referring to. He did not turn his head until he was dragged a little farther away. It was at the moment when he broke away from his sight that he suddenly panted with sweat all over his face. His panting was louder than the previous one. At this moment, he felt his situation in a daze. What happened to me?" "God knows what happened to you." Yin Nuashing did not understand either. His energy barrier was fine. It was impossible for him to be hurt from such a long distance. Violent roars were mixed in the violent storm. However, those sounds were torn to pieces by the storm. Yin Nuashing and the others were too far away. They could not hear that person at all. Now as those people. In just a short while, many people had gathered at the center of the storm. They were roaring against the wind. The sound of being torn to pieces by the wind reached Yin Nuashing and the others' ears. There was only noise left. It was difficult to distinguish between the words and sounds. Are you okay? The main show hasn't started yet. Can you still make it through the rest of the journey? Yin Nuashing asked as she helped young Master Shun and the woman in green settle down. Young Master Shun nodded. I'm okay. Although I don't know what happened, I just need to rest for a while. I won't be a burden to you, Brother Yin. He thought for a moment. Suddenly, he laughed and said half-jokingly, Brother Yin, maybe you need me to lead the way for the rest of the journey. If that's the case, then you should recover quickly. Yin Nuashing shrugged. The energy barrier was filled with a trace of law. Yin Nuashing adjusted the energy structure of the energy barrier several times. He was relieved when he saw that young Master Shun and the others looked better. He secretly remembered the energy structure. Young Master Shun's situation is more serious. As for the woman, she will be fine in a while. Young Master Shun needs some time to rest. The two people from Huibang looked at it. Then they moved closer to Yin Nuashing and whispered, It seems like they're affected by homologous suppression. Yin Nuashing was stunned. He did not expect this result. He thought for a long time, but still could not figure it out. He simply thought that it was his negligence that allowed the dark black hole-like energy to leak in and affect the two people. After all, he adjusted the energy structure many times just now to make the impact disappear. The barrier should not be able to block some invisible energy from the beginning. I'm also very confused, but that's the truth. We shrugged helplessly. Homologous suppression occurred between two similar types of energy. Other than those high-ranking distorted origin gods who were suppressed, there was probably no one else whose energy was similar to young Master Shun's. However, judging from the way they were being tormented by the same type of energy, it did not seem like they were the ones who were affected. After all, they themselves seemed to be under the effect of suppression. Moreover, if he guessed correctly, they were probably also under the influence of homologous suppression. Yin Nuashing also thought of this problem. His eyes swept across the high-ranking origins and finally fixed on the dark energy pillar. The source of suppression is the energy of the graveyard of gods and demons. There is no homologous energy, then. We responded. After a moment of silence, he said, Is it a secondary derivation? Or their energy, the distorted energy, is the second generation derived from that energy? Is that why they are affected? I don't know. Yin Nuashing shook his head. He could not tell the relationship between them at all. The energy in the black energy light pillar was not the slightest bit similar to the distorted energy. However, the homologous suppression relationship existed. There must be a very deep connection between the two. Roughly speaking, the distorted energy could be regarded as the black energy that changed its appearance. For a deeper question, we can only go down and see for ourselves. I didn't expect to see something unexpected on this trip. Jing Yuanji suddenly stretched out her hand and pulled Yin Nuashing's arm. She whispered in his mind, Lord Feng, last time you said that the distorted energy and... Yin Nuashing stretched out his finger and gently tapped her forehead. She was stunned for a moment. He said softly, Yes, the three can almost be connected. But for such a big matter, we need to be careful and more conclusive evidence. Before we know the truth, don't jump to conclusions. If we are wrong, the preconceived idea will become a very serious misdirection. What he meant was that they should just guess blindly and not say it out loud. After turning the idea into words, they would have a definite preconceived idea. If they were wrong, it would be a little difficult to correct themselves. Jing Yuanji nodded. I know. Yin Nuashing took a light breath. He also knew that he was about to touch something very dangerous, very dark. It might be the most he had seen in his life of nearly 100 years. He also needed to be cautious. Even if the truth was about to be revealed, before he could confirm the answer with his eyes, the night had been torn apart by the chaos. Yin Nuashing and the others stood in the distance and watched for a long time. They did not move for a long time. They just watched coldly as more and more figures rushed to the place where the monstrous dark energy was emitting. There was a small discovery. He found that young Master Shun's eyes contained a trace of interest. It seemed that he found it very interesting to see those high-level beings of the distorted race rushing over and causing trouble. Yin Nuashing could not help but ask, "Do you have a grudge against them?" Young Master Shin smiled, but did not say anything. The arc at the corner of his mouth was even more brilliant, as if he had admitted it. Yin Nuashing did not ask more. He did not know if this guy had anything to do with the distorted race. Anyway, they were already in a situation where they would not rest until one of them died. He did not even mind giving them a push, such as detonating the monstrous dark energy or something. His origin energy was ready to move. It was an energy that was almost the complete opposite of the dark energy. If he threw a trace of it in and detonated it, do you want to move it? Yin Nuashing couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. His right hand that was hanging down suddenly opened up his 5 fingers restlessly, trembling excitedly. Traces of energy crazily surged in his arm. Even the golden red imprint became abnormally active, as if it was imperceptibly agreeing with his thoughts. However, just when his evil smile was about to take up half of his face and he was about to take action, the black pillar of energy suddenly trembled. The several dozen reciprocity experts who were close by all retreated like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Afterward, the black pillar of energy suddenly exploded under the gazes of countless people. The dark energy surged out with an unextinguishable darkness. Boom! A destructive boom rang out like a bugle horn, and the dark energy instantly engulfed the dozens of heavenly origin gods who hadn't managed to escape. Then, a massive demonic figure materialized in the air as the dark energy soared into the sky. The demonic figure stood 100,000 meters tall and looked down on the world. Its body was like black mist that constantly surged. A sliver of scarlet light appeared in its pale white eyes, which seemed to be its pupils. As the demonic figure looked down on the world, a wave of dark energy suddenly erupted from its body. It rushed to every corner of the spiritual pivot continent in a single moment, crossing through space and even into outer space. The terrifying wave of energy made everyone give up on the thought of resisting. The only thing they could do at that moment was to widen their eyes and watch the energy pass through them. He's fine. He's still alive after 100 lifetimes of good fortune. Countless people were violently shocked. Originally, they thought that the energy would have reduced them to ashes, but they never thought that even the plants around them would not be destroyed. Once they calmed down and thought back to what the demonic figure had done, the feeling of the energy sweeping through the sky was a little like how they had used their own energy to sense the disturbance in space. The demonic figure's huge body slowly turned. Its pale white eyes swept across the world. Finally, it stopped abruptly on the ground. The violent black energy all over its body surged like a storm. Yin Nuashing narrowed his eyes when he saw the pair of eyes staring at him. His expression changed slightly. It was attracted by the origin energy. Now, could it be that it had followed the aura of that energy and found him? Boom, boom, boom. The demonic shadow looked at the 4 people from Yin Nual planet. Its huge body suddenly fell down, and its big hand suddenly reached out. It was as if a galaxy was tearing apart the void and disintegrating the space under the big hand. The terrifying energy made young Master Shun's expression change drastically. He did not expect that this thing would be the first to find trouble with them after it came out. Everyone, get ready. Get ready to turn this world upside down. Primal Cos, Zero, Origin. An order quickly came out of his soul. Yin Nuashing lowered his eyes slightly. His right hand hung down, and 2 waves of energy gathered madly. At this moment, he could not hold back anymore. If he took a hit without doing anything, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, if he did that, he would be exposed. However, there was no other way. Boom! Bang! Just when I Ching and the others received the order and were ready to make a scene, and Yin Nuashing was about to launch an attack, the huge demonic figure in front of them suddenly exploded with a thunderous sound. Its huge body suddenly collapsed inch by inch. It began to collapse inexplicably and exploded into clouds of black, surging mist. Huh? Yin Nuashing and the others were all stunned. They were ready to riot. Why did it suddenly? The sound of energy explosions came out of the demonic figure's body one after another. Its movements suddenly stopped. In just a few seconds, it lost its exact body shape and completely turned into a cloud of mist. A powerful suction force suddenly erupted from the bottom of the Moon World Lake, sucking the black mist away from its original position and pulling it back bit by bit. Boom! The dull sound of energy explosions seemed to be the demonic figure's angry response. Its pale eyes stared at Yin Nuashing, and the explosions grew louder and louder. Yin Nuashing fearlessly faced the pair of eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth and mouthed. "You're looking for me? If that's the case, I'll go find you. How about it?" The pair of pale eyes narrowed slightly, as if it understood what he meant. It suddenly gave up struggling and allowed the group of people from the Moonworld Lake to drag it back into the graveyard of gods and demons. The energy reverberations in the clouds gradually subsided until it disappeared. The pair of eyes were still staring at him. A few minutes later, the world completely returned to normal. The storm, the dark energy, and the spreading desolation all disappeared. However, there was still a scarlet light at the Moonworld Lake. It was the light that leaked out from the graveyard of gods and demons. Everyone who saw the scene today fell silent. At this moment, they already knew what had happened. How exciting! Young Master Shin wiped the sweat off his face and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Is it because of bad luck recently? I'm being targeted even though I'm standing so far away. Yin Nuashing tilted his head. No, it's just because you're close to me that you're implicated. That guy is looking for me. So, if you have nothing to do, stay away from things. Otherwise, you'll get yourself involved. Chapter 1425. The cataclysmic storm that erupted with the Moon Lake as its epicenter had already dissipated. The land had become barren and ruined. Cracks that were thousands of feet wide were scattered all over the ground. It was no longer what it used to be. The world had become strange. The mountains had disappeared. Half of the sea had evaporated, and some places with rivers and lakes had cracked. The spiritual pivot continent had almost been cut open from the inside. On the surface, everything was over, but no one felt like they had survived the disaster. This unusual outbreak of cataclysmic disaster made everyone who was still alive feel more strange and dangerous than ever before. The cataclysmic disaster that erupted after the seal of the Moon Lake was broken only targeted this area. Just now, that demonic shadow almost escaped. Now that it has been brought back to the seal at the bottom of the Moon Lake, it doesn't mean that everything is over. Young Master Shun could hear some people's uneasy discussion in the distance. He could not help but shake his head. The world was dry and calm. There was not even the slightest sound of wind. The air that entered their lungs was turbid and nauseating. Fortunately, they had long stopped maintaining their bodily functions. Otherwise, they would have died on the spot. The seal can't be blocked. Yin Nuashing's gaze was fixed on the Moon Lake. The energy that erupted in the graveyard of gods and demons is too strong. If we don't clear the energy attached to the space, we can't put a new seal on it. Young Master Shin nodded. This is also why countless people want to go in every time the seal of the Moon Lake is broken. They want to go in and clear some obstacles. The enforcer takes the lead, and the others follow. Even if they know that it's extremely dangerous, they still have to go in. Yin Nuashing nodded. He did not know if the others could see it, but he could see the situation over there clearly. The scarlet light that leaked out from the graveyard of gods and demons was a phenomenon caused by some kind of violent energy turbulence. The area and the sky were stained with that pure black energy. It was so thick that it could not be dissolved. It was like sticky ink that was splashed directly between heaven and earth. That energy was so powerful that it was difficult for ordinary energy to resist it. It was obviously impossible to play any tricks in its territory. However, if they were talk about clearing it, how could they clear it? Don't tell me that a large group of cannon fodder came out of it and asked others to clear it out. Yin Nuoxing's cheeks twitched. He said in a tone of despair. Stunned, young Master Shun shook his head. Of course not. The energy leaking here can be directly neutralized and cleaned up with the same amount of energy. The difficult part is the interior of the graveyard of gods and demons. First, we need to go in and rebuild the seal there, suppressing the leaked energy back to the interior of the graveyard of gods and demons, weakening the energy through several seals. Only then can we add a cover on the outside, the seal of the Moonworld Lake. Multiple seals. Yin Nuoxing nodded. That black energy had a homologous suppression effect on those guys from the distorted races. It was definitely not possible for them to seal it directly. If one layer of seal was not enough, 2 or 3 layers of seal might not be enough. In short, they just had to pile up seals. The more the better. As long as there were enough seals and there were more aspects of the seal, homologous suppression would not be a problem. This method was outrageous, but it was also the only method they could use. It was easy to make mistakes. Just like this, the cover of the Moonworld Lake would riot every few days. The internal seal would be broken first, and then the power of the demonic shadow would increase bit by bit, and the speed of the other seals being broken would become faster and faster. Under such circumstances, the cover of the Moonworld Lake alone would not be able to hold up for long. Yin Nuoxing even felt that when the seal at the bottom of the Moonworld Lake was broken, the internal seal had not been completely exhausted. The demonic shadow could not wait to emerge because it sensed his energy and lifted the cover. Now, it was dragged back by the power of the internal seal. What was that black shadow just now? Speaking of that demonic shadow, Yin Nuoxing had to ask young Master Shun. After all, this guy came for him. It is the incarnation of the word demon in the graveyard of gods and demons, young Master Shin said in a deep voice. It is a powerful life form that was sealed there in the ancient times. We can cut it, we can beat it, and we can beat it until it is half dead if we are strong enough. However, we have no way to destroy it. We can only weaken it again and again, suppress it again and again, but we can't find any way to completely destroy it. Even if we grind it into ashes, it will still return. What is that thing? Yin Nuoxing and the other two all had solemn expressions. Something that couldn't be killed, this void didn't seem to exist, right? Even the first great deity and the others could be eliminated. As long as it was determined to be dead by the laws, that thing definitely wouldn't be able to live. Immortality and indestructibility was only a kind of power that could be described. Since it existed and could be described, then it naturally could be eliminated. As for what exactly that thing is, I'm afraid that no one knows clearly now. Young Master Shun could not help but smile bitterly and shake his head. Some ancient existences that have existed for a long time may know about this matter, but forget it, it's nothing. Yin Nuoxing? ? What about them? They don't come out often? Are they missing? Or are they not in this world? Young Master Shun looked like he did not want to talk about it, so he did not ask anymore. He turned his gaze and continued to look at the Moonworld Lake. The dozens of origin life forms had disappeared. They had taken the lead to enter the graveyard of gods and demons as pioneers to explore the way. When the graveyard of gods and demons opens, it is always the regional chief who goes in first to explore the way and make arrangements. Because the location of the seal point may change according to the situation every time, they need to find enough seal points before the materials needed for the seal are delivered. Only they are strong enough to explore the graveyard of gods and demons, which is not weakened at all. As for the others, they need to be led by members of the law enforcement department to assist the former in setting up the seal, young Master Shin said. Young Master Shin said. His pale face had become much rosier after a period of adjustment. Because of the energy barrier, he was no longer suppressed by the energy. Yin Nuoxing glanced at him a few times and smiled slyly. You definitely don't plan to wait for others to go in together, do you? Young Master Shin could not help but laugh out loud. In a matter-of-fact tone, he said, Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come looking for you, Brother Yin. Yin Nuashing spread out his hands. When do you plan to leave? Our side is not affected, so it's mainly up to you. Let's wait for another 5 minutes. We'll leave when they are deep enough. Young Master Shen calculated the time and met Yin Nuashing's eyes with a smile. Don't worry. The troops behind will not be ready so soon. They need to bring a lot of materials for setting up the seal. Before that, they still need to tidy up the already chaotic spiritual pivot continent. We have a lot of time to move around, so we won't be discovered. Yin Nuashing nodded. Just as she turned her head, she suddenly turned her head back. The time may not be right, but... Ahem, pardon me for asking, but why are you going to the graveyard of gods and demons? I know your friend said that it has something to do with you, but do you really not know? Young Master Shun raised his head and calmly looked into the pair of beautiful fluorescent eyes. It was just a very calm gaze, which did not bring any pressure to him, but it made him feel like he was being spied on, and everything about him had nowhere to hide in front of the other party. After staring for half a minute, young Master Shun smiled. Brother Yun, some things are called secrets, not only because of the thing itself, but also because the person who carries the secret itself does not know what it means. We're going there. Some things, even if they are called secrets, will soon lose their sense of mystery. The reason why I can't tell you is because I don't know what the situation is. If I knew a little, I wouldn't have been tortured like this before I went in. Yin Nuashing nodded. I understand, just like how he was in the past. Although he did not know why he did those things, there were some factors in his heart that he did not know that affected him, forcing him to do it. He knew, so he could understand. It's good that Brother Yin understands. Of course, if I find anything in there, I won't hide it. So, Brother Yin, what about you guys? You guys are going to the graveyard of gods and demons for... Yin Nuashing shrugged. Would you believe me if I said I was looking for that demon just now? Young Master Shun was stunned. He opened his mouth in shock. Huh? You saw just now? That guy rushed towards us as soon as it came out. If I'm not wrong, there might be something on me that is a little bit related to it. That's why we are here. Yin Nuashing smiled. He could casually come up with a bunch of reasons, and he could even give a reasonable explanation. Most importantly, the moment the demonic shadow appeared, it charged towards them and slapped them across the face. Even young Master Shun was taken aback by that. Young Master Shun had no doubt that this was the reason behind the demonic shadow's sudden appearance. But then, the look in his eyes became very strange. So it's not coming for me. I thought I've been so unlucky recently that I could get slapped by just glancing at it. Yin Nuashing laughed dryly. Hui and Jing Yuanji snickered at the side. They wanted to say, Young man, this has nothing to do with you at all. It's the matter in front of you that caused this disaster. After resting for another 10 minutes, young Master Shun and the woman in green confirmed that they were fine. Then, they looked at Yin Nuashing and the other two. The latter three stood up quickly, patted their butts, and nodded at them. The 5 of them flew quickly towards the Moon World Lake, which was filled with red light. Yin Nuashing held up the energy barrier to protect the group. Looking down at the Moon World Lake from midair, the lake had disappeared. It had become a deep and dark well. The bottom of the well was emitting a strong and soul-stirring scarlet light. It was like an unusually bright star in the night sky, occupying their vision. If they stared at it for too long, they would feel a little dazed, and they could not help but want to jump down. Then, they really jumped down. However, they controlled themselves and jumped down. Brother Yin, catch this. The voice behind him made Yin Nuashing stunned. He felt that something was approaching him. He reached behind him and caught a long pole in his hand. He grabbed it in front of him and looked. He found that it was a bamboo pole made of white jade that was segmented. This thing can be used to offset a considerable part of the energy of the graveyard of gods and demons, young Master Shin explained. Yin Nuashing looked at the 2-meter-long, white jade bamboo pole. He resisted the urge to take out a thin line and tie it to the front of the pole to use as a fishing rod. He waved it casually and carried it on his shoulder. After a while, he felt that it was not very comfortable to carry, so he hung it on his back like a sword. When he hung the white jade bamboo pole, he could feel that the pressure on his energy barrier had been reduced by a considerable amount. If he threw it out in the current situation, it would probably be a treasure. It would not be very effective for them to use it. His barrier was enough to protect them from danger. What's the graveyard of gods and demons like? Do you have any information on your side? Those who have been there and returned called it hell. I think it's to describe the terrible situation there. Young Master Shun touched his chin. Although it's a burial ground, it's not filled with countless tombs like you imagined. It's also not a mass grave. As for more, well, it's another space. That's about it. Young Master Shin was quite well prepared. He was much better than the three of them, who were just blindly following wherever they went. After all, they had only been here for a day. They had no information at all. They were not clear about anything. It was really lucky to have young Master Shun to lead the way. Sometimes, there was not much difference between having some information and not having any information. After all, they were a group of people. Although they had not reached the level of recklessness like Qing Jun, their strength was still there. As long as they did not mistakenly enter the underworld, the three of them could forcibly find a way out. I feel a strong spatial energy gathering. Probably we're almost there. Get ready, Yin Nuoshing said. The energy flowing on the energy barrier increased. She was also ready for battle. The four people behind her also made their own movements. The scarlet light in front of them became more and more intense, as if they had broken into an aurora. There were dancing ribbons of light all around. The strong light shone from the front, so that they could only see darkness everywhere else. The only light and color left in their line of sight was that little bit of light. The power of space suddenly flashed. As the light and shadow flickered in front of them, different scenes and visions quickly emerged around them. In the blur, they seemed to see some scenes like memory fragments flying past in front of them and disappearing behind them in an instant. They could not see clearly what they were. Yin Nuoshing felt that the power of space was moving their group to a place. The dark energy coming from the destination ahead was stronger, and the feeling of breaking the rules and distorting the space in the real world was getting stronger. The surroundings changed from darkness to a gorgeous scene, and then to chaos in an instant. When they felt something, their feet had already landed steadily on the ground. Opening their eyes and looking around, the five of them were stunned. The dark clouds rendered the scene as if it would rain at any time, or as if it had rained a few hours ago. The ground had dried up, and the dark clouds were still gathering, wanting to rain a second time, but unable to. The sky in their line of sight was covered by such dark clouds. Under the sky, there was a gray jungle. The foggy weather and the invisible sunlight made the jungle look a little gloomy. Yin Nuoshing and the other two were stunned. This is a hell-like scene? Young Master Shun was sweating profusely. He had imagined the situation of this place many times before, but he never expected it to look like this. He didn't know if there was only a jungle at the foothold, or something else. We're at the edge of the jungle. Look in the distance. Yin Nuoshing waved his hand and motioned for them to follow. Then, he stretched out his hand and pointed into the distance. His line of sight passed through the jungle and extended along the long downhill road to the front. He looked into the distance and saw a small town under the gray sky. It was so small that it could not be called a city. The color of the houses and buildings was mostly gray and black. The color was not obvious and not conspicuous. If there were no lights at night, those buildings might be overlooked. But looking through the windows, he could see that many of the decorations were brightly colored and could be seen clearly at a glance. There were people in the town. It was not lively, but it was not deserted either. A few carriages came along the wide road. They seemed to be the residents of the town who had finished their business. They could also hear them talking about the gray weather. It had been raining for several days. The rain would stop for a while, and they would complain about the clothes that had to be hung in the house. They might even get moldy. It was so normal and harmonious that it made Yin Nuoshing's nerves twitch. If he came here in another way and saw such a situation, he might not say anything. But it was he who jumped into the Moon Lake with his people, passed through the divine rune prohibition, and came to this hell known as the graveyard of gods and demons. Slap! Hui and Jing Yuanji heard the sound and turned their heads. They saw Yin Nuoshing rubbing his cheeks with a grin. It seemed that he had just slapped himself. When he saw them looking at him, he gave him a thumbs up You're still awake. It hurts. Hui and the other three. What's going on? Some kind of special illusion? Or the latest mental pollution attack? To make us doubt ourselves? We knew what he was trying to do. He walked to the edge of the forest and looked at the town that could not be more normal. The energy barrier automatically retracted because it didn't sense any threat. It's in a silent state. Yin Nuashing stretched out a hand and waved into space. The bamboo pole is also in a triggered state. It's automatically alert. In short, it's very safe here. The information you heard can't be a lie, right? We could not help but look at young Master Shan, who is also confused. I've never been here. I can't confirm it myself. Young Master Shan smiled bitterly and shook his head. But it's not an exclusive information. This information was compiled before I told you. It's almost certain that everyone has seen the strange and extremely dangerous scene. As for why, he looked at the town in front of him. The corner of his eyes could not stop twitching. No one knew if he was asking them or asking himself. How would I know why? Anyway, let's go and have a look. Since there are natives here, maybe they know about the situation of this place. Yin Nuashing wiped his face. He was used to these things. Places that he thought were dangerous, such as some places that had been sealed for tens of millions or hundreds of billions of years, or some places that were thought to be barren and lifeless. Perhaps some incredible things would happen with the passage of time. He had seen many of them. Hui and the others nodded. They did not have a specific plan of action now. They also did not know where the group of Empyrean gods had gone in the past half an hour. They could only walk around casually. On the way to the small town, each of them checked their own situation. Their power, spirit, and rules were all unaffected and unchanged. This could also rule out the possibility that they were in a dream. After entering a dream, their rules, divine power, and other things would be different no matter how precise the disguise was. As long as they were familiar enough, they would be able to tell at once. Unless the one who set up the dream was a heavenly god of the origin, or some special heavenly god of origin who created the world through dreams, then they would not be able to do anything about it. They could only follow the dream of others and enter it. As they approached the town, they could hear some conversations. They were talking about their daily lives, about the interesting things that happened in the neighboring city, and about the things that they heard about a certain place. By the way, it was also worth noting that the town was full of ordinary people. They did not have any power. They could not talk about rules or more complicated things. They were just ordinary people. Even their life force was not very strong. The only things that reacted with energy were the things that stood on both sides of the road. They looked like street lamps. A lantern hung on a pillar. There were many energy particles floating around in the lantern. It was probably a street lamp that used energy for illumination. The ground near the town was paved with a layer of bluestone bricks. The bricks were clean and tidy, as if they were cleaned every day. There were no weeds on the side of the road. Even the plants that were more than a foot tall had to be walked a few meters before they could touch them. Just now, an uncle driving a carriage passed by and talked to them. Was this the so-called graveyard of gods and demons? The place called hell? It was so peaceful that it couldn't be any more peaceful. It wasn't just the place in front of them. Yin Nuashing and Hui both used their divine souls to look into the distance. They saw some cities. Some people who were stronger than the people in the small towns weren't very strong. Retracting the power of the soul, Hui looked at Yin Nuashing blankly and said, "Are we really in the right place?" Yin Nuashing rolled her eyes and said, "God knows." Young Master Shun was also confused. At this moment, even he was not sure. Although in such a strange place, the more normal it was, the more problems there must be. However, they had not seen anything happen until now. It was really too peaceful. Yin Nuashing raised her head slightly and looked at the huge golden jade gate at the entrance of the town. The decoration was gorgeous and exquisite. Then she looked at the buildings on both sides. Her footsteps paused for only a second, and then she continued to move forward. Is this place really like this? There is no danger. There are no other emergencies. Hui and the others followed Yin Nuashing through the old gate and asked subconsciously, "Don't ask me. I have a headache too. This place is so messy." Yin Nuashing sighed and shook her head. The ground was broken. Weeds poked out from the cracks of the stone bricks on both sides of the road. They could even touch her arms. The sky was dim and lifeless. Chapter 14:26. Broken bricks and tiles littered the ground casually. They seemed to have flown to the middle of the road when the building exploded, or perhaps they had fallen when the large building next to them collapsed. The dark sky added a sense of desolation to this desolate and dilapidated ruin. The atmosphere was so oppressive that even words became scarce. It was as if they had been infected by this place, and they could only walk in silence. There was a broken carriage on the road in the distance. The wheels of the carriage were a few meters away from the carriage. There was a slightly larger skeleton in front of the carriage. The furnishings inside the black building were also very messy and disorderly. The residents of this ruined town seemed to have fled in a hurry during a disaster. The messy traces and some inadvertent traces of destruction prove this point. The empty ruins had been abandoned for a long time. The street lamps hanging with lanterns by the roadside had fallen to the side. The doors of the pavilion that were not closed were out of their frames. They were stuck in the debris of the ruins and had no chance to close them. Yin Nuoxing and the others walked in the ruins. They only made a slight sound when they walked on the street. The wind that was brought up by walking faster could raise the dust on the ground and the weathered gravel of the building debris. Among the things left in the house, some things that should have been carried with them were not taken away. The town was destroyed by a sudden disaster. Before the disaster, everything was normal and natural. We walked into a black house that was only half left. He checked the furnishings in the house and reached out to push open the window. However, he removed the entire window. He patted the dust on the things he moved. The strange thing is that I can't find any traces of a disaster. There are no traces of natural disasters or man-made disasters. There are many traces left on the walls and the ground. They were all left by the residents when they were in a panic. His thoughts seemed to be able to go back to the day of the unknown disaster. He could see the residents of the town fleeing in panic. He saw the carriage suddenly fall to the ground, and the wheels of the carriage rolled out far away from the carriage. The tall building collapsed, and the debris rolled into the middle of the street. The broken debris even hit people. The door of the pavilion was brutally knocked open from the inside and flew out. The debris of the collapsed pavilion covered part of it and buried it vertically. There doesn't seem to be anything else worth paying attention to. Jing Yuanji's spirit swept across the ruins. She shook her head at Yin Nuoxing and the others. It's more or less the same in other places. The cities in the distance, and places even further away, even the ground is covered in scars. Those are the scars left behind by natural disasters. Speaking of which, is there such a thing as natural disasters in this damn place? Yin Nuoxing retracted her soul. I don't think there's anything interesting to see anywhere else. Where should we go now? The green-clothed woman couldn't help but say, as expected of a place called hell. The moment I entered, I saw a scene full of scars and ruins. Yin Nuoxing looked at young Master Shun and asked, "Did you find any traces of those people who came in earlier?" "No, I don't dare to extend my soul power further than that. I'm afraid that they might discover us. Maybe they are over there." Young Master Shun shook his head. Then, a strange look appeared on his face. "But, it's strange. Since we came in here, we haven't encountered any danger. And I haven't felt any disharmony. By the way, you mentioned something about the energy seal." Yin Nuoxing reacted and nodded. "The whole space looks very old and broken. It has been abandoned for countless years. The characteristic is that it is very calm. There are no traces of the seal that has just been broken. There are no traces of energy explosion. I don't even feel a trace of the seal's power that has dissipated. And there are no remains of the seal, nor can I see the black energy. Let me try to look further away." Yin Nuoxing took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She spread her soul power further. She had seen this kind of world before. What was left here were the remains of civilization. Only the traces of life that once existed here were left. There were no signs of life. Millions of years later, another batch of life might be born in the ruins. However, it would have nothing to do with those who had passed away. Hui? Yin Nuoxing suddenly gave up her exploration and opened her eyes. "What's the matter?" Hui floated over from the side, grinning and revealing a dazzling smile. Yin Nuoxing looked at him and swept her eyes over him from top to bottom. Then, she suddenly turned her head and looked at Jing Yuanji. Yuanji, come here. Jing Yuanji blinked her eyes and leaned over. She noticed his slightly abnormal expression and couldn't help but ask, Master Foam, what's wrong? Yin Nuoxing blinked his eyes a dozen times quickly. He stretched out his hand and rubbed his eyes. Then, he suddenly stretched out his hand and touched Jing Yuanji's pretty face. It was tender and smooth, as if it could be broken by a blow. Ugh! Jing Yuanji's pretty face turned red in an instant. Hui frowned and made a series of clicking sounds. Feng, you big radish. The few girls who were watching the show in their souls were also speechless. Little Angel couldn't help but shake her head. You still have the time to flirt at this time. This is such a dangerous place. Although we only saw the ruins, we didn't encounter any real danger. Little Turtle, I'm thinking. It feels good. Cough, no. Yin Nuoxing made a slip of the tongue and hurriedly shook his head. Jing Yuanji blushed even more when she heard this. Her face was pinched and she felt uncomfortable all over. After a while, she hurriedly reached out and grabbed Master Fang's mischievous hand. She lowered her head and couldn't speak. It feels a bit strange. Ruins, street lamps, carriages, weeds, buildings. Yin Nuoxing did not care that his palm had been pried open. He looked at the place and frowned slightly. It was as if a fragmented image flashed past his eyes. The image was blurry, and he could not recognize what it looked like. There were also many voices echoing in his ears. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and widened his eyes. Just now, it wasn't like this. This town, it definitely wasn't like this just now. But what was it like just now? He realized that there was a deviation in his cognition, but he didn't know to what extent the deviation was. His memory was blocked by something. Wait, do you still remember what it looked like just now? Yin Nuoxing lowered his head. His bangs covered his pretty face, and his voice trembled slightly. What was it like just now? Hui scratched his head, puzzled. 17 minutes ago, when I stepped into the town. Yin Nuoxing widened his eyes. He still remembered the time and the order. He stepped in with his right foot, but he had no recollection of what happened before that. He still remembered what he remembered just now. He remembered. What was it again? He thought about it many times and looked at what happened just now dozens of times until he suddenly couldn't remember what happened. What was the town like before I walked in? Huh, why have you become so strange? It's easy for you to forget things when you're old? Hui grinned and recalled. It was a dilapidated town on a wasteland that was buried by tons of weeds. It was a town that was destroyed by some kind of disaster. The gate was dilapidated and wasn't affected by any disaster. It was purely weathered. You remember it so clearly. Yin Nuoxing cleared the blockage in a few words, and the river of memory flowed again. Suddenly, he came to his senses and laughed. I'll try to be gentle. Just bear with it a little. Huey's forehead was suddenly covered with a ton of cold sweat. He instinctively felt that something extremely bad was about to happen, but it had already happened. Just when Hui was still sweating and had yet to react, Yin Nuoxing's palm, which was glowing with silver light, turned into a hand knife and slammed heavily on Huey's head, smashing him into the ground. The broken bluestone floor suddenly exploded into a deep pit that was hundreds of feet wide. Soil and stones splashed everywhere, and the crumbling pavilion next to them collapsed completely with a bang. The woman in green trembled and pulled young Master Shin back for a while. The latter looked at Hui, who had a big bump on his head, in horror. He looked at Yin Nuoxing in fear and confusion. May I ask why you are dissatisfied with him? But it was not over yet. Yin Nuoxing strode over and picked up Hui, who was lying there unconscious or pretending to be unconscious with both hands. She pressed him down and shook him so hard that there were after-images. Wake up! Wake up! I can't beat Yuanji, so I can only beat you. Come back to your senses. Jing Yuanji and the others watched as Hui was spun around by Yin Nuoxing like a big windmill for tens of thousands of times. After Hui was put on the ground, his whole body was spiraled, and his hair was tied into a neat braid. Hui knelt on the ground, with one hand on the ground and the other hand giving Yin Nuoxing a thumbs up. His eyes were whirlpool-like dizziness, and he opened his mouth and said, "Ugh." Young Master Shun and the others looked at Hui, who was hanging on to his last breath, in horror. Their faces were pale, and they quickly stepped back. Half an hour later, when Hui came back to his senses from the whirlpool-like scene, he stood up, his legs were weak, and his face was pale as he trembled. "Ugh, I can't stand it, but I finally came back to my senses." "How did you know?" "Instinctive consciousness." Yin Nuoxing shrugged, and the next sentence was spoken in her soul. "I'm an observer myself. Other than the realm of the gods, I have also observed countless worlds. I have this habit of looking at many worlds from the beginning, from when I appeared here to this moment, from the birth of this world to this moment again. So when I just tried to see the source, I suddenly found something wrong. But actually, I didn't come back to my senses when I saw it for the first time. After I saw it for the second time, the third time, the fourth time, and even more, finally, there was a moment when my memory flashed and I found a trace of abnormality. I understand. Ugh, some things don't add up." Hui patted his chest. He had also come back to his senses, but the process was a bit rough. "What's the situation?" "Some kind of very strong interference, cognitive reconstruction, rearrangement, reality distortion. All are possible, and added a lot of fragments to the false perception that were enough for us to explain and recognize ourselves. As for the real fragments, I can't remember." Hui nodded. "I can't remember either, and ugh, Feng, I don't think that what we saw before was the real fragment. That was more like a prelude that was distorted and projected into our memory. What we saw might not be the real thing." Yin Nuoxing thought about it and found it reasonable. That's true. Jing Yuanji was very puzzled by their conversation. Now that they had stopped talking, she quickly said, "That, Lord Feng, what are you talking about?" Yin Nuoxing and Hui looked at each other, and the former said, "A very strong distortion and interference. Even we would be affected, and it would be difficult to break free. Seems like the guy in here is something." Hui whispered and pointed at Jing Yuanji. "Get her out first? Do you want to be like just now?" She didn't understand anything else, but she did understand the last sentence. Jing Yuanji's pretty face suddenly turned pale. She looked at Yin Nuoxing and saw that his expression had become serious. She resigned herself to her fate and closed her eyes. "That, Lord Feng, please be gentle," Yin Nuoxing said. "I can't do it. Let's leave it at that. So you don't hesitate to beat me up." Hui said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. The group of 5 people, including the 4 girls in Yin Nuoxing's spiritual world, had all been affected. Only Yin Nuoxing and Hui returned to their senses. Yin Nuoxing came back to his senses, but the 4 people in his spiritual world had not yet broken free from that state. They were as confused as Jing Yuanji, not knowing what had happened. Jing Yuanji pulled Yin Nuoxing's arm, and her pretty face was full of determination. She nodded seriously, which made Yin Nuoxing feel a little helpless. He couldn't do it, but in this situation, it was better to have one more person break free from that distorted state. "Brave girl." Yin Nuoxing patted Jing Yuanji's shoulder and nodded approvingly. Young Master Shun and Young Master Shun's cheeks twitched violently. They looked at the big windmill that suddenly appeared in front of them and were speechless. At this point, they also knew that they might have been affected by something. It was just that they couldn't react and notice it. As for the solution to the influence, they glanced at it, their faces turned pale, and they took a few steps back in unison. Forget it. That would kill someone. 10 minutes later, Yin Nuoxing carried Jing Yuanji, who was so dizzy that she couldn't recognize her left and right, and walked on this land with Hui and the others. They were heading to the city near the small town. Instead of wandering around in this strange and dangerous place like headless flies, it was better to wait for things to come to them. The demon had definitely noticed that a group of bugs had slipped into its territory. Perhaps it was still waiting and watching the show. On the other hand, they couldn't find where the demon was. Even if they were the protagonists of this puppet show, they could only wait until the show started or ended. Yin Nuoxing looked up at the dark land in the distance and hesitated for a moment. Although the idea of smashing everything here came to her mind, she still suppressed that dangerous idea rationally. We looked at Jing Yuanji, who still hadn't calmed down for a long time, and couldn't help but sigh to Yin Nuoxing. Is there no other way? Look at how you've tortured her. Yin Nuoxing shook her head and sighed. Even I was affected, and I was immersed in the illusion for almost 20 minutes before I woke up. That level of distortion can't be dealt with without some drastic measures. We couldn't help but whisper, so why use a big windmill? It needs a strong enough stimulation. Yin Nuoxing glared at him. Otherwise, she won't wake up. They were waiting for something to jump out and cause trouble for them. They even deliberately stayed in some severely damaged and dangerous places for a while. Nothing happened until they reached the city 10 meters in front of them. The world was so quiet that it was as if they were the only ones left. They were the last few lives. Before walking through the city gate, Yin Nuoxing deliberately went through her memory dozens of times. Her eyes were glowing with silver light as she memorized everything in the scene. Only then did she walk into the city. She didn't know if she was deliberately careful this time, or if the condition was not triggered, but when they passed through the gate this time, they were not affected at all. Young Master Shun and Yin Nuoxing didn't feel any problem at all. The energy barrier was still in a silent state. The buildings in the city were slightly more normal, but the colors were still dark gray, dark red, and dark blue. These buildings were very well preserved, without a trace of damage, unlike the town that had been weathered for countless years. The streets were clean and tidy, without any debris or furnishings. The street lamp cage hung on the side intact. Then, everything was covered with a thick layer of dust. That was the scene they saw. A deserted town, a deserted city. The former seems to have been hit by a disaster. As for this, Hui held the back of his head with both hands. His footsteps were very exaggerated, and the dust was flying. He looked around. Although there are a lot of traces of destruction around the city, many of them seem to be traces of natural disasters. Earthquakes, thunderstorms, mudslides, tornadoes, all of them are very large scale. The strange thing is that the city only 14 or 15 miles away from the place where the disaster happened is not affected at all. The whole city is very well preserved, and there is no life at all. If the town is a refugee, then this city is. The whole city evaporated. Yin Nuoxing said, but even if the whole city evaporated, it is a bit strange. The doors and windows of every house are all closed. None of them are open. Young Master Shin thought for a moment. Maybe it happened in the middle of the night? Yin Nuoxing shook her head. Some small shops and shops will be open late at night, just like some places in a big city that never sleep. The woman in green said, then could it be that when some disaster happened, everyone closed the door and hid? The traces of natural disasters we saw before entering the city were very large. Maybe the life in this city was hiding from those? Yin Nuoxing thought for a moment and nodded. It is also possible. Walking to the front of a mansion with the door closed, Yin Nuoxing was just about to reach out and push the door open when she suddenly found that she could not free her hands. After thinking for a moment, she muttered in a very low voice, "It has been almost an hour." What he originally meant was that it had been almost an hour. The girl on his back should have recovered by now. However, when Jing Yuanji heard it, her hands that were hanging weakly on his chest just now suddenly wrapped around his neck. Yin Nuoxing did not know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, little girl who likes to act like a spoiled child. Jing Yuanji's ears were red, but she pretended that she was still dizzy and did not say a word. Yin Nuoxing tried to use a little energy to gesture at the door, but after a moment, she gave up the idea and turned to the side. Hui, come and open the door. I can't open it with a little energy. I'm afraid that I will tear this place down if I use a little more force. Hui stepped forward and tried to open the door with his hand. He also found that the door could not be opened, and it was not a problem with the direction of opening the door. He tried to push it in, pull it back, or even push it left or right without following the structure of the door, or even lift it up. The door still did not move until he very carefully slapped it. Bang! With this slap, the entire door frame was removed, and it smashed into the courtyard of the mansion, sending up clouds of dust. After the door was pushed down, The situation inside was clear at a glance. The dark red house was facing them, and there was a bright red mark in the middle of the closed door. The color was so bright that it looked like fresh blood that had just been splashed there. Bah, bah, what the hell? He choked on a mouthful of dust, frowned, and quickly waved his hand to disperse the dust. Then he squatted down to check the door. After a moment, he suddenly shouted, "Foam, come and see. This door is a bit interesting." Yin Nuashing walked up the steps to the courtyard and saw Hui squatting there to mess with the door and door frame. She looked at it and was stunned. This is a wall. This is not a door. There is not even a door structure behind it. Hui quickly and easily tore the door and door frame into pieces. The structure of the pieces on the ground showed that it was simply a wall. Young Master Shun and the woman in green jumped down from the wall. What's the situation? There is no difference. It is also very quiet inside. There is nothing. Hui stood up and threw down a stone plate in his hand. Countless grooves and ravines on the stone plate weaved into a complicated and unknown pattern. He could not understand what it was at all. Speaking of which, this mansion is too clean. I guess it is cleaner than my doghouse. Hui could not help but smack his lips. There is no trace of life left. It has been empty for God knows how many years, but it is still so clean. Obviously, there is a problem. Yin Nuashing shook her head and lifted her foot to walk toward the front of the mansion. Let's go to the front and see if there is anything in this house. Chapter 14:27. The white energy ball emitted a faint white light, illuminating the house. After the energy light spread to a certain extent, it seemed to be suppressed by something, and the light could not spread to every corner. Yin Nuashing tried to let the energy ball rise into the air and let it shine on the ceiling, but the light still could only illuminate a part of the place. When the light ball floated to the ceiling, he could clearly feel that the light under his feet dimmed a little. Although the sky was gloomy, it should be able to illuminate the house. Yin Nuashing stared at the shadows that would always be left behind in the house. After thinking for a while, more energy balls floated out from his body, allowing them to stand in the four corners, completely illuminating the place. There was not a single shadow left behind, and only now did they begin to size up the appearance of the house. There was a large hall on the first floor with only one table and one chair. There were two large potted plants on the ground on both sides of the table. There were unknown purple plants in the potted plants. They looked very lively and didn't seem to have been abandoned. The table was also clean and new, without a speck of dust. Well, the whole city is spotless, but there is no life left. Hui jumped inside and outside the table, rummaging for something. Who is looking after this city? Yin Nuashing stood in front of the 1-meter-tall purple plant. I don't know, but life. These two purple plants were dead. They should have died and turned into fossils a long time ago. There was no vitality left, but he did not know why they were still so. Well, fresh. He touched the purple plant with a light ball that was about a foot in size. It was still moving, the leaves were still moving, and it looked like it was alive. If his senses had not told him that it was completely dead, he would have been fooled. The chair behind the table was placed in the middle of the table, a little away from the table. There was nothing on the table. Maybe there was something, but it had long disappeared. Yin Nuashing pushed the chair away with the light ball. The chair is still in the place where someone was sitting, as if someone was sitting here all the time. It evaporated with all the life in the city, young Master Shin said. I'll go upstairs and take a look. Hui squeaked and rushed up to the second floor. Yin Nuashing and the other three did not have time to react. When they raised their heads, they could only hear a series of creaking sounds going away. Young Master Shun and Yin Nuashing looked at each other. The latter shrugged and shook her head, indicating that young Master Shun should ignore her. They wandered around the hall for a while. After confirming that there was nothing else, they planned to go upstairs. Before they reached the stairs, Hui ran out again, his whole body emitting an unusually bright light. He probably used himself as a light source to dispel the darkness. When he saw Yin Nuashing and the others preparing to go up, he waved his hand and said, "There's nothing on the second floor. It's very clean." "Oh, that's not right. If you want to talk about it, there's something that I haven't seen before." Hui suddenly frowned and stopped halfway down the stairs. Do you want to take a look? Let's go and take a look. Yin Nuoxing heaved a sigh of relief. Anyway, this guy was not reliable for a day or two. Hui led the others to the first room on the second floor. There was indeed nothing in the room. There was a bed and a table. There was a kettle and an empty cup on the table. The quilt on the bed was spread out, but it was not in a neat state. It should have been covered by something, but that thing should have disappeared. Look here. Hui walked to the bed and waved his hand to make the quilt float out of thin air. Yin Nuoxing and the others leaned over to take a look. They were all stunned. There was nothing on the bed but a pool of black marks. It looked like something like the mark of a melted metal into a pool of hot liquid and cooled down. It was not seen anywhere else. That's it. There's only one noteworthy thing on the entire second floor, Hui said and looked at Yin Nuoxing expectantly. Can you see what it is? Yin Nuoxing shook her head. I can't see anything. It doesn't look like anything. Together with the stone plate that you saw in the courtyard just now, we have seen two unusual things. But I don't know what they are. Look at the position of the stone plate. It looks like it's used to tell time, Hui said casually with his hands behind his head. Yin Nuoxing's eyes widened. Well, have you seen a sundial placed in the backyard? And that thing doesn't look like a sundial. It looks like some kind of instrument. It's used for rituals or formations. Hui laughed and scratched his head. He was just saying it casually. After checking the situation in the room, they did not find any noteworthy clues. They turned around and left the room. Yin Nuoxing led the way and suddenly saw a stone plate on the ground in front of them. Hui was stunned. What are you doing in the backyard? You climbed over the wall when you came in. Shouldn't you walk to the front door when you go out? I was distracted. I subconsciously walked over here. Yin Nuoxing laughed dryly. When she was about to turn around, she tilted her head and looked at the wall. Since we're already here, wouldn't it be better to just climb over it? After saying that, she jumped over the wall. Hui and young Master Shin did not know whether to laugh or cry, but they also jumped over the wall. It was the same for them anyway. After strolling around this desolate city for a while, the sky quickly darkened. Looking at the sky gradually darkening, and it was the darkness of the evening, not the darkness caused by the dark weather that seemed like it was about to rain, Yin Nuoxing sighed softly. This place actually has the flow of time, evolving like a real world. It's really strange. Time! He was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, he stopped and looked around in confusion. Phone, what's wrong? Hui, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around when he heard the voice. He returned to Yin Nuoxing's side and glanced at Jing Yuanji behind him. A malicious smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Yin Nuoxing frowned. After a moment, she shook her head. Nothing. I just thought of something, but I can't figure it out. Forget it. It shouldn't be anything important. Compared to those, it's going to be dark soon. Should we stay in the city for the night, or go out to find a place to stay? Hui raised his head and thought for a while. He pointed at the tall building in the city. Why don't we just stay on the roof of that building? We don't need to rest anyway. Young Master Shin nodded. I don't mind. We don't need to rest either. Other places don't feel anything when it's dark. We still have to continue. This place, let's stop for the night. Shouldn't we go into the house? Yin Nuoxing blinked her eyes to show that she did not understand. If it was a sense of security, wouldn't it be safer in the house? Do you think those creepy houses can still have such a wonderful thing as a sense of security? Hui smiled bitterly. Every building seems to have something that once existed and then suddenly turned into ashes. Do you know what this feeling is? It's dead silence. It's mystery. It's creepy. Every building in this damn place is a haunted house. Anyway, I'm getting goosebumps just by walking around. Yin Nuoxing criticized him in her heart. You were the one who had the most fun running in that house just now. Now you're saying that you're getting goosebumps. Who are you kidding? Ahem. Hui coughed dryly and jumped up to the roof first. Yin Nuoxing rolled her eyes and lifted Jing Yuanji up on her back. At this time, she found that the girl had fallen asleep without knowing when. She fell asleep in a daze with her arms around his neck. His girl seemed to have said that he would have an inexplicable sense of security, but he did not expect this sense of security to be so creepy. This is the graveyard of gods and demons, girl. How can you fall asleep in such a creepy place? Is this caused by a sense of security or heartless? Hui occupied a good place and waved his hand to sweep the roof with a gust of wind. However, this action was superfluous. Even the roof was spotless. This city probably did not have a speck of dust. It was so strange that it was unimaginable. Young Master Shun jumped up and drew 4 different runes on the relatively flat roof in 4 directions. The runes contained the smell of divine patterns. They should be a combination of divine patterns and something else. After the 4 runes were formed, a layer of transparent energy barrier was built on the flat and long roof. The light of the barrier was white jade. It was the same color and smell as the energy barrier held up by Yin Nuoxing with the bamboo pole. It seemed that the only difference was the strength. Yin Nuoxing curiously leaned over to take a look. The 4 runes did not have a border. They seemed to be just fragments of some kind of rune or a corner of some kind of rune. Young Master Shun saw her curiously looking there and said, "These 4 runes were taught to me by my friend. He came here personally before and got these 4 runes here. They can protect us from the energy of the graveyard of gods and demons." Fragments of 4 corners, Yin Nuoxing said. The bamboo pole is also full of these 4 runes, right? Young Master Shun nodded. The bamboo pole's power is much stronger than this temporary energy barrier. It can support, but there's a loophole. A very big one. Yin Nuoxing suddenly interrupted him and said, "These 4 types of runes are all fragments. If a person uses the same form of energy to deal with these 4 fragments, it would be fine under normal circumstances. However, if there is a crisis, it will be very dangerous. After all, they're not complete. There is no way for them to adapt to the energy injected by the user. The user can only adapt to the energy output form of the fragments. There's a big difference between using divine patterns and rune fragments and using complete runes. They're all abnormalities that can't be noticed in normal times. But in a life and death situation, these abnormalities will be magnified without limit. By the time you react and sense it, Young Master Shun was stunned. He scratched his head. "I don't understand this. Brother Yin, are you a rune master too?" "You can take it that way." Yin Nuoxing nodded. She wanted to crouch down and touch the fragments with her hands. But suddenly, she found that her hands were physically limited. So she had no choice but to stretch out her feet and step on the fragments. Her soul power surged and quickly analyzed the rune fragments. In less than half a minute, she began to repair the rune fragments. Young Master Shun watched as the edges of the rune began to spread out with many energy patterns. They were moving around at a dazzling speed. In less than a minute, a complete rune was formed. There were edges, corners, and edges. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect Brother Yin to be able to do this. Is this the original form of the rune?" Yin Nuoxing shook her head. "It's not the original form. I repaired it according to my own understanding. It's a new kind of rune. It's just that this corner is the original one. The other parts are added by me. The effect may be a little different. After all, that corner of the rune was not the core part, but only the edges. He could only repair it according to his own understanding. It was basically impossible to completely restore the original appearance. The difficulty was equivalent to giving him a stone and asking him to restore a 100,000 feet tall mountain range that once existed in the plain in front of him. It was simply impossible. So he directly threw a mountain range that was 100,000 miles high over there. Anyway, it was the same thing. There was no difference. After repairing the 4 pieces of rune fragments without any effort, Yin Nuoxing pulled Jing Yuanji down from her back and carried her to the front. She sat down on the slanted roof and began to repair the bamboo pole that was full of runes. How did the girl fall asleep? Hui sat next to Jing Yuanji and looked at Yin Nuoxing, who was seriously repairing the bamboo pole. He could not help but ask, "Did you shake her too hard that she fainted?" The soul power that was inscribing the energy lines trembled and almost caused the rune to collapse. Yin Nuoxing paused for a moment. After 2 or 3 seconds, she continued what she was doing. She then rolled her eyes at him. The girl woke up halfway. I don't know why she fell asleep later. Maybe she felt comfortable lying on my back. We looked at him with a disdainful expression for a long time. When he found that Hao Ren did not care at all, He put away his expression and thought about the things that happened during this period of time. Suddenly, he said without thinking, "It's rare to see your luck with women suddenly explode." Huh? Yin Nuashing was stunned. No, this can't be considered an explosion of luck with women. It can only be said that you're finally willing to leave home for a walk. Then, you suddenly went out for a long walk and inadvertently brought back a carriage of girls. Hui grinned. Yin Nuashing almost broke the white jade bamboo pole in her hand into two halves. She put on a kind smile and pointed to the side. "When I am working, please crawl to the side. If you have nothing to do, go and have a look around. Oh, what's there to be shy about in front of me? Didn't you just bring a few more girls home? It's good to have a lively home." Hui took advantage of Hao Ren's inconvenience and spoke without thinking to the extreme. The smile on his face was as despicable as it could be. He gave a thumbs up and said, "You just have to take care of your body occasionally. Don't be too noisy and hurt your spirit. Oh, there's no such thing after you reach the elementary god level. Then it's fine. Wow." Yin Nuashing smiled and looked at the white jade bamboo pole in her hand. She then looked at Hao Run, who was sent flying by the bamboo pole. She could not help but let out a long sigh. "You really think that I can't beat you up because I can't move, right? Feelings? I don't know what Feng Ling thinks. Compared to a pure god from the Dark Age, Feng Ling, he probably knows what he thinks." Yin Nuashing and the others watched as the already dark sky suddenly became extraordinarily bright. Then it got brighter and brighter. They could feel the intensity of the light behind them through the thick clouds. It was as if the sun was smashing down on them. Then, just when they thought that there was no such thing as darkness in this world, the sky suddenly became as dark as night. The sky was full of stars. The clouds were so thick that they could not see anything. Then, in the next second, the sky turned into a red sunset. They watched the sky twitch for half an hour. Finally, night fell. The light had disappeared from the world completely. They could not even see their own fingers. They were sitting on the roof of a building, but they felt as if they were sitting in the void. Yin Nuashing threw out a lot of energy light balls around them. The weak light dispelled the darkness around them. Only then did the surroundings become visible. At the same time, it also highlighted them. The darkness of the night was just like the shadows they saw in the house. One light ball could not dispel it. They needed to use many light balls to make the flat and long roof brighter. This night is too strange. It's like being in a quagmire. Even the light is dragged by the quagmire. Hui looked at the darkness in the radius of an unknown number of miles. They were the only light source. He could not help but tremble. He quickly waved his hand and threw out a large number of golden energy light balls. They landed evenly on the ghost town. The light that spread out from many corners evenly lit up the surrounding 2 to 3 feet. There was no way to completely dispel the darkness. Looking down from above, it was like looking at the endless twinkling stars in the night. This scene was so strange that it made his scalp tingle. That's why I said that it's safer to be in a small house. Throwing a few light balls can illuminate the whole room. If we are outside, we can only see that the whole world is dark. Besides, we are exposing ourselves in the most conspicuous place. Yin Nuashing said with a smile. Young Master Shun and the woman in green were fiddling with something. Suddenly, the former said, "The energy of the graveyard of gods and demons is spreading. This darkness is one of the manifestations of its power. It's not ordinary darkness. It's a kind of energy that has condensed into a solid form." Well, that's what they said. Yin Nuashing frowned. If that was the case, all the dark energy originated from an individual. This should all be the energy of that demon. This was in line with the theory that the graveyard of gods and demons was its prison. Nothing happened during the day. Nothing could be seen. That was too peaceful. But where was that individual? He had already come here as promised. Why was it hiding instead? Did it want him to go and find it? Although he said that at first he didn't mean to go and find it. Forget it. It's useless to explain now. When the sun rises tomorrow, I'll go farther and see if I can find that guy hiding in some unknown place. In this dangerous place, resting was... Speaking of which, they didn't use much energy. They were just sitting there in a daze. They were waiting for time to pass slowly. They were waiting for the sky to brighten before they continued to move. However, this dark night gave them a feeling that they would never be able to wait for the sun to rise. This lonely light had been shining in the darkness for a long time. It was so long that Yin Nuoxing opened her eyes several times, thinking that she could see until dawn. However, all she saw was pure darkness. How long has it been? Yin Nuoxing vaguely felt that something was wrong. 29 hours, Hui answered. Hui replied from the side. He changed his position, yawned lazily, and responded in his soul, I can't feel the convergence of light, even if it's a special planet. Well, this space probably isn't calculated according to the time of the planet, but seeing the state of the night switching, I think it's probably going to stay dark forever. Phew! Yin Nuoxing let out a long breath and shook her head slowly. If the sun doesn't rise by the 50th hour, we'll leave this place. Instead of waiting here, why don't we go out for a walk? Do you guys have any suggestions? Directions? Hearing that, young Master Shun took out a thumb-sized golden energy crystal from his pocket. Uncle Yi said that if we can't find the direction, this thing can give us a direction. As for where it will lead us, he himself doesn't know. Then we'll use that when the time comes. For now, well, there's nothing we can do now. Let's hold the energy for a while. Yin Nuoxing shrugged. The few of them smiled bitterly and nodded. They all agreed to wait for a while and observe. They didn't know how much time had passed. Master Feng, be careful. Without knowing when, a voice suddenly sounded in her soul. Yin Nuoxing was startled. She lowered her head and saw Jing Yuanji's cute sleeping face. The girl was still sleeping soundly and showed no signs of waking up. However, the voice just now, and the way she addressed her, was definitely her voice. Yin Nuoxing pinched Jing Yuanji's face and didn't notice any movement from the girl. She frowned and shook her head. Just when she was about to take a nap, her eyes suddenly widened. There's something in the city. Hui, young Master Shun, and the others jumped up like birds startled by the twang of a bow. Hui raised his hand and condensed a golden energy ball that was 1,000 feet in size in his hand. Then, with a shake of his hand, he threw it down. It was so fast that Yin Nuoxing didn't even have time to react. The energy ball that was 1,000 feet in size was only used for illumination. It didn't cause any explosion. It turned out that by forcibly condensing a large enough energy ball, the light could spread far enough. Then they saw the appearance of the city. Suddenly, there were many uninvited guests in this dead, silent city. On the streets, on the roofs, and in the houses, there were all kinds of black monsters crowded. Their bodies were dyed with lines of ferocious and twisted magic patterns. Some of them were like wild beasts, some are like strange life forms with deformed appearances. There were also creatures that looked like humans but had strange limbs. Most of them were like shapeless things that were molded into a pile of mud. Black steam was coming out of their bodies. The black energy on their bodies dripped down from their bodies like liquid, staining the ground and the buildings with layers of black. Suddenly, it developed into a monster siege. Yin Nuoxing and the others were startled, especially when they saw the monsters walk out of the houses. They were even more horrified. Look, who knows what's in that house? We only felt his scalp tingle. He quickly enlarged the golden light balls hanging in every corner of the city. The golden light illuminated the whole city. They saw more monsters. Their cheeks twitched violently. Yin Nuoxing flicked his hair and did not say anything. He noticed some exceptionally large individuals. Those individuals were purely fog-like black energy. They were probably the same as his nirvana elements. They did not have any actual shape. They were probably the high-level individuals among these monsters. What the? Why are there so many of them all of a sudden? I didn't feel any movement before. Young Master Shun was also stunned when he saw the scene in the city. It's really a ghost city. It's haunted. Chapter 1428. I knew it. No matter where we go, the only thing that remains the same is the ability to trigger events, no matter if this place is hell or heaven. Perhaps the situation was a little strange, and they were too conspicuous. Huey's words came out without thinking. Suddenly, he felt a murderous gaze staring at him from the side, and he did not dare to turn his head. Seeing Huey's guilty look, Yin Nuashing snorted in his heart. This time, he would not argue with him. After all, he turned his head, and his expression became a little serious. There was a group of dangerous things wandering around the city, and they were at the level of an army. If there was no accident, they had not discovered them yet. Even if they were as conspicuous as the sun, they had not been discovered yet. If they were discovered, he believed that they would definitely rush to their faces with 7 million points of fearlessness, and then slap their faces with their faces even if they died. In this case, he did not care about the blabbermouth guardian. After all, it was not a matter of a day or two for him to seek death, and it was not too late to teach him a lesson when he returned home. Before coming to the graveyard of gods and demons, who was the one who said that they did not have to deal with enemies at the level of an army? Oh, it seemed to be the little girl who was sleeping in his arms. They don't seem to be able to discover us. If we want to hide, we should be able to avoid them. If they don't have long-range attacks, we can leave from the sky. Young Master Shun expressed his thoughts. In this unclear situation, avoiding battle was not a bad idea. Inexplicable conflicts, inexplicable use of power. In this strange place, there was a possibility that even the heavenly god of origin could be exhausted, although that situation might only appear after a long battle. After saying that, he turned his gaze to Yin Nuashing, probably leaving the choice to them. Yin Nuashing thought for a moment, and a dark red energy emerged from his body, condensing into an energy puppet the size of a normal person in front of him. It only had 4 distinct limbs, and there was not even a face. He waved his hand, and the energy puppet rushed out of the roof, moving faster than light. It took less than a moment to get out of the city from here. Bang! A strange energy suddenly spread between heaven and earth, and the figure suddenly froze in midair. Although it was still desperately rushing forward, its speed had suddenly dropped to the speed of a snail. It was as if the rules of light had been changed, and there was no way for it to gallop at its original speed. The scene of it being fixed in the sky meant that it was destined to be a good target. Then, the horde of ghosts and monsters on the ground below looked up and raised their hands. Streaks of energy beams suffused with black vapors burst out, charging at the energy doll like spotlights and bombarding it without a second's delay. A dark energy storm bloomed in the sky, the chaotic energy enough to disturb rules and divinity. Shoo! Yin Nuashing whistled. That thing was made with him as the model, and he was roughly equivalent to a peak heavenly god, which meant that he was an ordinary heavenly god in the early stages of the origin realm. He lasted less than 10 seconds in the dense energy bombardment before he was reduced to ashes. Of course, that was also because he had taken the attack with his face. If it were a normal person, they would have at least put up an energy barrier and used a defensive skill to last longer. However, that energy puppet was made in a hurry, so it did not have such a function. Anyway, it meant that those things below were not to be underestimated. He turned around and glanced at young Master Shun. The guy still had a warm and perfect smile on his face, but his face was beginning to sweat at a speed visible to the naked eye. A law blockade, a law suppression, a divine right blockade. These damn things even know how to use the power of divine right. We could not help but exclaim, and then there's the merciless saturation bombardment. Do you believe that this thing can annihilate a mid-level origin realm, or even a team of mid-level origin realm beings? Yin Nuashing and the others nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the woman in green noticed something. She turned around and said to young Master Shun, judging from the size of this city, a population of 1 million might be the limit. And the number of monsters here seems to be close to that number as well. It's only less than 100,000 away. Before young Master Shun could say anything, Yin Nuashing spoke first. What do you want to say? Just say it. These monsters, could they be the residents of this dead city? The woman in green said in a low voice, but what she said made her heart tremble. Yin Nuashing and Hui looked at each other. This was really hard to say. These monsters with black smoke all over their bodies wandered around the city after they came out. Except for a person who attracted the attention of the whole city and caused a citywide attack, there was no other movement after that. After that, Yin Nuashing experimented with more situations and sent out more energy puppets, but after a long time, they still could not find pattern. At first, they thought that as long as they stood on a building, they would be fine. After all, they were standing on the roof, and they were so bright that they were not discovered. Then, an energy puppet appeared on another roof and disappeared before it could stand firm. Then, they thought that as long as they moved quietly, they would be fine and let a puppet move close to the building. This was considered a little farther, and it would not be a problem to walk close to the wall and over the monsters' faces. However, as soon as the puppet turned a corner on the street, it was swarmed by a group of monsters that had been waiting there for a long time. What's with that group of monsters that look like patrolling soldiers? Yin Nuashing was exasperated and bitterly held back his curses. It took him a lot of effort to control the puppet to move so far, but it was killed in the blink of an eye. After trying for 2 hours, Yin Nuashing finally came up with a rough pattern. However, she felt like she was in a mess. The sky is the most dangerous place, and this building is the safest center. However, there is nothing in this building. Maybe it's just a special terrain problem. We can use this building to go down to the ground. If we break out from the ground, the monsters within 300 meters will be attracted to us first. It will take about 1 minute for the monsters in the other half of the city to react. Wait a minute. Why are we talking about breaking out? Young Master Shun's face was sweating. We can't stay here. You just sense that the energy in the graveyard of gods and demons began to spread. Of course, you can also sense that a stream of energy is gathering here from thousands of miles away, right? It's like a sandstorm or a storm. Yin Nuashing pointed to a direction in the night. Hui and young Master Shun were stunned and quickly turned their gazes. It was as dark as a black hole, and they couldn't see anything. However, they could feel some kind of movement gathering from that direction. It was probably the same movement as the tsunami on the sea. It was moving very fast, but it would take some time to reach here. Could it be a tsunami unique to the graveyard of gods and demons? We wave his hand hard. F*CK. If that stream of energy hits us, I'm afraid even the high-level origin will be in trouble. Let's retreat now. Let's go. Young Master Shin's face was stiff, and he nodded. Yin Nuashing curled her lips and didn't say anything. She stomped her feet on the roof, and a teleportation array appeared. She was about to put Jing Yuanji into the spiritual world when she suddenly froze. Where did half of this girl's soul and consciousness go? Hui was ready for battle. Hearing this, he was also stunned. He quickly went forward to check on Jing Yuanji's situation, and then his face turned pale. What happened? I don't know either. Yin Nuashing shook her head blankly. Her soul power penetrated the girl's soul, and she suddenly felt something coming from a very distant place. It was probably the other half of the soul and consciousness that was lost. The situation was normal, and there was no danger. There's no danger, but I'm afraid there's no way to put it into my spiritual world. Yin Nuashing's face was stiff. That space is basically closed. If I put it in, the other half of Yuan Ji's soul and consciousness may be cut off. There's no other way. I can only carry her. Yin Nuashing shook her head with a wry smile. She used energy to turn into a rope and tied Jing Yuanji tightly on her back. Then she looked at Hui and the others and nodded. I'm fine here. Are you ready? There's nothing to prepare. Just rush out and kill. Hui stretched out his arms and spat out a mouthful of scorching hot air. His energy was already surging crazily. You have 1 minute. Try to get as close to the outside of the city as possible. Young Master Shun also stretched. He thought for a moment and suddenly had a bad idea. Brother Yin, if you know how to use the teleportation circle, I have an idea. How about this? You hang a teleportation circle on me so that I can teleport to your side at any time. Then I'll lead those monsters to run over there. You guys go forward towards the storm path, and then I'll teleport back. You? Yin Nuashing glanced at young Master Shun from head to toe. Suddenly, she rolled her eyes. Forget it. You're so small. You don't even have enough fat to serve food. Young Master Shun laughed bitterly. Yin Nuashing continued, but you've come up with a good idea. How about this? You guys run. I'll go. Before young Master Shun could say anything else, The teleportation circle flashed, and they had already arrived at the bottom of the building, leaning against the wall. 5 meters in front of them, a monster with black smoke all over its body swept past in front of them, but did not pay any attention to them. Yin Nuoxing stretched out her hand and left a small teleportation circle on Huey's hand. She nodded. Later, you guys just run as fast as you can. With my skills, I'll be able to lure all the monsters in the city over in a short while. Yin Nuoxing nodded at young Master Shun and young Master Shun. She quietly sneaked out. When she was a little farther away, the former smiled bitterly. Somehow, I feel like I brought up an idea that I shouldn't have. I was the one who wanted to go. We patted him on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry. Phone will be fine. Didn't you see that he didn't even put that girl down? There won't be a problem." Only then did young Master Shun and young Master Shun notice that Yin Nuoxing went out with Jing Yuanji. From this short period of contact, that young Master Yun was not a simple person. He would not do anything stupid. His confidence was probably brought about by his strength. Thinking of this, young Master Shun did not say anything more. The three of them stayed here and waited quietly for a while. Suddenly, they felt a strong burst of energy, as well as a violent vibration of the rules. The moment the energy burst out, several suppressive energies burst out from some corners of the city, but they were all shattered by the energy burst in front of them. Boom! Bang! The sound of the violent energy impact tore through the rules and rushed to them. 1,000 meters away, a dark red energy ball rose with a rumble. The violent energy led a vortex storm, sucking in the energy of the graveyard of gods and demons, as well as the monsters. The violent and shocking attack made young Master Shun and young Master Shin's expression stiffen. They felt their shoulders being patted. They turned their heads stiffly and saw Hui giving them a thumbs up, looking indifferent and used to it. "Come and beat me if you can. Grandson." An even more earth-shattering energy burst out with a bang. The grand energy baptism lifted a huge building into the air. It first broke into thousands of pieces, then into more parts, and then into powder, which was sucked in by the dark red energy ball. The buildings in the distance were pulled up together with the broken stones on the ground after the suction force increased to a certain extent. Stones, soil, and building debris whistled past 10 meters above their heads like storm. Roar! The monster, which they defined as a high-level individual, was emitting black steam all over its body. It roared, and then its whole body disappeared, replaced by a dark red energy beam. The meaning of its existence was probably to roar to boost the morale of the army, or to reduce morale. Ling Hong. Oh no. Netherworld Void Sky / Bamboo Pole / The dark red energy sword drew a perfect half-moon arc. The energy impact, which was hundreds of miles wide, swept away half of the city with unparalleled power. Everything in sight was annihilated. There was also a white, jade-like energy impact that descended from the sky like a sword, splitting the earth and everything in front of it into two halves. Young Master Shun. That bamboo pole is not a weapon. Well, it could be used as a weapon. It had been exactly a minute since the sudden attack began. At this time, all the monsters in the city let out terrifying roars that made one's teeth ache. Then, there was a tremor like the earth. Those monsters all rushed crazily toward the place where Yun Nuo planet was causing trouble. The few high-level individuals once again released powerful rules to seal, suppress, but they were all pushed out by the dark red energy ball. It was completely ineffective. After failing several times, they also took out their legs and ran wildly toward that place. When those huge monsters ran, the earth shook and the mountains shook. As they ran, they even kicked countless buildings and sent some weak individuals flying into the sky. Hui and young Master Shin thought that it was an accident. However, those individuals who were kicked into the sky changed direction and launched a death dive towards Yin Nuoxing. Then, they were swallowed by the ball of light, and there was no sound at all. Those monsters and demons seemed to have some spiritual intelligence. Although they were still irrational lunatics and did not know fear, they only knew to charge forward. If the enemy was not killed, they would be annihilated. However, we felt that these things were much more powerful than the chaotic tide created by the distorted races and the dark army created by the underworld. It was just that they encountered yin nuashing. If they were in some low-level world, that world would have been flattened countless times. A series of berserk bursts of energy, accompanied by several dark red rays of light that swept across, turning half of the city into ashes. The entire city seemed to be on the verge of collapsing into the ground. This kind of indiscriminate attack that was even more berserk than theirs infuriated the monsters. Furious roars resounded through the horizon, and the world seemed to darken by several degrees. The energy of the graveyard of gods and demons seemed to have been mobilized and used by them. Bang! An even more violent energy responded to their roars. Young Master Shun felt a chill on his head and subconsciously lowered his head. After a moment, he raised his head again and saw that the space around them had suddenly become empty. There was only a wall behind them. It was more than a foot taller than them, and there were more parts of it that were less than a meter tall. The parts above them had all evaporated. At a glance, only the bottom part of these buildings was left in the whole city. Young Master Shin patted Huey's shoulder stiffly. Are we still running? Huey's cheeks twitched. Run? Young Master Shin nodded and ran forward. Hui and the woman in green hurried to catch up. The former could not help but say, I think he can kill these things alone. This was the first time they had seen the commotion caused by the Yin Nuo planet, but to be honest, even if it was a mid-level source, the commotion this guy could cause was a little too big. Looking at this crazy destructive power, he felt that if he were to go up there, he might not even be able to see the shadow and turn into ashes. There were not too many obstacles in front of them. Hui and the others directly rushed to the other side of the city. Those angry monsters did not bother to pay attention to them and rushed directly to where Yin Nuashing was. They did not know how much hatred that guy had attracted to make all the monsters in the city lose their minds. Suddenly, a black cloud rose from the ground in front of them. A pair of huge eyes stared at the three little ants. It was a high-level individual crawling here. Young Master Shun was shocked and stopped abruptly. His feet scraped the ground, and then he crazily gathered energy in his hands. Shit you. Hui slapped out a huge golden palm print, and the ground in front of him, together with all the wreckage of the buildings and the high-level individual, were turned into smoke. The place in front of them suddenly became more spacious. Young Master Shun. He felt that the guy in front of him was actually comparable to the guy behind him who was releasing energy randomly. Without any obstacles, Hui and the others quickly rushed out of the city. At the moment they rushed out, a strong wind suddenly blew in front of them. A gust of wind blew in front of them, and their hair was pulled to the back. The energy between heaven and earth was madly gathering in the direction behind them. The dark energy was turbulent, as if something was brewing behind them, and it was about to come to this world. Swoosh! Suddenly, a vague shadow appeared in the space beside them, startling Hui and the others. When they looked carefully, they found that it was Yun Nuashing who had just finished using the unparalleled teleportation. He looked behind him with a serious expression, waved his hand, and the energy shield wrapped the three of them and rushed to the distance. Foam? What's wrong? What happened? Hui was startled to see his incomparably dignified expression. All the monsters in the city suddenly gathered together and merged into a bigger thing. I took the opportunity to sneak out while they were merging. Yin Nuashing said, and suddenly remembered something. He quickly waved his hand to eliminate the energy aura of his group, and then sent out a violent energy attack to the other side. Leave a disguised energy aura. It shouldn't be able to catch up. Hui glanced behind and suddenly said, A perfectly good city has been torn into ruins by you again. There's no need to worry so much in a battle. Besides, it's the nest of those monsters anyway. It's not a big deal to tear it down. It's good enough to leave a piece of ruins for them. Yin Nuashing curled his lips, and his expression suddenly became serious. Because of this, his speed slowed down for a moment. Something flashed in his mind again, but he couldn't catch any fragments. Ruins? He murmured to himself and looked at the dim surroundings blankly. He felt like he had forgotten something. Phone. We saw that he was in a daze and subconsciously took over the control of the energy barrier. He led the group and flew forward quickly. Are you okay? Did you consume too much energy? Yin Nuashing came back to his senses after a while. Confusion flashed in his eyes, and he shook his head. I feel like we've forgotten something. You're here again. You're spouting nonsense again. We rolled his eyes. Although he said that, his expression became a little serious. But I seem to have a similar feeling. I feel like something has been changed inadvertently. At this moment, young Master Shun suddenly noticed that the sky was getting brighter. He said, Brother Yin, it's dawn. Let's stop for a while. Yin Nuashing nodded and landed on the ground. The energy barrier returned to its silent state because it didn't feel threatened. He stretched and yawned. We've been on the road for the whole night. Young Master Shun, take out the crystal again and check the direction. Young Master Shun nodded and took out the thumb-sized golden energy crystal. He raised it above his head and activated the energy. A ray of light shot out from the energy crystal and pointed to the distance. They checked the direction for a while. Then young Master Shun put it away and smiled. Looks like there's no problem. We didn't deviate from the direction. That's good. Yin Nuashing nodded and looked ahead. I don't know how far we've walked. There seems to be another city in front of us, but it's not the same as the one we saw just now. Hui licked his lips. I want to eat something. Yin Nuashing and the others. There's something edible in this godforsaken place. Although this world looks normal and peaceful, with mountains, rivers, people, and beasts, this is the graveyard of gods and demons. Who knows if those things are made of some strange energy? Eating them will cause a stomachache, won't it?